So welcome back to the second day of our program. And before we start, maybe we can take a moment of silence, center ourselves, and then we will start. So now we will start our program, and we have a very rich day today with wonderful talks. So we'll start now. I will invite the PhD scholar Ms. Ria to introduce our this session's chairperson.
Good morning, everyone. So we'll start our today's session with Dr. Bindu Kutti's introduction. Dr. Bindu Kutti is a professor from Department of Neurophysiology. She is also the officer in charge of the Center of Consciousness Studies, and currently she is the Dean of Basic Science Wing in NIMHANS. She has over 30 years of teaching and research experience. Her research interests are neurophysiology of sleep, cognition, meditation, consciousness, importance of yoga meditation on sleep organization. Currently, her team is focusing on neurophysiology and phenomenology of dreams and neuroscience of consciousness from the perspective of sleep and dreams. She is the president of Cognitive Neuroscience Society India and member of National Academy of Science India. And she is also a life member of many specific organizations. She is also the editorial board member of many national and international scientific journals. She has published immensely in international and national journals. With this introduction, I would invite Dr. Bindu Kutti ma'am to lead us ahead with this session.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Greetings from NIMHANS and good morning. A warm welcome to you all to the second day of the Symposium on Integral Yoga Psychology. This is organized in connection with Sri Aurobindo's 150th birth anniversary as a tribute to him. So today we have got a very distinguished speaker, a person, a prolific speaker, Dr. Alok Pandey. So he will be elaborating upon Sri Aurobindo's philosophy of humanism and superhumanism. So on behalf of NIMHANS, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome our speaker, Dr. Alok Pandey, to the symposium. And before he starts speaking, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Alok Pandey to the participants, even though he doesn't require an introduction. Dr. Alok Pandey is a psychiatrist by profession, and following his retirement from Indian Air Force, he joined the ashram, Sri Aurobindo Ashram, and he was led to Sri Aurobindo as an answer to his existential question on creation, human integrity, etc. And it is only reading Sri Aurobindo and the Mother that he found his answers, and hence he has been following the path of integral yoga as given by Sri Aurobindo. He is an avid reader and written hundreds of articles on diverse subjects related to the field of psychology, health and healing, yoga, consciousness, education, and the spiritual vision of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. Authored a number of books such as Death, Dying and Beyond, Vedas of the Body, Writings on Savitri, Talks on Savitri, Glory of the Divine Mother, and so on. And most of these books have been translated into French, Dutch, Russian, and Spanish languages. She conducts workshops and lectures often on Savitri, Vedas, the Gita, Upanishad, Yoga, and many other subjects in India as well as in abroad. So today he is going to talk on the ascent of humanity, and it gives me great pleasure to invite you to talk on the subject on the ascent of humanity. Over to you, Dr. Alok Pandey.
Good morning and namaste and a warm welcome in the beautiful, pleasant weather of Bangalore. The subject is Ascent of Humanity, and I chose this subject because many of us, when we look at human beings, I myself used to look at it like this. We used to look ourselves as a finished product, which is quite natural. We look at ourselves as the top in the chain of humanity, a chain of evolutionary process. And therefore, when I used to look at us humans, including myself, I used to just wonder that if there is really a creator and this is the finished product, the last final product on whom the stamp of finality has been laid. So what really is there in the mind of the creator in this one? Because if I look at humanity, it is much of it is still driven by animal desires and impulses, as very rightly has been surmised in one outlook or one in-look on psychology. And there are some, godlike impulses, if I may say so, some idealism, some bit of something greater, higher, some dreams, some idealistic temperament, which sort of distinguishes us from just the animal kind. Though we cannot say this with certainty, because just yesterday again I was rereading the story of Maharana Pratap and his legendary horse Chetak, and I wondered whether we are really evolved products or we are convoluted products. I don't know, but nevertheless we are where we are. But the big question is, where do we go from here? Is this the end point? Well, if we read some of the ancient Indian literature, I'm not going into Western psychology because much has been already talked about it, and if time permits, if there are questions, surely. But if we look at the traditional Vedantic way of understanding humanity and also Tantra, it says that human beings are the result of a long journey, not just long journey on planet Earth, but a long evolutionary journey where over a period of time, nature through various permutations and combinations has created this product, a strange product. If I may say so, a cross between the demigod and the beast. So we are sort of driven between these two poles of existence. So we are like a cross product, and yet there is in human being a new door of possibility opens up. This was something which appealed to me so much about Vedanta in the beginning, that there is something greater, a greater possibility. So we, when we look at our surfaces, we find many things which are quite similar to any other creature on the planet, some better, some worse. But there are few possibilities, few things which open another door and dimension to us. And this is narrated in the form of a little story from one of the Upanishads, where all the animals, it seems, go to Lord Brahma and they say that, look, why are we regarded as inferior beings? And each one of the animals has something special about itself. But what has man got? He has only ransacked the planet. He has ruined the thing. So what is so special about him? So Brahma says that, well, there is something in him which is definitely special. It's the discerning intelligence. So you people are driven by instinct. You are blessed that way, but man has lost those instincts. But he's given something wherein through conscious choices, he can evolve. He can make himself better and better. That is the new possibility. So animals are fixed to type. They understand it. Gods are also fixed to type. So they very dutifully they turn away. Then one of them, an intelligent animal, we should not underrate their intelligence. And he turns back and says, what if man does not use it? You have given him this faculty for use. He says, well, if he doesn't use this, he becomes worse than any of you. So this unique thing about man, that he's capable of self-evolution, something very interesting and unique. That's why we have education. That's why we have all the effort. That's why we have these conferences. That's why we have learning. That's why, because we instinctively, just like animals have instinct for survival, we have instinct for progress. We are as if programmed for progress. And this is the reason why we feel deeply dissatisfied with ourselves. In one of his monumental works, The Life Divine, Sri Aurobindo says that the animal is satisfied with his modicum of necessity. The gods are content with their splendor. It is only man who is the most dissatisfied of the Lord. And that is because of that, he alone of all the creatures can be seized with a frenzy towards trying to excel and achieve something much greater than himself. So we are programmed for self-evolution, and this evolutionary urge takes various forms in us. One form, for example, there are positive forms and what we can use, this is a term we use, negative forms. So the positive forms of this evolutionary urge is the thirst for progress. So inherently we want to know, even a child wants to know. In animals, we don't see it. They are born almost complete. We all know that it's human beings, even the anterior frontal that grows after 2 years, the brain is expanding, everything. We are not finished product right from birth. Whereas animals, most of the time you see how a little calf will be born and will almost begin to walk after a few strides, a few moments. So we are born with this inherent curiosity, urge to learn, urge to know, urge to progress, a greater seeking. And this has led us so far in our journey from the caveman to the modern caves, which is the WhatsApp group where we can enter into our own little world and cave. Whatever it is, this is something which we are born with. We are programmed for evolution, self-evolution, conscious evolution. This is something very unique about us. This same tendency has negative connotations. And just as in the story of Brahma, if we don't progress, if we don't use this faculty, something which has been given to us, then what happens? There is a sense of stifling. There is a sense of, I've seen so many patients. Of course, there are other kinds of depression, I don't deny, but there is a kind of existential depression. People are not utilizing what they are meant for. When people don't progress, they don't, feel the urge, they are satisfied, let's say, within a sort of cocoon, in a comfort zone. For some time, it is okay. But after a while, it begins to, stifle them. And this is one of the problems which in an Indian setting I see in the Saas Bahu serials that runs in every home. So I often tell them that, look here, in ancient India, there was a very nice system of the Varna ashramas. And, each stage of life, each season of life, there was a kind of way of living. So when you grow past 75 or whatever, depending on the lifespan, if you put it into 4 parts, then that's an age when you must be, it was a vanaprastha, where you seek after the higher good, moksha. So, the mother-in-law is happy and the daughter-in-law is happy because it's her age to, operate the machinery and the system. She's in Grahastha ashram. So earth and calm are the valid aims of life. So basically, not that we go back to that old system, but this tendency to progress was carried right up to the most what is called as today we regard as old age, post-retirement. Well, post-retirement is not for sitting and eating on what we have already gathered, but it is to actually activate this urge for progress and take it to its ultimate limits. And the beauty of that system was, before I come to how far it can lead us, was that right from childhood, basically it was a preparation for that. That's why in children the foundation stone was dharma. So what is dharma? Dharma is the right laws of living. If you want to give a very neither secular nor religious, but a spiritual definition of dharma, we are not taught in schools about the right law of living. We are taught every other subject except how to live. And this how to live was the foundation stone. The right law of living is dharma. So based on that, when you lead a life where you discover a meaning, artha, next was artha, you look for a meaning in life, but that meaning has to be consistent with dharma. That is the foundation. So the meaning of life could never be For instance, I just want to earn money and grab a powerful position. It could not be, because if you look at dharma, one of the things we understand through dharma is that there is one consciousness inhabiting all beings. So I can't live my life like that. If I live my life thinking I am an island separated from all the rest, then by its very nature, my life would not be happy. But meaning has to be found, but this meaning has to be in the context of this larger totality. And then after that meaning, earth, there is karma. By all means, yes, that is the season when one enjoys the fruits of the labor. But again, this enjoyment was again to be consistent with dharma. See, that's the beauty of it. The dharma was the foundation. Now, dharma had nothing to do with rituals or outer rules and regulations, though they inevitably came from that. But dharma is just to remember that there are some foundational cornerstones of life. And if we know it, then we can actually live beautifully, live happily, even enjoy, but it should be consistent with. For instance, one of the Isha Upanishad, very first sloka, gives this idea about life, and it says, Isha vasyamidam sarvam yat kincha jagatyam jagat, tena tyaktena bhunjita magridha kasasudam. So it says that why do you covet somebody else's possessions? You don't have to do that. You can enjoy life simply by doing this act of inner renunciation, very paradoxical. When we renounce desires, we begin to enjoy life, and it's such a wonderful rule of living. And you get something, you strive for something higher and higher, and yet you can enjoy life not by coveting or snatching, or because that goes against dharma. So with dharma, keeping dharma in the core, we can continue to enjoy life, and then subsequently, when we have done it, we have lived life fully, then ultimately the moksha. Let me look for the higher states, higher consciousness, greater possibility. So moksha had nothing to do with an escape, which is how it has become today. Moksha was freedom. It is a state of utter freedom in which we can enter, where we are no more enslaved or bound to not just habits and desires and egoism, but to a fundamental ignorance. And this fundamental ignorance was that we don't know who we are. We think we are a body, we think we are a mind, we think that we are just a life of desires, but there's something more intrinsic within us. So this is one of the great contributions of Indian thought, that it gave us a soul. The word psychology comes from psyche. Psyche is a Greek word meaning thereby the soul. It was the science of the soul. If this core we don't understand human life, frankly. We don't understand its incidences. We don't understand what direction we should go. Because if we take just one life, I am born to a parent and I have to die after whatever, 80, 90, 100 years, we are constricted with this vision of a very, very narrow, small time span. And it can be very unnerving, very frustrating. As people grow older, they become more and more unnerved because we are facing death. But Indian thought frees us from this idea of death. Because in fact, there is no death. There is something in us which is immortal. Not only it doesn't perish with the frame, that's where the evolutionary aspect comes in. Both Vedanta and Tantra speak about evolution of the soul. So whatever I have grown, whatever I have learned, the essence of it, not the details, but the essence of it goes into my next human birth. And I take on from there. It's like every birth is like upgrading a classroom. And I go towards higher and higher till I end up discovering, oh, this is the one who was traveling through this journey. And through this journey, what happens to the soul? It recovers the fullness of its divinity. So this is another very beautiful thought about Indian psychology. I mean, there have been psychological paradigms where we speak about God and religion, but God is always somebody out up there. So, there have been studies like God in the CCU, and whether prayers can help, intercessory prayers. But what does Indian thought say? It says you are God. Now, this, of course, if we catch it in the wrong way, it can lead to an aggrandized state. But if you get it, and I mean, I have seen people who come and say, we don't need to understand anything because I am God. Now, this is not what it means. It is to discover the truth that deep within the Creator is within me. And in a certain sense, we can understand it that we are all miniature creators of life. This is so liberating from this idea that I am all the time under the weight of circumstances, situations, either because of something or the other. Well, I'm the one who can decide and determine my destiny. And people often wonder that, but isn't Indian thought fatalistic? Not at all, because Indian thought says it's your karma which decides your own, even if we take the traditional theory of karma. What does it say? It says at the end that, well, it's your karma. So you are the one who is the author of your fate. So it is very empowering. If karmas result in certain situations and circumstances in my life, it also says this is one of the kinds of purushartha that I can undo them, I can change it. It is embedded within the whole cultural stream. That, well, I am the one who is planning, making, and dreaming, and hoping, and wishing, and ultimately leading my own future. So it empowers me again on the basis of dharma. When I understand life rightly, then I know that I am the one who, by my today's thoughts, actions, feelings, wishes, paving the stones in the courtyard of my house of life, maybe in another or maybe another to another life, simply because I am the one who is determining. So ultimately, cause and effect lies within me because I am a creator. And even in ordinary life, we can see that we are part creators. This is another unique faculty which is given to man. One is this urge to grow. Second is possibility of growth. Third is capacity to make choices, which is what karma is about. Karma is about making choices, discernment and making choices. And then this ability or this capacity of person to reflect and change oneself, to discover and rediscover oneself. These are unique things. And then even to imagine, I mean, this is a power which we have hardly explored. We talk about reason, we have shelved imagination as something real. But is it really that unreal? What does our own everyday experience of life tell us? The person watching the television, is it unreal or real? Is it impacting his consciousness or it is not impacting his consciousness? Are my fears impacting my immune system or are my fears just imaginary fears? This power of imagination, for good or for worse, this imagination is actually a prototype of something much greater. It gives us the capacity to at least partly create our own life, partly create our own existence. And if we learn to train this capacity to, in lot of, I face this question because, people say, how do I concentrate? So people want a very, non-form concentration. Okay, you can concentrate on light if you like, but you can equally concentrate on a name, you can concentrate on a form of the divine. So they say, sir, isn't it imagination? And yes, it is imagination which opens the door to a reality. Seen from a certain perspective, the whole world is nothing but images. So imagination comes from images, the ability to throw images. And in a certain sense, this entire creation is images thrown by our senses. Just because collectively we see the same images or similar images, so we can't just simply say that it is something true. We are all seeing images because senses have been organized in this way. Now here another dimension comes in Indian thought, that not only we can arrive at this fundamental freedom, but we can keep upgrading what? Our perception. This is something very amazing. People often label all this kind of alternate seeing. I use the word alternate seeing or entry into alternate dimensions, whether through drugs or in a psychotic state or quasi-psychotic states. It's labeled as hallucination, but I've never really understood what it really means. Do we decide by consensus what is real and what is not real? But the fact remains, our senses are one kind of organization that nature is evolved. But is it the limit of what senses can really perceive? After all it's streaming in all the time, just like today we are having this streaming. Information is streaming into through my eyes, ears, and every other aspect, and my mind is integrating it and giving me an image. That's what perception is about, how it is doing it, whether it's a conditioning, whether it's whatever else. But the fact is, I don't know reality. If we admit that well, it's not real, it's a perception, it's an image that is created. Now, image is always representative of something else. We don't know what is it that is streaming in. Packets of photons, packets of waves of sound waves, and my mind is conjuring something. So in Upanishad, there is a very interesting way to understand it. It's such a profound psychological insight that it says that how this world is created. It says by the action of the mind and the senses, reality weaves itself through images. It's so interesting. So I am playing with images. The moment I understand it, then I want to know what really is there. As if to use a modern phrase, which I talk to the adolescents, I want to get real. I don't want to live a life of images. Okay, everybody is seeing it fine, but it's another kind. That's why very often you see in spiritual literature the word used is delusion. Of course, they don't use it in the way we use the word moha. So it is delusion. Why? Because you are basing and your entire life on a very false perception. So what is the real perception? So yogis are known, and we can talk about that process to actually upgrade their senses. It is something very new I learned, I mean, long back. And then I saw that, yes, it changes the way I understand my dreams. It changes the way I perceive things around me, and which very often we, discard certain phenomena. But these senses can operate at higher and higher levels. See, that's why when we talk about the Vedic rishis, it is said they saw reality. You don't say that they conceptualized reality. They philosophized reality. They thought about reality. They saw. They were seers. Rishi, he saw, and then he wrote in a rhythmic way. So they were also kavi because they saw the truth and then they wrote in a way rhythmically. Why they wrote rhythmically? This is something very interesting. It opens another dimension of both manipulating in the sense healing as well as understanding that if we ascend in consciousness, life tends to take a certain rhythm which we can best understand through the power of speech. Even the speech can be upgraded. This is something so wonderful. Can our human speech, which is the cause of so much disjointedness in life, two people fight most of the time, not because one person is saying one thing and the other person is saying something else, but very often because they don't understand each other. Sometimes even they are saying good things about each other, but why? Because the speech in us, most of the time, it creates disorder. But there is a kind of speech that automatically brings clarity and order. And that speech is a rhythmic speech. So they discuss, that's what mantra is about. Mantra is not some suddenly out of the blue something happens and we have to pick up a literature and say, okay, this is a mantra by faith, I must do it. How was the mantra born? So mantra was born when human speech, just like senses, so also the speech, the senses can be upgraded. The speech can be upgraded. It can be upgraded to a point. What point? The highest rhythmic intensity of speech. That's how Sri Aurobindo describes mantra. The highest rhythmic intensity of speech, and it is a comprehensive thing. The mantra is at once something of the intellect, something of the heart, something of the passion, something of the stillness of the void. All of them is contained within the mantra. So mantra becomes a key to access these higher states of consciousness. It's such a beautiful science that ordinarily these states of consciousness are not open to us. The power of sound, the power of word, if nothing else, if we just pick up this one aspect, that sound can destroy, we know it in our modern this thing. Sound can create, it can create states of consciousness. It can heal, it can improve a lot of confusion and misunderstanding that takes place between people. I wish someday somebody takes this experiment, but I often tell people, when you're fighting, try to fight in a musical way. Don't say you're bad. Just tell it very musically. Of course, one should never say this. You should always look at beautiful things. But supposing you say it musically, and there are ways of speaking. That's why I keep saying that when you speak Sanskrit, it's very difficult to fight. In fact, let me tell you, in most of the Indian languages, because they are so rhythmic, you pick up in some of the languages which at least I have a little bit aware of about Telugu, Tamil has its own music. Of course, Kannada, Malayalam. Malayalam is like flowing like a water. And if you really stick to that, in the true flow of the language, very difficult to fight. But the moment you come to English, oh, don't do this. And so this just the power of word. If you practice the power of word, the power of sound, life can become better. This is the result of these rishis and their experiment with themselves. They did not experiment with other human beings, morbid conditions. We study morbid people and then, we try to understand normalcy. They studied the ways for the normal to become the supernormal. So this was something very interesting. We often study the abnormal and try to understand normal. When I joined psychiatry in FMC, one of my first questions was, so what is the definition of normalcy? Don't ask me that. Of course, we try to define it, but what really is normal? It is just the norm. That's it. You don't deviate. It's almost like the way I define my blood sugar and my blood pressure, which means that within this range, it's not harmful. Beyond a certain range, it harms you, which is very strange. So what really is normalcy? So again, we see this fourth or fifth interesting aspect of Indian thought. It reveals to us what is normal. But this normal is not something automatically there. We can arrive at this normalcy. And it has such a beautiful way of creating human personas. Often I say, why people should study a book like Ramayana, and Ramayana is a different kind of scripture, or Srimad Bhagavatam. And I say because when you have the image of Krishna, when you have the image of Rama, two different kinds of normalcies. You and many other kinds, Shiva is another kind of normalcy. Now, all of them lead us to a certain line of self-evolution through which we can arrive at a normalcy of being wherein we are much better integrated with this world rather than just regarding that I am normal simply because I am not abnormal, which sounds like paradox. I am normal because, well, nobody regards me as abnormal. And as long as my abnormalcy is hidden beneath the lid, it's okay. But when it becomes public, it becomes a problem. So, we have such a wonderful way to understand normalcy, which I found something very beautiful. It gives me a job to do upon myself. So they experimented in the one laboratory, where as psychologists we need to experiment, and that is ourselves. How can I master my anger? Is anger and fear normal or abnormal? Now we'll say it depends. We have phobias, the final. We still go for, treating phobias. What about normal fear? I'm afraid of corona. Is it normal or is it abnormal? Is fear normal at all? Can I really get rid of all fear? Fear of death. Now that's where they worked upon that. Can I completely remove everything that impedes my engagement with life? Now, fear as a survival instinct. Is there a better way to take on my survival? Could I take on my survival with courage and faith rather than fear and mistrust? See, fear and mistrust is a kind of approach which we find very natural in animals, because it's an instinct given to us. But we have been given discernment precisely to improve. Can I face life with faith and courage better than with fear and mistrust? Because, well, I may survive, but I'll shrink from life. I won't engage with life in the fullness. But if I have courage and faith, I'll go through life with all the fullness. Now, this is something very beautiful, that there is a new normalcy concept wherein we can keep on upgrading and improving ourselves. We can improve our senses, we can improve our speech, we can improve our basic consciousness. Something very interesting, again, we can even improve our cognition. How do we improve cognition? The highest way of knowing within us, our human range, is through rational thought. It's, at least we believe it so. All else, imagination is nothing to do with it. So highest way we can know anything is through rational thought. And unfortunately, there are other forms of knowing, subhuman, but they exist, which we have completely discarded. I have seen people, what is called as a sixth sense. I'm not saying sixth sense in the sense what is lying outside the wall, but their emotions tell them something, but they don't know. They have not learned to listen to it. They must pass it through the acid stone, which is reason. Nevertheless, it's okay. Reason is the most evolved faculty, we agree. But is reason the only way of knowing? Can it really know things perfectly? This too they question. Because reason bases itself on a lot of sensory input. I get streaming in. Based on that, I analyze, and then I come to know. So this is an indirect way of knowing. I'll never know what is beyond the ken of the senses. Even reason can make a reasoned guess, but it'll be reasoned guess. How will I ever prove? When we were studying, this used to be a question. Can you prove God through a test tube? So this question once somebody asked me, I said, if you prove God through a test tube, he wouldn't be worth pursuing it. Then he would be something much inferior to a test tube baby. Who cares about a God who can be produced in a test tube? God is precisely the perfection that I aspire for, but don't yet have. God is precisely that higher state that we all wish for, dream for, hope for, but we do not have. So we have this inbuilt something which we call as God, towards which very instinctively we are soft wired for yoga in the highest sense. Because we have this urge to evolve. We have a dream imprint within us. What the dream is, we don't know. They use the term. Their God in the Indian thought was not a God who is sitting with a carrot and rod. That is a humanized God. But a divine consciousness which is much higher, much greater, perfect. And they even painted it through the persona of idealized humanity. So that we can aspire for this urge from the normal to the supernormal. This is something very unique. So we can understand things better through higher forms of cognition. So the rishis describe it. Of course, Sri Aurobindo brings out a great detail in the Life Divine, in the Upanishad, where it speaks about four means of knowledge. One of them is indirect. Indirect knowledge is I get data from senses, I analyze it. And we know how much confusion it creates. We even read faces, we do simultaneously, the brain does so many things. We will end up fighting because they are analyzing. Oh, but you said so. Now you see, what is it? The cause of so much fight? You said so. Oh, poor fellow said so. Don't see what he said. Look at what he felt inside. No. That's not the data. The data is your sex. And there also we analyze speech. So when if you go to Punjab or if you go to certain parts of Tamil Nadu, where people are very strong, vitally oriented, you may feel that they are, fighting, but they're not. They're expressing their love. It's just the sound which makes you feel. You are analyzing a data, very indirect. You go to the northeast, even when they try to fight with you, it is so sweet. You feel they are expressing love all the time. And it's difficult, almost impossible to, really engage in a fight, because if you try to do that, they'll speak so beautifully, so softly, so gently. It's something very strange. So we are analyzing the sounds, and based on that, so this is called indirect knowledge. We'll never really know. But there are other forms of knowledge. So there is knowledge through direct contact, which itself is of two kinds. Direct contact, one is that I am hungry. How do I know? Sometime back, I was not hungry. Those certain events were taking place within my stomach, within my taste buds, and God knows where all. Like children, they don't know, they are hungry. They become cranky. By the way, even adults become cranky. That's why, in big meetings, they serve samosas. I didn't understand this secret for a long time. I used to call these conferences samosa conferences. But then I realized, who is going to hear for so long all the boring things? So put some samosa, tea, so that they keep getting their blood sugar levels and, they are fine. So this is the idea, is that we don't know we are getting hungry, but a point comes when we identify it. And when we identify it, we say, oh, yes, I'm hungry. This is called an indirect, direct way of knowing. Something which was happening, but I didn't know. Then I identify at one moment. At that point, I say I'm hungry. And at that point, if somebody asks you for evidence, tell me how you prove yourself that you're hungry. It's so difficult because I have identified with it. Then there is third way of knowing, and that is called more direct way of knowing. It's through an identification. What is identification? The typical example is, I exist. If somebody were to prove that, well, prove me that you exist, I can tell you it's a near impossible task. Not near, let me remove the word near. You can say that your body exists. You can give your identity. You exist. Your emotions exist. Your desires exist. But they are all yours. But you exist. If somebody were to ask, thankfully that they have not started that, they still do facial recognition and fingerprint recognition, pupils recognition. They don't ask this question, you exist, who are you? So this is where is the third level. I know I exist. That's knowledge comes from a state of self-identification. And then there is something still further, which is called knowledge by identity, which is something very, very remote yet, but that's how the rishis knew. So they knew how to develop this, and the whole process is very simple. It is so beautifully explained. The process is very simple. There is a way in which we operate, conserve that energy with a fire of aspiration. Let it go through this yagna or tapasya, call it whatever. Tapa, by energizing it. Tapa literally means that concentrated energy. Anything we concentrate and energize, be it the energy of love, be it the energy of thought, be it the energy of will, it keeps upgrading itself, because that possibility is there inside human being. That is the whole secret of Kundalini, wherein we discover higher and higher states of consciousness, and our cognition changes. It changes from a very indirect form of rational knowing to more and more intuitive, and eventually to a complete knowledge by identity. These are things worth pursuing. They are something amazing, not just pursuing in terms of thought, by actually, practicing it. And then we can do it and see the results. That's how it is. See, the beauty of Indian thought is it is not a belief system. Okay, Vedanta is philosophy based on a practice. And this practice is called yoga. So it is not that you have to believe there is God, you have to believe in a mantra, believe in this. Do it and see it for yourself. And there is a way to do it. There is a time process. If you get no results, you have the right to declare, well, it doesn't exist. We are yet to collect that kind of data. All the Vedas were a collection of the data of the experience of this Rishi, what they discovered, what they saw, they are all discoveries within themselves. They knew that I am the laboratory. So this ability to improve and progress. So to come back to that point, we have two kinds of progress. This progress takes three forms. These are the progress in human being. One is this spiritual evolution, which is something very beautiful, the best way. The second is horizontal. I want more and more and more. So we think progress means more money, more degrees, more more children. That's the worst form. That I must have more and more children. This is one form that progress takes. And then the third form is it's very negative. We don't progress, we refuse, we resist. And because there is a yearning, this leads to a longing, this leads to suffering, pain. A lot of suffering is simply because we are refusing to progress. And you see, that's why children are very naturally happy, because they have a whole world around them which is full of wonder. And knowingly or unknowingly, they want to become. But past adulthood, we are mature. I've never understood this definition of maturity, I must say, with all sincerity. If it is robbing me of my wonder, well, that's not what I would ever want to. Even in old age, you can keep on progressing, looking forward, looking to the future. Even when death is near, you are looking towards a still greater, higher life in the next time. So this urge for progress keeps us youthful, keeps us happy, keeps us always, secret of happiness, in fact, lies in that. And we can equally say that one of the root causes of depression is falling back upon ourselves as we are today. My condition today is so miserable. Fine. Come out, move forward. So this progress can take, urge for progress can take a very vicarious form of depression, perpetual depression. Many times I see in women, now fortunately we have, capable women and, who are not only joining but surpassing, which is so beautiful. They are showing the way that yes, we can progress in every sphere. Otherwise, it was like, you stay indoors and then you don't progress either horizontally nor vertically. So what was the result? It was depression, because you're not progressing. So open the door to progress, learn something new, if nothing else. Learn a new thing, maybe learn music, learn something which you wanted to learn as a child. Learn in adult age, this adult education, why not? What this urge for progress eventually, immediately takes away this, because we have something to move forward to, because this is what we are programmed for. If we don't progress, we begin to slide down. And this last one, or the first one which I mentioned, the spiritual evolution is the ultimate. So the rishis didn't see human beings as finished product. They saw that evolution is still happening. So very often I use this word that the most happening place is me. Evolution is happening. And in this process, we can understand conflict in a new way. All conflict at its bottom is an evolutionary conflict. All crisis at its roots is an evolutionary crisis. All problems of existence at their root are spiritual problems. So two vast subjects to really elaborate in a brief talk. But then this is what Sri Aurobindo takes up from this Vedantic idea of evolution, takes it to its ultimate next level. How far can this spiritual evolution go? Well, inwardly, yes, it can go very far. One can arrive at a state of self-existent peace, the joy that surpasses all understanding, the knowledge that pours in currents of rivers and seas in rhythmic sounds and creates substances in the brain and body. That is, these are the possibilities. Heart that is enamored of delight within oneself. It doesn't want, give me a little love, give me a little joy, but it has discovered that love within. It can give, radiate, which is full of that sweetness. Life, which is no more maimed with I'm getting tired, the whole day work, 5 hours, 6 hours work. One is freed from all this. Light, which is full of that will, which is full of that tapas, which can engage with any challenge. People, today's time, we regard many of these things as myths, unfortunately. But when I read long back one of the incidents in Ramayana, I was deeply touched that what kind of human figures we had created. When there's a place where Rama and Lakshmana are there and Shiv Dhanush is broken. And Parshuram walks into the stage and he starts arguing, and Lakshmana starts arguing, and there's an argument going on. And at one point, Parshuram says, Rama, you are very gentle and soft and sweet. But your brother is I don't like him, He is all the time, you see, we accepted that. There could be dissent and revolt, but he says, I don't like his way. If he takes one more, word which I don't like, I am going to slay him. With my parsu. I challenge him. Then Rama intervenes with something very beautiful. He's very soft, he's sweet, but he says, look here, Rishi, we respect you, but don't make this mistake of ever challenging us. If death challenges us, we will fight and give a good fight, even to death. Now, where did they get this valor from? So when I say this, we can have the technique to fight things. But this valor comes from the soul. Shaurya comes from the soul, where life and death mean nothing. That's what is Abhimanyu. Immortal by his death. These were the great characters. And look the combination. Strength and sweetness together. Rama is a perfect combination. Krishna, sweetest of the sweet. When he plays the flute, not just Gop and Gopis, the bees, the flowers, the Yamuna, they all begin to dance with him. But when Krishna takes up the chakra and says in battlefield, I am death, time the destroyer, the whole earth shakes. This was our idea of the ascent of humanity. It's not complete. We are far from that. And as long as we remain constrained within this limitation, because we are not meant to remain forever here, we'll be more and more unhappy individually and collectively. Collectively, we lead to a self-destruction of the race. Because we have not fulfilled the promise we made to ourselves that we'll grow and evolve. Then Sri Aurobindo takes it to its ultimate point, that how far can this spiritual evolution go? Does it go towards just the discovery that at the end we discover I am God, not the ego self, of course. So I'm not elaborating upon this. But deep within that, I'm the one who has woven these stars in the silence of space. Is it possible for human beings to arrive at that? Logically, yes, because source is in all of us. If the source is within every atom of existence, technically, it is really possible for the existent to unite with that of, which is its very source, every existence. But in human being, this possibility takes real form. So that's how yoga is given to human beings. Now, this possibility of realizing oneself in its highest state, call it whatever, of course, this is not the God of religions. Okay, I'm not talking about that. But the God which Vedanta says, man's own highest perfection. The highest perfection we aspire for, not that humanizing God is as we are today. We see God in that image. So we will avenge injustice. So God is somebody who will take revenge. Because we will punish. So God is somebody who punishes. Because we reward like a CEO, God is somebody who rewards. No, not that. But all that I dream and hope and aspire for, the perfection that I yet not have, yet I aspire for, that is the divine. That's the most universal definition of divine. It's like a dream print inside us. And finally, Sri Aurobindo takes how far this evolution can go. It can go to a point that not only our inner beings can be suffused with the light and love and beauty and joy and peace and strength and power of the divine consciousness, but even a body can undergo the transmutation. And that is something, again, very logical. All evolution is a result of that. First, there is a crisis. Then there is, or rather, first there is a conflict. We try to manage every conflict by somehow making our comfort zones better and better. Then if we are destined to go beyond, then the conflict is the form of crisis. Then we are in a state where we have to desperately make a choice. And then this conflict crisis leads to change. That is what Savitri is about. How far can this change go? All evolution is the result of that. There is a conflict because let's say water is getting more and more crowded, becoming difficult. There is this conflict. So mudfish comes out. He's caught. Mudfish is a crisis. It cannot breathe in land. It cannot breathe in the salty water. So it's thrown out. Mudfish evolves into a tadpole. You have to change and you have to resolve the crisis. And then there is another crisis. And then you have creatures rolling upon the mud swiftly, the reptiles, and then you have the birds, the swift moving snake suddenly, wings up one day, it takes off like the airplane. It begins to fly. Then the wings are clipped because this is not not enough to fly. Everything in us should fly, match this flight. So we drop down and there is an entire journey through mammals and we become human beings. But is it over? No. Certainly, as I started, if this is the finished product, then one doubts the capacity of the creator. So we are programmed for self-evolution. This self-evolution will take us further to a completely new race, a new species, where even the very body is transmuted, it adapts to the divine consciousness. Because right now, even if we arrive at this divine consciousness, or at least higher consciousness, that is well within the range, yet the body is unable to adapt to it. Therefore, peace also tires us. After a point of time, we become too much, oh, it's too peaceful out there. If people don't quarrel for 2 days, then they start wondering, are you normal? Are you okay? Are you in good health? This is our present state. So our body, our natural members cannot stay in that consciousness for long because these are the incapacities of our instruments, of our brain, our heart, our nervous system. It cannot respond. So even this would change eventually by the pressure of this greater and greater consciousness, ultimately till it bursts through the cells, through the nerves, through the heart, through our very body and flesh, and we have a new being, just as human beings have emerged out of Eve. So this is the ascent of humanity, that evolution is not finished. Man is a transitional being, and he has to go much further. And that direction is already there within us, our own dream prints. Children have dreams of flying. They have these things. We clip them, get real. But the real get real is find a way. If there is a dream, there is a way. We may not know the way. We should find. And we should try to do that. Every such human experiment done in that direction is an asset to humanity. So this is the sum and substance. That if we focus in that direction, most of our problems will get resolved. As I said, every evolutionary conflict is either progress or retrogression. That is the bottom line of choices. What will help me go further and go higher, and what will keep me forever dragged down to my present or still deeper down, inferior states of existence, what we call as regression in psychiatry. We see that, human beings go into more and more animal states, childlike state, then animal states, then stone-like state, catatonia, completely like a stone, yet one exists and survives. So that's not what we want. We want the reverse process of evolution through which man evolves into the divine superhumanity of tomorrow. So I don't know if there are any questions or anything. You're most welcome. I don't know how much time is there. Maybe 5 minutes or something.
Thank you for that very insightful deliverance on the center of humanity. It is so happy to listen to you regarding the possibilities of human evolution, especially the self-evolution, and the possibilities of transformation from an ordinary human being to an integral human being with all capabilities, all cognitive capabilities, all perfection, all happiness, and the transformation of consciousness, like from basic consciousness to expansion to divine consciousness. And very great. See, we have these possibilities, and I don't know how many of us know that these are all hidden within us, or these are the virtues within us, and how to manifest these in our lifetime. Thank you so much for this insightful talk. And now we invite discussion upon this, his talk. Yeah. There are many congratulatory notes to you, sir, like such as all inspiring session as always. Thank you from Deepthi and Janki. And there is one question from Ashish Nadka.
Okay.
I will read out the question.
Yes.
When we say animals are finished products and humans are evolving, are we not going against the biological process of evolution, which says that every animal is also evolving?
Yes, thanks for that. And yes, of course, evolutionary product. I'm not sure I said animals are finished product. I simply said that in them the urge for conscious evolution, that is not there. Though they are evolving now under the pressure of an evolving human consciousness, because the entire chain. So dogs do pick up many of the qualities of human beings, though we cannot congratulate ourselves for that. And yes, cats I have seen myself that yes, they do pick up, they do get to an extent humanized in that sense. But within them, the urge for conscious evolution, that's what I meant, which human beings are endowed with. We are as if born and programmed. That is not there. I mean, they, if left in the wilds, they will just roam around and be what they are and happy with their survival instinct. Man, even in the wilds like that movie Blue Lagoon and many others, you still have something incorrigible, the urge to know. That is what Adam and Eve's story at its bottom is, leaving aside its other connotations that we ate the fruit of knowledge. So we have to fall back from that state of pristine innocence and go through all the crooked, convoluted pathways of the brain to eventually arrive at the divine simplicity, which is conscious intuition. In animals, we have unconscious. These processes are there. So definitely, yes. And thanks for that. Yes.
Maybe he may be thinking about some of these domestic pets.
Yes.
Like you can see the love, or you can experience the love actually from your pets, or even you can experience compassion, various higher aspects of cognition.
Yes.
Could be that possibility of interaction with the human.
Especially with mammals and even to an extent with birds, it begins to come. I have read whether reptiles, I mean, I don't know whoever named it cold-blooded. I mean, of course, the logic of it I understand. But there's something which begins to come with birds, and yes, with mammals, one can see it more often. Something like conscious higher processes. But it's not evident. It's there. I mean, compassion, as you have very beautifully said. I myself see sometimes, which is so amazing and so striking. But these are unconsciously, they are like responses of matter. And so to an extent, if one observes very carefully, one can say, okay, it is there, something greater is working. And I gave that example of Chetak. Chetak is literally an amazing example. The horse lost one of his feet. Very few people may know the story that, in trying to jump over an elephant, the horse lost one of his limbs through a sword. And so he was on 3 legs. And he knew that, my master, he will die, he will give his life. And it is he who ran. Maharana Pratap never, he would have never turned away from the battle. He ran, as famous poet has conjured it, like winds, and took him up across his chasm and then dropped him. Something which, is a feat that even for human beings will be very rare. So there are instances of that. Dogs, again, acting under a sense of faithfulness, many such qualities we can learn.
Yeah. Even in mythology, some of us, say, for example, in Canada, children study in schools about the cow, Punyakodi.
Yes.
Yes, experience.
Absolutely.
Now there is another question from Tara. How can we know if we are progressing or it's an illusion?
Okay, wonderful. That's, of course. There are objective and subjective ways of it. all changes in human beings, they can start objectively, but sometimes objective uh, things can be unnerving. For instance, a second sight, it opens in human beings. Most of the time, we either discard it or it can be very disorienting. So most often, conscious progress takes the form of an inner progress to begin with. So a state of peace, we'll see that 2 years back or 5 years back or even 1 year back, we used to get very troubled, very ruffled with smallest things, khane mein namak nahi hai, but we are much in a state of inner peace. We don't need. Then another very clear sign of progress, as I said, is the state of inner joy. Progress gives joy automatically. The sense of youthfulness, you're looking forward to something. Progress immediately brings joy. We often think that we must be happy, then we can progress. Our life is not realizing progress gives joy. So progress, joy, and peace are two very clear subjective signs. Then there are other subjective signs also. There could be an opening of universal love. Suddenly, I have experienced that, suddenly for animals, for plants, I became so conscious and started feeling a kind of love, a connect, which was not there before. Because, more philosophical, more, lost in your own thoughts world. And suddenly it opens the doors, a better understanding. So there are subjective changes, which also have objective repercussions on our life. Health-wise, one can observe very objectively that, well, if one was falling sick earlier, hopefully not, then the ability to resist an infection or recover back much faster. Because these higher states of consciousness impact every aspect, not just even a bodily functions improve. So one has to observe within oneself. There have been studies, of course, many studies, but one can study at least within oneself. That's something which is readily available. Then, of course, growth of strength. This was something which I understood. I had heard about it, but it's later on I understood that tapasya actually gives you strength. Any form of tapasya, because this energy is conserved. Any form of tapasya gives you strength. It empowers you. Every level, even physical strength. People get tired doing something, but it is something which energizes you. This concentration gives you strength. That's why, and it doesn't matter whether you are doing tapasya for this or that purpose. I'll give you a common example. Indian mothers, in way back those days, even now, you see how do they manage both home and outside? Because they have this tapas. It is inbuilt within them. Men are as if, sorry to say, most men, let me qualify my statement, are not as if made for tapasya. They're meant to as if dissipate energy. But with women, it comes very naturally. So they are able to take a lot more psychological and physical pressure because of this ability. So it gives, but they do it unconsciously, almost inbuilt. I'm speaking of particularly Indian women, though it's to an extent, accessible because of years and years of training and tapasya. They know how to keep that energy. Now, of course, we have developed ways to waste it. Gossip, rumor, Amazon, and all that's a different story altogether. So you'll grow in strength. And then even objective changes, as I said, the opening of doors of knowledge, intuitive discernment, which you can objectively verify. I'm not saying that one should start believing, oh, whatever I have is an intuition and say, I'm having intuition about this person, that person. It has immensely helped me in my practice, I can tell you that. That when people come with problems, we all know that what is spoken as the apparent problem is not necessarily the real problem. We all know that. But we discover it very differently. So if you just stay quiet and just let the words become a means to enter into a deeper state, you can discover things. And when you ask the person, then I've seen so often they say, how did you know it? This was the problem. So you're saving a lot of time going through that analytical process because you're directly having an access into the consciousness. Plenty of them. It's simply because your ability to identify with that consciousness and then heal. It would be silly to speak about one's own experiences, but I know people who come in contact and then within a short while, sometimes one single session. And why they get healed? Not because you have done anything, simply because that moment you are in such a wonderful, beatific state. Someone came in contact and felt uplifted, went back as if life changed. Not that these are things one can keep on replicating always. So there are both subjective and objective things. You have to pick up that trail and move further and further. As I said, knowledge, opening of the doors to knowledge. The degree of conflict, quarrels, if that can come down in one's life, that's very objective incidentally. So the way we face life, the way we face circumstances, all this begins to change. And change automatically because you are practicing something, therefore these changes are beginning. But especially in the field of knowledge, these ways of knowing things directly through identification. And then you have to objectively verify initially till you get to know that, yes, this is how it operates. So one should take it up as science and study for oneself. We should become our own laboratories, so to say.
Yes. And these are all experiential knowledges, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. There are some more questions. I will read out a question from Amrita. Isn't it detachment also significant in the spiritual path or in the path of giving up materialistic needs? So how do we know detachment due to mental conflicts or it's a process of spiritual growth?
Okay, so that's a good question. Thanks for that. So detachment, first of all, basic needs, nobody says to detach yourself from basic needs. But detachment primarily means detachment from the whole complex in which we are living, ways of looking at life, my perception, my habitual ways of reacting. In other words, the ego self and its apparatus. Detachment means that. Now, when we detach from that and then we engage with life, we engage in a better way. As simple as that. Let's say somebody is very, getting angry with me and I start responding and vibrating to that anger. Now, detachment doesn't mean I discard the person. I discard life. No, it doesn't mean that at all. But I detach from my personal egoistic interest and way of engaging. So I see behind the anger, and this is so liberating. I can tell you otherwise so much conflict. Somebody got a little angry and we immediately, start labeling. Whereas I have seen myself that there are people who do get angry, but they have such a beautiful human beings inside. They have this weakness. Why? Because you have detached yourself from that. They may criticize you, and yet you may discover something beautiful inside. So it's a better way of engaging with human being, not seeing them through the mindset, through the lenses, through the percepts. So detachment is from the entire ego apparatus. So that's why we see in the Gita, Shri Krishna is asking Arjuna to engage, not just basic needs, but Rajyam Samradham. He is asking him to detach, but he's saying detach from your own. You're only thinking that, my good, my relatives, my family, you're thinking of that. But action has to be performed to fulfill the divine will, to help in the divine manifestation, not to just satisfy my and my family needs. So when we detach from that, then even a Rajyam, you may actually, Rama's life of detachment, but he's a seer. He's a yogi who engages with all kinds of action. He look at the detachment and renunciation. He can renounce a kingdom at the drop of a hat, but he engages in fight with the deadliest person. Why? Because it's dharma. It's, he could have said, "Who is Janki? She's not my wife. There is no wife actually. All is an illusion." That's a misunderstanding of detachment. He's perfectly detached and yet he fights. Yet he loves his brother. See, this is the beauty. Look at same thing with Sri Krishna, Arjuna's gospel in the Gita. So detachment basically means it's like, if we are engaged in a certain way with my computer, I have to upgrade the software. So for a moment, I cannot run it, something similar. So when we practice detachment, there may be a period when we are more and more trying to change this ego-driven mental apparatus to enter into better perception, higher possibilities of engaging with life. So it's certainly not stopping our engagement, whether with basic needs or with life, with relationships, with world, with war, everything. We can better do in a state of detachment. That's beautifully summarized in the Ishopanishad. Tena tyaktena bhunjita. By renouncing, I enjoy. Tena tyaktena. Tyaktena is tyag. Bhunjita, enjoy. That is the secret. So detachment is never with objects or people or world. It's a new way of reorienting ourselves. So there is a path, there is a time when we do not engage in the usual way. Of course, people have carried it in some sannyasis to an extreme, and that's okay. That's their way of withdrawing from life.
Yeah, actually, in this spiritual journey, actually, there is a transformation from a self-centeredness to selflessness.
Yes,
We
absolutely.
become,
Yeah.
so it's a journey by itself.
And we engage with life, but in a much better way, vaster way, impersonally, universally, divinely, if I may say so.
Yes, yes. There is one more question we can take.
Yes.
This is from Brinda Mani.
Yes.
Material problems are rooted in spiritual core. Please
Thanks for
explain.
that. Yeah, I know I had mentioned this, and I thought someone would probably ask this, and thank you so much for that. And I did mention that many of these things can be, vast subject. So let's see what is the problem of material, individually and collectively. Collectively, we all know it's very easy to understand that we have enough resources, we don't distribute it equitably. This is what communism so much talks about. But there is something called as Vedantic communism, which is very different from biological communism. So what is it? Well, resources are there, but there is greed. Few people are having much more and others are having much less. So why there is greed and not sharing? It is again, we go to the root is selfishness. What is selfishness? At its core, it's not living by the dharma, by the highest spiritual values. I'm just, giving a very broad understanding of it. How about individually? I'm not having enough even for my daily needs, material needs. How can spirituality solve my problem? See what happens very often, more often than not. When we try, we strive. Let me use a little story as an example. There are three people who are working in the same construction site to build a temple. And you ask a person, what are you doing? So he says, well, it's a drudgery, don't ask me. I have to pick up stones and do it. So this is regarded in from the yogic parlance as tamasic state. When we are in the state of tamas, we neither progress nor we can solve any problem of life. We don't even understand it. So let alone solve the material problem, we don't even understand. There are people who keep on misapplying themselves because they are habitually stuck to a groove pattern. Maybe they inherited it from parents or whoever, and they don't feel the need to reorient and rechange and rediscover and reinvent themselves, as they say. Why? Because there is tamas, a mode of working of energies. And then there is this rajasic. So he asks another person, what are you doing? He says, well, I am earning some money. So he is a little bit happy. But after a point, unless the salary is increased, he won't be happy. And the third person, what are you doing? He says, don't you see, I'm making a temple. Now you see, it's a question of, say, well, when I'm teaching in an institute, I can take that example that, well, many ways I'm doing this job and it's okay, one of the jobs I'm doing. Another is that it's a well-paid job, but I want the promotion. Third is that I'm serving humanity, serving God in this way He has given me. That's why Indian thought even for material life, what job you should take. It was this idea of Swadharma. When we act according to Swadharma, it gives us an instant joy, what we expect to get. And then we are engaged automatically with all the energy. Success will follow. See, we put the cart before the horse. If I'm not happy, how can I even think of progress? The other way around. I'm not successful. I've been a repeated failure. That's not important. The most important thing is how are we engaging? Is it with our Swadharma? You see, there are so many examples. Classic is of that painter, Raphael, who would paint, and his painting never sold. Many of the authors they continued to do it because it gave them the deepest joy. They were engaging with life with that. Now, of course, they are sold in millions. So, what really is material success most outwardly? When we have done something which was worth our doing, doesn't matter. It's a footprint on the sand of time, too. Someone has beautifully said, and departing leave behind us footprints on the sand of time. That is really success. So it completely gives us a new understanding of even matter. Second, when we deal with matter at the most outer, not only problems, but how do we deal matter? A lot of people, keep on. I'll give you one simple example. The way people keep money. So I've seen it and even advised. I said, look here. The way you are keeping money, you won't draw the forces of money. Why? Because you're just keeping it like this, like this. Keep it with love and respect. It's not just a piece of paper. Treat things, even if there are few things, there are some people who perpetually create chaos and disorder outwardly, and there's a chaos and disorder inside. Just arrange things and bring in the consciousness of harmony. When you meet and interact with people, if you have a consciousness of clarity and harmony, you will see the world will respond to you in a much better way. Even human beings will respond. So there are many dimensions to this, that how we handle matter, how we handle people deeply improves. When I'm in a state of peace, I'm going to engage with this world and life in a much more powerful way than if I'm restless, if I'm all the time anxious. One simple practice I can take, and then we can probably stop. What does Gita advises us? One of the key practices, many others, Nishkam Karma. So what is Nishkam Karma? You don't eye on the fruits. Now, it looks very strange because we are all the time eyeing on the fruit very naturally. If we are doing an action, what is going to be the result? Start working logically. Can we really determine the result with certainty? The fact is no, and a big no. We cannot. So what we are doing when we are anxious about the result, we are actually wasting energy. Now conserve that energy. You have at least more energy to devote to the work at hand. He's not saying Nishkam Karma means do your work indifferently. He's saying Yogasya Karma Shukaslam. Do your work with all the awareness, all the consciousness, all the energy, instead of wasting it on, what is will happen as a result of it. Doesn't matter. It may be a small work, a big work. It may be mending shoes. And it has nothing to do with religion. Abraham Lincoln, when his father was a shoemaker and when he became the president, somebody laughed at him. Don't forget, you come from a family of shoemakers. He said, yes, and I'm proud about it. And if your shoes have a problem, give it to me. I still have learned some tricks. This is called living with that sense. You're proud about making shoes. What's wrong with it? No, this is, your greeds and needs. You know that really speaking, to live, we don't have those many needs. But to grow, yes, this should be endless. So many levels, as I said, just Nishkam Karma practice. And then if you do it dedicating to the divine, not for getting praise from this one and that one. And if you can add to it faith in the divine, then just imagine, Gita of course gives a promise, that's a question of each one's faith, but it gives a promise of Yogashim Vahamyam. If you are engaged in doing works not as a duty but as a service to me, there is a distinction. I look after you. Now, of course, that is a leap of faith. I understand that everyone cannot take it. But it's a fact of experience of those, including mine, that if you do things in the spirit of service, he takes care of all our needs. So it's, as I said, putting the cart before the horse. When materially I am satisfied, then I can think of God. Other is think of God. Spiritual history of mankind, from Kabir and Bulle Shah and many others, Surdas, are a living example of the fact. Many other, Mirabai, leaving the palace, that if you trust the higher consciousness, let me put it in that way, greater consciousness, the fact that it is greater and begins to take charge of your life will itself change everything. Because now we are no more at the mercy of the smaller little consciousness, which is itself trying to manage life, but at the mercy of that consciousness, which is the origin of life. So it knows how to sort out things. And if we learn to trust this, we'll handle, or rather he will handle our life, or she will handle our life much better, with greater perfection and finish and wisdom than we can.
I think we will wind up the session, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for enriching us on this wisdom on the human evolution talk on Ascent of Humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, participants.
I also thank Dr. Alok for such an inspiring and powerful talk. And thank Dr. Bindu Kuti for such a wonderful chairing of this session. We have got a lot of questions. Unfortunately, Anubda won't be there for today evening session, but I'll try to pass on those questions to Anubda. Maybe you can give some reading material which we can pass on, or some references of your books, and we can pass on to the participants.
Yes.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please email.
We'll take a
Very nice.
10-minute break before starting our next session. Uh, Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start our next session. And this session is on health and well-being and integral yoga, psychology for the same. So we have our chairperson, Dr. Yogesh Mohan, and he will be introduced by our senior research fellow, Mr. Pali. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We begin the next session with our chairperson, Dr. Yogesh Mohan. Dr. Yogesh Mohan graduated in Preventive and Social Medicine from JIPMER, Pondicherry, and in Management from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Currently, he is the CEO of Savita Medical College and Hospital at Chennai. Born and brought up in a small Himalayan town of Shimla, he grew up with a rich exposure to various systems of medicine and slowly understood the strengths and limitations of each system. At age of 18, Dr. Yogesh chose Pondicherry for his medical studies because of the proximity to Sri Aurobindo Ashram. Thus, the study of medicine and integral yoga started simultaneously. He is the founder of Consciousness as Medicine, a healing approach based on the vision of the Mother and Sri Aurobindo. He is also associated with Sri Aurobindo International Institute for Integral Health and Research right from its inception. We welcome Dr. Yogesh Mohan, and I request you to kindly chair and moderate the session.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks the team from NIMHANS for organizing such a wonderful symposium on a very relevant topic, especially considering it's the 150th year of Sri Aurobindo's birth. So to begin the session, let me introduce our two speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Larry Seditz. He's a friend, a dear friend, a devotee and scholar of Sri Aurobindo's yoga and philosophy. He's associated informally with the Sri Aurobindo Ashram in Auroville for the last few decades. He was formerly a research psychologist in the USA. He has worked with Sri Aurobindo Center for Advanced Research since 2004. He has authored few books on Sri Aurobindo's yoga and philosophy and articles for various journals. He edits books for other Sri Aurobindo scholars, and he is the editor of Journal Collaboration since 2004 to 2019. Between 2004 and 2010, he has facilitated many online courses on Sri Aurobindo's teaching for Sakar and other universities in the USA, and he continues to give occasional oral presentations online and at various venues. So, Dr. Larry's topic is an integral approach to healthcare. I hand over the session to Dr. Larry. Dr. Larry, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you, Yogesh, for this introduction. Today, I would like to present a view of an integral approach to healthcare, and based first on the writings of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, and secondly, on the reports of a few healthcare providers who apply integral yoga in their work. And these latter reports came from a study that I conducted on the application of integral yoga in work. And the study examined not only healthcare providers, but also teachers, business managers, and artists, and was published in a book called Integral Yoga at Work. So I'd like to begin by considering a few of the many insights provided by Sri Aurobindo and the Mother about the nature of health and illness and healing. And although these mainly focused on physical health, they could also be applied to mental health and healing as well. Most of these writings, or their writings on health and healing, can be found in Sri Aurobindo's Letters on Yoga, Volume 4, and in two compilations of the Mother's talks and writings, Health and Healing in Yoga and Integral Healing, the latter of which also includes letters by Sri Aurobindo. I think perhaps the most important and fundamental insight is provided by the Mother in her comments about how we live in and are even composed of kind of a sea of vibrations. Vibrations which are contagious and continually pass from one person to another. And these vibrations are of different kinds. ranging from the highest spiritual vibrations to thought vibrations, to vital vibrations of anger and fear and desire and the rest, and to dense physical vibrations. And they all interact with one another, internally within us and also externally with the world around us and with others. And here it may also be noted that along this spectrum of different types of vibrations, the physical, more dense vibrations are characterized by a kind of centripetal force, kind of a circular or spiral motion of energy inwards, going towards its center. And the higher spiritual forces are characterized by a centrifugal force, moving outwards or opening upwards from the self towards infinity. So this is why physical ailments tend to be resistant to cure. They are kind of self-perpetuating, closed in on themselves. Vital disorders also tend to be habitual and resistant to change, though they are more open to outside influences than the physical forces. At the level of the mind, the vibrations are more flexible, malleable. Although even here, there are more physical aspects of the mind, which are resistant, inflexible, and higher parts of the mind that are more open to change and also to be a support for higher spiritual forces. And then there are the higher spiritual forces, which are naturally integrative. They bring harmony and light, wideness and freedom from limitation, and also a kind of an existential delight in being. And they bring that within the individual and also within the collective environment. So practically speaking, our health is affected by these various types of energies moving within us and around us. And it could be said that mastery over health and illness involves a mastery over these types of forces. We can learn to open ourselves to the higher spiritual forces, which are healing, and we can learn to protect ourselves from the more harmful physical and vital vibrations, which cause disorder. And according to the mother in Sri Aurobindo, in addition to this matrix of vibrations or forces, there is also a central organizing principle to our individual being, a divine soul, which is evolving through many incarnations, through many lives, from matter to the plant, to the animal forms, to developing human beings and beyond, to an embodied unity with the spirit in a divine life here on earth. And as the soul evolves through these many lives, it gradually develops a soul personality, which expresses itself more and more on the surface of the being. And this soul personality is called the psychic being in Sri Aurobindo's philosophy. And the psychic being, it organizes all the various parts and aspects of the being, all these different types of energies that are flowing through. And it leads them forward in their evolution towards an integrated unity with the one divine, which surpasses nature and this welter of forces, and of which nature is simply a partial expression. And the more this psychic being is able to make itself felt on the outer nature, in our outer mind and life, and the more the outer nature opens to its influence, turns within, looks to it for guidance, the more it can effectively coordinate and integrate the being, and thereby maintain the health and balance of the mind and body and life. At the same time, it is more able to express itself in the outer nature. Its integrative forces spread out into the collective atmosphere, touching other souls and positively influencing their development. Thus, the strength of the influence of the psychic being on the nature is one of the key factors in maintaining health and in the effectiveness of the healthcare provider. So this is not a complete account of illness and well-being, but it gives a certain important perspective, which helps explain many of its phenomena. It emphasizes that all the different layers of our being, physical, vital, mental, psychic, spiritual, are all in interaction. And that the subtle forces may create disorders in the physical and also correct them. But it should also be pointed out that there are basic differences in these levels, and the physical especially is resistant to the influences of the higher planes. It is generally easier to prevent illnesses from entering than it is to get them out once they've lodged in the physical body. And then there are also organic illnesses, a defect in an organ or part of the body, and which, because of its physical basis, are more difficult to cure with non-physical means, though not impossible. Now, I like to give a few examples of how the various forces of nature and their vibrations may work to cause, prevent, or cure illnesses. And first of all, the mother mentions that microbes, which most of us think cause illnesses, are simply an outer expression of a subtle physical disorder, generally a harmful vital entity or force or vibration, however we might frame it. And she gave an interesting example of this. She said when she was in Japan, this was during the First World War, an epidemic was raging, which was killing many people, just like the COVID epidemic here was raging during a period, killing many people. And she, for various reasons, caught the illness, and she was in bed with a very high fever. And in her subtle vision, she saw a soldier from the war, the First World War, with part of his head missing, jumping on her chest and trying to suck out her life force. And it took a great deal of her occult knowledge and power to fight him off, and she succeeded. And then she realized that the vital entities that were released into the vital atmosphere by the sudden and violent deaths of the soldiers was creating that epidemic. And immediately upon her recovery, the epidemic in the region in which she was living subsided. You can read about this in the book, Integral Healing. But secondly, suppose there are harmful microbes passing in the atmosphere, which are manifesting harmful vital forces. And probably there are many. Some people may catch the illness, whereas others will not. And here the mother has noted that the vibration of fear is very powerful in attracting illness or also accidents. And she has analyzed and discussed this at length. She mentioned that there are different types of fear, mental, vital, and physical. And the latter she describes as a kind of a trembling in the body or even in the cells of the body. And she says that this physical fear is the most difficult to control, and also it's the most important contributor to illnesses. And she says, in fact, 90% of illnesses are the result of this subconscious fear in the body. Thus, if you fear that you may catch an illness, you're more likely to catch it than if you have faith that you will not, or you're simply not thinking about it. And in addition, instilling faith and confidence in an optimistic attitude that one is getting better or will soon get better is very important in healthcare to counteract fears of the illness and its possible harmful effects or course. But there are also vibrations which will protect from microbes or other harmful vital mental vibrations which may lead to illness. And most importantly, vibrations of peace, harmony, trust in life or in the divine are very powerful in protecting and also curing illnesses. The mother has emphasized the importance of quietude in the mind. That is, not having restless, excited, agitated thoughts, to stop the mind from kind of turning over around and around on unhealthy imaginations or ideas. Then she says there is also a more positive peace, which is contagious, powerful, and counteracts, controls, and puts things in order. It organizes things. And then she suggests a way to develop this peace. She says, you imagine peace and calm. And then you ask it, you aspire and call it to come. Peace, peace, calm, you call them. And then if something tries to come and agitate you, you say quietly, you call peace, peace, peace. And don't look at the thoughts, don't listen to them. And she suggests practicing this very kind of gently. Begin maybe with just a couple minutes a day, calling this peace. And as that practice continues, the peace comes kind of more easily, naturally. You call it, she said, like calling a friend. And after a time when you call, it just naturally comes. Now, mental quietude and peace are not only beneficial in themselves, they are also the best condition for the higher divine force to come in and work and to cure the illnesses. She stressed, or both Sri Aurobindo and Mother stressed, that if one can rely on the higher divine force to set right disorders that are in oneself, it is the best way. But sometimes this may not be possible because of resistance in some part of the nature. And then we can use outer means, such as doctors and medicines. Sri Aurobindo said, to remain quiet within, to hold on to the faith and experience that to be quiet and open and let the force work is the best way. And elsewhere he says, it is very good if you can get rid of illnesses entirely by faith and yoga power or the influx of the divine force. But very often this is not possible because the whole nature is not open or able to respond to the force. He also says the power can do everything, change everything, and will do that. But it can do it perfectly and easily and permanently only when your own will, mental, vital, and physical, has been put on the side of the truth. And in addition to quietude of the mind and peace, there are other helpful attitudes or tools that one can use to bring the divine force down from above into oneself. The mother has mentioned that mantras have the power to prevent or set right illnesses. But she said that this works best if the mantra comes spontaneously to you. But both Sri Aurobindo and the mother have suggested various mantras that we can repeat. And they have also indicated that their names or other names of the divine have particularly powerful effects. And one might extrapolate from this to suggest that even reading mantric literature or reading inspired scriptures would have similar types of effects. And the mother has also indicated that to turn one's consciousness upward towards the divine rather than on the ailment and its discomfort is very helpful in curing the illness. Now I'd like to look at the role and approach of the doctor or healer, the ideal healthcare provider from the integral point of view. And first, it should be recognized that the therapists, the healers, are in the same soup of vibrations as their clients or patients. They also have these different levels and types of vibrations moving within them and in their interaction with the patient and the outside world. And they also have a soul, which is more or less expressive in their outer nature, has more or less integrated the various natural forces of their mind and life and body, and integrated them with the environment around them. And the degree of their soul's outer manifestation and its integration of their nature is probably the primary determinant of their effectiveness as a healer. And it should be their number one concern in their life and their work. To make it more explicit, they should be working on themselves and not just on their patients, to unite with their own divine center and to bring out its light and influence into their outer life. And the more the soul expresses itself in the outer life, in their work, the more its vibrations will radiate and touch or ignite the souls of their patients, which will be the most effective means of their healing and development, as well as to put right the wrong vibrations that are creating the disorders. And to help put their soul forward as the dominant force and concern in their work, it's helpful if they approach their work as an offering to the divine in its work of uplifting others and the world to unification with itself, and to feel that it is the divine force that is working in them behind their outward actions and whatever techniques or medicines they may be using as its instruments. In that way, the divine forces can flow through them, less impeded by their own ego, and work more effectively in their patients. Now, I'd like to look at a few quotes from Sri Aurobindo and the mother about the attitudes of healthcare providers. Sri Aurobindo says in one letter, "Do you not know that even many doctors now admit and write it publicly that medicines are an element, but only one, and that the psychological element counts as much or even more? I have heard that from doctors often, and I read it over reputable medical signatures. And among the psychological elements, they say, one of the most important is the doctor's optimism and self-confidence, his faith. It's only another word for the same thing. And the confidence, hope, helpful mental atmosphere he can inspire in or around the patient. And he says, I have seen it stated categorically that a doctor who can do that is far more successful than one who knows medicine better but cannot. And the mother says, to medical knowledge and experience, add full faith in the divine's grace, and your healing capacity will have no limits. She also says, after all, an illness is only a wrong attitude taken by some part of the body. The chief role of the doctor is, by various means, to induce the body to recover its trust in the supreme grace. There's another very interesting letter by Sri Aurobindo in which he explains that there are three main factors in healing: the power of the divine force, the doctor who is the instrument of the force, and the instrumentation, the treatment or the medicine. And he says that he often applied the divine force alone without any instrument or medicine, and it was effective. But he says it depends on the receptivity of the patient. Of course, in this case, he himself was kind of a transparent mediator of the divine force, focusing it on the patient, but he was not directly in contact with the patient. And then he says, if there is an instrument, indirect physical contact with the patient, whether doctors or one who can canalize the force, then the action of the force is immensely assisted. But how much depends on the instrument, his faith, his energy, his conveying power. And then he says that it is especially when there is the resistance of the body that is very strong, where the medicines come in as an aid. And finally, he adds that the surroundings, especially the people around the patient and the atmosphere, the suggestions it carries or the suggestions these people give to the patient also are very important. So now I'd like to turn to my study of the healthcare professionals who were applying integral yoga in their work. And as I discuss them, try to see the unique ways in which they were expressing the various principles and qualities that I have been discussing. And in this study, I interviewed 4 healthcare providers, as well as 12 other people working in other professions. And the healthcare providers each used very different methods. One was a homeopath. One was more of a social worker, focusing on poor villagers with various health problems. One used various Ayurvedic approaches to healing, together with Sri Aurobindo and the mother's suggestions for spiritually conscious living. And the fourth was a subtle energy healer. So I tried to extract the most important insights from their comments on the nature and possibilities of an integral approach to healing. And here I'll try to summarize these, discussing each therapist in turn. I kept their comments anonymous by using pseudonyms rather than their actual names. The homeopath, who I call Shanti, had a very simple approach. She said she puts all her cases inwardly before the mother and asks the mother to guide her in helping the patients. While her knowledge of the homeopathic medicines was important, she viewed the cases as the mother's responsibility rather than her own. And she simply would ask the mother to help use her as an instrument to facilitate their treatment. And she would leave the results to the mother, relieving her of the responsibility. She explained that she prays to the mother to work through her for the patient. that the mother would give her the intuitions to help her find the proper medicine or treatment for the patient. I asked if she calls the divine force to help her in her work, and she replied, yes, constantly. Without that, I can't work. And she also would give special importance to her interactions with the patients, to listen to them empathetically, because she says nowadays, most of the illnesses are psychosomatic. She tries to be calm and quiet with the patients, try to understand their difficulties. She tries to get them to think positively. She tells them, even in the worst situation, the days of miracle are not over. The divine can intervene and anything can be changed. And she asks them to be quiet. The second healthcare provider, who I call Sujata, was more or less of a social worker, but she would give some medical care along with individual or group counseling and health education and community work. Prayer was also a central part of her work, and she also emphasizes for her clients knowledge of the body and how to keep it healthy. So she would explain this. And she says that this begins with oneself. Only then one can understand others. We must respect the body, understand it, and listen to it, and also to learn about it from books and pass that knowledge on to others. We have to show others how to behave to keep healthy. She says when she gets up in the morning, she prays to the mother to give her the strength to meet whatever challenges may come to her in the course of her work during the day. And at the end of the day, she gives thanks to the mother and also looks to see if she has done anything wrong, that she can learn from that and to correct it. And she also prays for those who are sick or having difficulties. And she says she does that for everyone, not just her clients, but also for the people that she works with or whoever she meets that might have difficulty. And she also makes it a point to give thanks to the mother for helping. In addition, she would say that remembrance and concentration in the work are very important. She says, when you do the work carefully, your concentration has to be there. And if you think about her, she will be here, inside in your heart. She says, you don't need to go to a temple. In your heart and mind, it is waiting. She said, when you do yoga, your mind and your body are one-pointed. You're a grounded person. And she said, for patients, it's very important to give care, but not only care, they also have to be made psychologically happy. She said, giving medicines is a very little part of it. Psychological support is more. And she says she also informs the staff that she works with that they are also to treat the patients with respect and care, just like they would expect for themselves. Next, I interviewed an Ayurvedic practitioner who I call Krishna, and she would use panchakarma cleaning and detoxification methods, hatha yoga practices, Ayurvedic herbs and therapies, and approaches to cooking and diet. And typically, she would work with her clients over a period of an extended time. And then also, when possible, intensively for a period of 2 or 3 hours per day. And she said part of that would also include a period for self-reflection and writing down their thoughts and feelings. And she would also give them a quote or two from Sri Aurobindo and the mother's writings to contemplate deeply over a period of time. And perhaps the key element in her approach is that it was more an introduction to a holistic way of life rather than a specific short-term therapy. She did treat specific ailments, but she would try to inculcate in her clients a change in their lifestyle that includes a healthy diet, hatha yoga, introspection, contemplation on words of wisdom, meditation, and other techniques. Of course, if there are also drastically unhealthy habits, then these two would have to be altered. And here, her encouragement and support would be important. And one last point that she made is that most of the illnesses in the body come from the vital and mental nature, and therefore they can be cured by working on the consciousness. She explained that diseases like rheumatoid arthritis and hypertension typically have psychological origins, such as chronic anger and anxiety, and that they can be cured by working on these problems. She also indicated that pain is largely due to a negative action of the mind and can be alleviated or eliminated through the practice of positive thought suggestions and imaginations. And the last of the four healthcare providers, Bina, was a subtle energy healer and psychotherapist who relied primarily on the mother's healing force to work through her as a channel and instrument. Her method was basically to first talk to the client to see what the problem was, and then they would lie down and she would put her hands over him, just slightly above, not touching. And she would see and feel what wants to open. And if the force is there and wants to open it, and then she would work with that. For some people, she said she found it necessary to first bring in some calm and peace before bringing in the force, which she would facilitate with some breathing exercises. And then invariably she would find some constriction, which she would describe as a physical and sometimes a material structure. And she would work with the force to open it. She would slowly move her hands from the top of the head to the feet, feeling the flow of energy. And sometimes she would find structures, she said, which are like crystals, what she would call satanic structures, very hard and dark. And then she would concentrate there on them. And after some time, they would become softer. And then some light would come and enter into them if the person was ready. And she said sometimes the structures were very hard, associated with old wounds or resistances which didn't want to open. And she said she was there just kind of simply observing all of this, that she was not doing anything. She wasn't opening the structures herself, the force was doing the work. So she would sometimes ask the patient what they were feeling, if they were feeling anything, and very often they would immediately feel some relief occurring in that area. And she explains that in addition to the subtle energy healing, she would also speak to the person about their life situation, about their problem. She explained that the energy healing creates an opportunity for change, but if it wasn't accompanied by some behavioral change on the part of the patient, then the energy would revert back to its status quo. And while Bina's method of healing itself was very interesting, it was also interesting to hear her speak about the larger evolutionary context that she perceived that we are currently in and which her clients were facing, especially being part of a spiritual community. She said, many things which were there, which could not be transformed up till now they wait for transformation. So sometimes it is troubling and difficult. And then to see how this is happening. The problems now all come from separation, and that is also drastically experienced. At the same time, the answer is there, but it is often not seen and not experienced because the separative thing is experienced. So to stay in these things that are heavy and painful, you must find the thing that is created in that. That is the evolutionary movement itself. The problem on a certain level will not be solved on that level. So it must come from a higher level. And if it is not known, then it takes some time until the appropriate creativity to the problem can be found. She said, the thing is that all these forms are the expressions of the one being which is evolving on earth. And it is this oneness of being which brings these potentials. And at the same time, if there is still pain and suffering and all that, then it is clear that it's not conscious enough. It is a consciousness problem. And that is a little bit difficult, first of all, because the physical and matter are still slow to be receptive. And also all kinds of old habits, very established habits are there. So it seems not possible. And at the same time, there is a big opening for new potentials. So these comments, I think, speak to the issues that I was discussing at the beginning of the talk about the different types of vibrations, physical, vital, mental, psychic, and spiritual, that are in dynamic interaction with one another. And with the physical, especially tending towards inertia and slow change. And at this point in the spiritual evolution of the earth nature, there is now a greater pressure from above on the lower to change and to change rapidly, bringing into the situation greater tension and conflict, but also greater force and possibility for making the needed changes. Overall, I think that the therapists I interviewed, in all of them, the psychological components to their healing work was predominant, and a reliance on the divine force that worked through them as its instrument. And in all of them, there was a great deal of personal growth that they achieved through their work. And also a great deal of satisfaction, fulfillment in what they were doing. Clearly, when one is receptive to the divine force, allowing it to work in and through oneself to help others, it brings the force also into oneself, and with it, more consciousness and delight and fulfillment of being. Okay, thank you. That's my presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Larry. I think we are short on time. So we'll move to our next speaker. And after that, we'll have invite questions from our participants. So I'm delighted to invite Dr. Ramesh Bijlani. He's a very old, well-known friend of ours. He was a professor at AIMS. He retired way back in 2000. He was the one who started the integral health clinic at AIMS using lifestyle modification courses based on yoga. He has an honorary doctorate in yoga by Swami Vivekananda Yoga Center, Bangalore in 2006. He's an author of more than 2,000 scientific papers, more than 50 popular articles, and he's a popular blogger on Speaking Tree website. He has more than 25 books, including those on nutrition, yoga, spirituality, and education, and many children books. Right now, he's at Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Delhi branch since 2006, where he conducts spiritual retreats, speaks, and continues to write. So, over to Dr. Bishlani. Sir, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you, Professor Yogesh Mohan, for a very generous introduction. And namaste to all of you, brothers and sisters. The love and blessings of the Mother and Sri Aurobindo to all of you from Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Delhi branch. It's really very kind of the organizers, particularly Jyotsna, to include me in this gathering of the stalwarts in Indian psychology. I'm a mere physiologist, not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. And this has given me an opportunity to see many old friends whom I had not met for a long time, like Dr. Bindu Kutti and Matthias and Larry. Now, coming to integral psychology, like everything that emerges from the integral philosophy of the Mother and Sri Aurobindo, it deals with the integrality of the individual. That is, what is a total individual. And although most of us are born with the type of consciousness in which we identify ourselves with our body and mind, we do have a certain type of a vague or a dim awareness that is not all, perhaps there's more to it. But when we learn, maybe from books, maybe from lectures on integral psychology or integral philosophy, that besides the body and the mind having its two aspects, the vital and the mental, I am also a soul. And the soul has a dynamic aspect, the psychic being around which life can be organized. The confidence and the faith that we develop in this new way of looking at ourselves helps us, as Aditi said yesterday, reconstruct ourselves. And when we do that, we find that we have gained knowledge not only about who I am, but also given rise to an aspiration that can I actually realize, what I have as a mental understanding, can I actually experience it? Can it become real to me? That is what we call realization, that is becoming real to me. And we realize that this aspiration, in fact, can be fulfilled in Sri Aurobindo's and the Mother's Yoga particularly, not by specialized techniques, more than specialized techniques, much more than specialized techniques, by looking at entire life as a yoga, in which all the work that I do, as Larry mentioned, how we can do whatever work we are doing, including as a health professional, how we can bring a certain attitude into it so that it becomes a part of yoga. And all the choices that we make, which Dr. Alok Pandey emphasized today morning. So through the work that we do, the choices that we make, we can move towards that realization of this mental understanding of who we are, towards the realization of this knowledge. And this, in fact, we discover is the very purpose of life. And while doing so, not only we are moving towards that realization, we are also we also end up contributing in our own way through the work that we are doing without doing anything special outwardly. We end up contributing to the rise in the consciousness of the people around us. And in ordinary terms, sometimes we feel as if we are helping others, like a health professional feels that I'm helping others. But actually, we are not helping them. They are helping us by giving us an opportunity to fulfill the purpose of our own life. Another thing that we discover is that besides this enlightened way of looking at ourselves and the purpose of life, what this knowledge does is to give us a key to happiness. That may not be the purpose of life, but all the same, we all want to be happy. And we find that this happiness need not be dependent on external circumstances like the house in which I live, the type of furniture I have, the car I drive, the clothes I wear, or even what relationships I have with the people around me. Of course, they should be harmonious, but it does not become critically dependent on any of these external factors. I discover a way of having a sense of well-being, which is totally independent of all external circumstances. So in that sense, it is a highly empowering experience apart from being an enlightening experience. Now, this is knowledge which does not have to remain restricted to the person. And if the person has the appropriate circumstances, the person can use it for counseling those going through a difficult phase of life. And to understand this, let's look at what cognitive therapy is about. Cognitive therapy is basically about restructuring the cognition of the client, helping the client see the situation in a different light, in a different way, so that the person perceives it differently now. The new perception has to be such that the person can see something positive in the situation. So nothing has really changed. The situation has not changed, but by looking at the situation in a way that the person now has some positive features in the situation, the person's stress levels go down. So that is what cognitive therapy is about. Now, if we base this entirely on logic, that is our surface understanding of the mind, the mental part of the being, we find that there are some situations in which no matter how hard we try, we cannot find an appropriate reason for looking at the situation positively. But when it comes to the integral approach, we find that that limitation does not exist. Because now we are not restricted to logic, we go beyond logic, which means that this approach of cognitive therapy to find a reason for looking at the situation positively is not excluded in integral psychology. It is a part of it because, after all, the mental part of the being is also a manifestation of the divine. It may be imperfect, but it is capable of moving towards perfection. And that is what the process of yoga is about. So this mental part of the being is not excluded, but this new knowledge that we are more than just the body and the mind removes that limitation. What it does is that even when there is nothing else that is positive in the situation, it helps us show the client there's one thing at least which is always positive about it. And what is that? That is that this present situation of yours can be an opportunity for spiritual growth. It can be an opportunity for growth of consciousness, which is the very purpose of life. So this event or these circumstances which you are treating as unfortunate in your life, as a tragedy in your life, in fact, can be the opportunities for fulfilling the very purpose of life. So that's why it's sometimes said that the worst in our lives has seeds for the best. For example, if a person has a failed marriage, then he may look upon it as a tragedy, but then he finds that this, in a way, makes him independent of this external circumstance. And if it had not been so, if his marriage had been going very well, then he might have, in fact, dependent upon the partner for his happiness, which is again dependence on an external circumstance. This partner has given him an opportunity to make his happiness independent of external circumstances. So in that sense, this partner, whom he was looking at as a tragedy, has actually become a blessing in disguise. And then further, if he looks upon this partner also as a manifestation of the divine, because all of us are, and all of us are imperfect manifestations, this partner may be imperfect, but then so am I. Our ways of being imperfect may be different, but that doesn't mean that the partner's way of being imperfect is worse than my way of being imperfect. That may be only an egoistic bias that I have. But so this gives us also a charitable way of looking at the other person. So on one hand, it improves the relationship. On the other hand, it makes me independent of this external circumstance. My happiness does not have to depend upon it. I, in fact, become grateful for getting this opportunity to fulfill the purpose of my life. Now let's turn to some more concrete examples. And I'll turn to one of the commonest ones which we come across. And that is amongst women. And somehow, for some reasons, women clients tend to be far more frequent than men. Men are somehow, taught, probably they're conditioned to think that men don't cry, they don't divulge their personal life to anybody, they are expected to deal with their problems themselves. The fact that they can't is different, but all the same, this is the type of conditioning with which you grow up, and maybe that is one reason why men don't come to counselors as often as women do. But anyway, so very often what happens with women is that once they are married and they have a child, even if they were working earlier, even if they're highly qualified, very often they give up their jobs. And this can become a source of stress later on. To give you one example of a real woman whom I saw, and there are many women in this category, but this woman was extremely articulate. She said that when I grew up with my brothers, my parents never gave me the impression that I'm in any way different from our brothers. We went to the same schools, we got the same type of education. She also was an MBA, and she got married to an MBA, and they were both working. But then she said, after I got my first child, I realized that I'm supposed to be a human resource specialist. Here is a precious human resource that has been entrusted to me. If I can't take care of this human resource, who else will do it the way I will? She found that nobody else will take care of the child as she would. And therefore, she thought that now the choice actually was either I give up the job and take care of the child, or I continue to work and my husband gives up the job. But she said that somehow, although I had grown up under the environment where boys and girls were not distinguished, somewhere deep within there was in my blood that if one of us has to give up the job, it has to be me. And so she gave up the job. And then what a grueling period she had for about 20 years, taking care of the child, taking care of the in-laws who were not in good health. And she said on certain days, half a dozen guests would turn up. She would have, as she said, she had long hair. They would be matted, and she would not have even time to comb them and make a plate. So very articulate. She says, and at the end of it, what do I get from my in-laws? Only criticism. No praise for all the things that I had handled throughout the day. So she went through this for about 20 years. Now the child was grown up. The child was going abroad for higher studies, and the in-laws had passed away. She was left with her husband. And now she had regrets. Did I do the right thing when I gave up my job? Many of my contemporaries who didn't give up jobs have made so much money, have lived an easier life, and they are in good positions today. Now, what in my limited understanding of integral psychology, I tried to show her was that when you took that decision to give up your job, you put the child's needs ahead of your own. You knew all this even at that time that all this will happen. But yet you put the child's needs ahead of your own. And when we put somebody else's needs ahead of our own out of love, we are making a choice at the level of the psychic being. And while we make that choice, we take one step towards a rise in consciousness, which is the purpose of life. Now what has happened is that we can't stay at that level all the time. So you have come down to the ordinary mental level, which has a tendency to calculate, and therefore you are calculating what all you suffered all these years, or how your other friends who did not give up jobs, what they gained by not doing so, and so on. So you're going into those calculations of profit and loss, which is the tendency of the mental part of the being, the intellect. All you have to do is lift yourself up again to the same level, the level of the psychic being, and you'll realize that you did the right thing. Now look at it another way. Whenever we make at the level, a choice at the level of the psychic being, we get immense joy and lasting mental peace. Lasting mental peace because I know that I did the best thing. I knew what the best thing to do was, and I did it. Now, suppose you had not given up the job, then the other thing happens. When we ignore the voice of the psychic being, which we are always free to, because the psychic being is an entity that does not insist. It does not make the type of noises that the vital and the mental make. So if you had ignored this voice, you would have again and again felt, I knew what the best thing to do was, but I didn't do it. So there would have been recurrent uneasiness. And suppose the child didn't grow up well, you would have felt very guilty. It happened because of me, because I didn't give up the job. So this sense of guilt, this recurrent uneasiness is the punishment that you escaped, apart from the fact that you grew in consciousness. Now, all that you did for 20, 25 years out of love for the child, out of a sense of responsibility to your in-laws, and all those things that you did was once again helping you grow spiritually. Now, what is the result today? Your friends have gained a lot in terms which can be seen, but you have gained a lot in ways which cannot be seen. What have you gained? You've risen in consciousness, but then that is something which cannot be measured. The way money can be measured, you can't measure that. You have fulfilled the purpose of your life, looks somewhat invisible. But all the same, at least you can see the joy that you experienced and the lasting mental peace that you got, and the guilt and recurrent uneasiness that you escaped. And what has happened in the process is one more thing. You have become an expert in loving. Love is expressed by giving what we have to those who need it. So you gave your child what the child needed, you gave your in-laws what they needed, and there was that complementary situation where you could give what they needed, and through that, you fulfilled the purpose of your life. And in that process, while the others might have become experts in their jobs, you became an expert in loving. So that is the expertise you gained. Now what next? Now that the in-laws don't need you, the child doesn't need you, now the time has come to extend this expertise to those who are not related to you by blood or marriage. Because if you look around, we can always find people whom we can give something that they need. So that complementary situation is always around us somewhere if we look for it. And to do it for those who are not related to us by blood or marriage is the next rung of love. So climb that next rung of love, you'll once again get the same joy, the same lasting mental peace, the same type of sense of fulfillment, and you'll start growing further, because the process of spiritual growth does not stop with the fulfilling the responsibility to the child and the in-laws. It does not come to an end with retirement from a job. It is something that goes on till the last breath. And therefore, you still have plenty of time to continue that process further. And for that, you have gained expertise over these 20 years or so in becoming an expert in loving. So use that expertise. And this woman came up with an idea herself. She said that when I got married and got the child, it hit me hard, because I had never thought of the difference between the life of a boy and a girl till then. And that's why I was ill prepared for this shock. What I'll do is I'll try to start going to schools, talk to teenage girls, and make them see that although men and women are equal, the life of a man and a woman is very different. So I'll prepare them for this type of situation so that they don't get shocked the way I got shocked. They should understand that difference. So that is what I will do. So, she herself came up with a solution about what she could do. So this is sort of one of the very common sort of situations. And I saw in the chat there was a question about death. So I thought that I'll take up that also. This example of a failed marriage, or a woman giving up work and then later on regretting, these are relatively common problems. And the problem that I'll take up now is fortunately a very uncommon problem. A young couple, they lost a child and they can't understand why it happened. What sins could this little child have committed for which he was punished by dying at such a young age? So they can't understand it. They are shattered. There is a spiritual explanation for that too. And the spiritual explanation is that this child was probably a highly evolved soul. And therefore, he was not meant to spend a long time in this life going through the difficulties of ordinary worldly life. His arrival in your family as a guest for a short period was to provide him those finishing strokes by which he could escape the cycle of life and death. And how he could do it was by doing something for you. This child has done something for you by coming in your life, giving you an opportunity to love the child, and then giving you this shock, so that now you have turned more towards people who can give you some spiritual guidance. Now, this was his way of triggering your spiritual growth. And if you take this traumatic event in the right spirit, be grateful for the fact that a child who was so highly evolved took birth in your family, chose your family to be a guest for a brief period, and that he has, even through his death, and death is nothing, he's not disappeared from the universe. His soul is still there in some other world. So he continues to be there, he continues to be happy there. But then by spending a brief period in this life, in your family, in the process of leaving this world, he has provided you a situation in which in the next few years, you can grow more spiritually than a person does in several decades of ordinary uneventful life. So this child has done that for you while going away. So this child's purpose of life has been fulfilled, and he has helped you fulfill the purpose of your own life. And although it looks a little cruel to say such a thing to a couple, but I've seen that if it is done taking the right amount of time and giving the right type of guidance, it goes down quite well, even in this type of a situation. Having said all that, one also has to understand that this approach does have limitations and several caveats. Firstly, not all clients can be expected to be completely open to this type of approach. So, as has been pointed out repeatedly since yesterday, that instead of thinking about which system of therapy is best for this client, actually what the counselor does is to use his intuition and see what type of approach, which may mix a few different types of systems of therapy, that what type of approach will suit to this person the best. Whether I should stick to the immediate, whether I should go back to the person's childhood, or whether I should pass on this person to a specialist who will also take him to past lives. I mean, that is something you decide intuitively. In the same way, you decide intuitively whether this person will be amenable only to the mental approach, or can I also add to that the spiritual approach of integral psychology. So that is something intuitively that the counselor has to do. The second caveat here is that the counselor herself has to be on the spiritual path. She should be not only someone who has knowledge of integral psychology, but should have appreciated it enough to bring it in her own life. So if she is on the same path, then only she can do with confidence this type of counseling. The third thing is that it must be admitted that a counselor who counsels using this approach usually has very high expectations from the client. She makes it appear very easy. Of course, that is a part of her job, as again has been pointed out by many speakers since yesterday, that it's the job of a doctor or a counselor to make things better than they really are, that generate that optimism. While that is true, and that should be done, but somewhere deep within, the counselor may feel that why can't she apply it in her own life? They may feel as if the client is in some way inadequate. But actually, what one has to realize is that this approach is not always very easy to apply. It's easy to understand at a mental level, but applying it is difficult. And for that, it may help the counselor to do some introspection. One can assume that she has been on the spiritual path much longer than the client. Where has she reached? How much she be able to realize? How much of her knowledge can she put into practice in real life situations? When she does that, she'll realize that even she finds it very difficult. So while it is easy to advise others, it's very difficult to apply this type of knowledge to oneself. And therefore, she has to give the client also that generous and charitable sort of a outlook, to have developed that generous and charitable outlook towards the client, that if she's relatively new to the path and she is finding it difficult to apply it, I have to give her that leeway. It will take time, and this mental understanding is never enough. This mental understanding is never enough because mental understanding will at the most act as a trigger for developing an aspiration to realize what one has learned and understood at the mental level. And if this aspiration is intense and persistent and unfailing, and at the same time calm without being impatient, the person will start moving towards realization. But then from aspiration to realization, that is total realization, is a long journey. And again, people who teach these things tend to say that it's a long journey, but it's an enjoyable journey. Yes, in a way it is enjoyable, but all the same, it has its trials and tribulations. It is not a linear path that you just go on walking on the path and gradually you get more and more happy. It's not as simple as that. It has its own trials and tribulations. It has its own stressful periods, because it's not a linear path. It is riddled with a lot of obstacles, distractions, temptations, because the vital impulses do not disappear completely just because one is on the path. And therefore, along with aspiration and the surrender to the divine will, that, well, I can't do it all by myself. I surrender to the divine whose grace I need. apart from that, we also need at so many points active rejection of all those vital impulses which fail to give up completely. All the desires continue to persist, all the even ordinary desires, as Sri Aurobindo says, even when one thinks that one has mastered everything, the last stragglers have a way of turning up again. And so with that, I think I'll stop here. Probably there is a short time left, which will be required for answering the questions which might be there to both the speakers who have just spoken. So thank you all for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bishlani, for a very lucid description and with a lot of relevant examples of what really the approach towards common problems you face in counseling sessions. So just to summarize in a very few words, if I may, Professor Larry, he comes with a lot of experience in psychology and being a practitioner of integral yoga and one who has read Mother's and Sri Aurobindo's writings in depth. He provided us in a very simple way the description of what really healing is from a integral point of view. He talked about the vibrations. He talked about opening up to the different levels of consciousness and the importance of peace, harmony, and trust in the healing process. His interviews with the 4 practitioners were really insightful, and each one of them were trying to practice integral healing in their own way. And well, as rightly pointed out by Larry, these are not a set of practices or set of techniques which we follow blindly or which can be taught in a workshop sessions. These are essentially tools which each one of the practitioner develops in the process of, in the journey of integral health, in the journey of integral yoga, and they learn to how to use them in their practices. And Dr. Bishlani, though he says he's not a psychologist, but I think he's a real practitioner of integral yoga. He's been doing counseling and he's been doing a lot of yoga therapy sessions in Delhi ashram. And he has a huge amount of experience in dealing with people, their problems, and helping, of course, students. So I think since a large chunk of our participants are students from psychology background, and few of them have actually asked a few questions. So maybe we'll to start with Professor Larry. How will you guide our young psychology students in this path of integral psychology? Because many of them have expressed a desire to understand integral psychology, understand the spiritual approaches to it, and they want to understand from you, how do they proceed further? Professor Larry, you may unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I mentioned in the talk is that if we can approach the work as a kind of a yoga, as feeling that we're not just trying to do everything on our own, but that we're trying to transmit kind of or facilitate an evolutionary process that is going on despite whatever we might be doing. And I think if we can kind of put ourselves in that kind of a position rather than somebody who is trying to do everything by oneself through one's own techniques or whatever. Techniques are important, and one should know one's, field in which one is working. One should know how to interact with the patients. One should know the different strategies that are used. But behind all that, and those things I don't know so much about, those particular techniques, but behind all of that, there is something else, a larger kind of context that's operating. And that is that the clients are facing kind of difficulties because of the different levels of consciousness that are operative in them, and that there are conflicts between them. So they may have parts of their being which are kind of more open to growth or more conscious, and they have other parts that are just resistant to that, to those effects. So those are things that all of us experience. And largely it's facilitating that openness. So that's kind of one of the main things. And then to be working on oneself also, to be seeing that, one is going to be more effective if one is centered within kind of that divine center within each of us that is there. Because that's the integrative part of us. If we're kind of divided ourselves, then we're not going to be as effective in working with others. So we need to be working on ourselves, our own growth, our own development, establishing a greater kind of inner centeredness within ourselves, a greater grounding. As one of the therapists had mentioned, yoga is being kind of united, one-pointed in one's mind and body. One is grounded then. And from that poise, we can be more effective. So I think it's these kind of broader kind of issues that we need to take into consideration. And at the same time, then we have to study, know our skills, that we need to implement in our work.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Larry. Professor Bishlani, would you like to take these questions? Some of our participants have asked about specific therapies like NLP, past life regression therapy, and they want to know whether these are really work. Should they go into it or not? Would you like to talk a little bit about them?
Well, as I said, I'm not an expert in psychology or psychiatry. But I know that all these systems exist, and there are, one can choose between different approaches, the psychodynamic approach in which we try to go back sometimes to also the previous lives. But all the same, one can understand from a spiritual point of view that can have a place, because everybody is not born identical. We bring a lot of sanskars or impressions from our previous lives. And therefore, right from birth, we are different. And this could, in some ways, determine the way we develop in this life. And perhaps that's one of the reasons that explains why two siblings may be sometimes quite different from each other. And in that type of situation, if the counselor feels that early childhood or going to previous lives can be useful in resolving the present conflicts in the minds of the client, then one can use that approach and refer the client to an appropriate specialist who can do these things.
Okay. I think there's another question which had come earlier. They were looking at the concept of integrative treatment. So they were saying that should mental health practitioners go into spirituality, or they should allow the indigenous practitioners to come and contribute to the treatment. So, in your experience,
to some extent, this is again a tendency to turn towards higher specialization, whereas the integral approach is more towards a synthesis. Further, when we talk of integrated medicine, what we are talking about is somehow trying to put together different systems of medicine like Ayurveda, homeopathy, and some people think even yoga is a type of system of medicine, and allopathy. All of them put together under one roof, and somehow all these practitioners trying to work in some sort of harmony with one another. But that is not what the integral approach is about. Integral is quite different from integrated. Integral is looking at the totality of the person and looking at health and disease from that point of view, as Larry explained in much more detail. So that is what the integral approach is about. And within that, any system of medicine can fit in, and sometimes no system of medicine may be indispensable. Any system of medicine can fit in the sense that any system which can contribute to the mind-body relationship, that is the patient having faith in the doctor, having faith in that particular system of medicine, having faith in his own capacity for self-healing. And if to that we add the spiritual approach apart from just the mind-body relationship, then if we can encourage the person to draw in that force, which can make higher principles work on the lower, that is prana work on the body, the vital work on the body, so that the wisdom packed within the body, within the physical body, can have its full play. It can have its full play if we let prana act on it. In the same way, if we let the mind work on the prana in the body, then they will be able to have a better play of their force. So we've tried to bring in, and then of course, finally the soul and the psychic being working on all these principles. So if we can follow that general principle of, apart from the mind-body relationship, which can be a part of any system of medicine, apart from that, if we add this approach of letting the higher parts of the being work on the lower, make the lower more and more open to the higher influence, that will help any type of disease and recovery.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Kavi Raj, he's associate professor at NEMHAS. He's posted a question that do we need a guru for spiritual growth, or is everything destined to evolve over time?
Well, I mean, the fact is that the general consensus is that we do need a guru. Sri Aurobindo has also said that we do need a guru. And the functions of the guru he has given are, firstly, the word, which is the least important, what the guru says, life, that is the examples that he sets, and which is more important than the word, and then the presence, the influence, the subtle influence which the guru has, which is even more important than the life and the examples of the guru. And this subtle influence of the presence can outlast the physical presence of the guru in the world, and that is why it is not essential to have a living guru. But at the same time, a guru is indispensable. And when the time comes for the person to get weaned from the guru will not mind it. In fact, the guru always is happy if the disciple can be independent and follow the inner guide completely. But then to be able to trust that inner guide completely is one of the last stages in the process. And for most of us, we do remain dependent on the guru, both for guidance, that influence, and for the divine grace from the guru. So we do remain dependent on that almost all our journey. But all the same, the guru doesn't mind if we have a total sort of, we can trust to listen to our inner guide, that is the psychic being, constantly, all the time. So it has to be a constant awareness of that part of the being, and being able to organize our entire life around it because of that constant awareness. And that is why, because the ego can easily come camouflaged as the voice of the psychic being. So that's why once when Sri Aurobindo was asked by a disciple, if my psychic being tells me to do one thing and the mother tells me to do something else, what should I do? Sri Aurobindo said, do what the mother says. Because we can easily mistake the ordinary mental voice, which is emanating from the ego, as the voice of the psychic being, and sort of glorify it to justify what we want to do. So that's why I said, do what the mother says.
That's a very practical suggestion.
Yes.
Dr. Bijlani, what would you advise to the young psychology grads who want to really understand integral psychology, who would really like to understand a little bit more about integral yoga? How do they proceed? So that's a common question which is coming across from the students. So what do we do? How do we learn? What is the next step they need to take?
Yes, sir. In a way, this question is unfortunate because even 75 years after independence, our universities by and large do not teach much of Indian psychology. And if they teach it, it is like a transplant, like patchwork, that one little bit, a little corner, this is for this is what Indian psychology is about. And that occupies one minor portion of the syllabus. In fact, integral psychology or Indian psychology can permeate all aspects of the psychology curriculum. It can run through it as a thread. But till that happens, because we can't change systems as individuals, but till then, what the students can do, the best they can do is to attend courses on Indian psychology. And I have sort of Aditi sitting next to me here today also. She herself realized it after she had finished her PhD in psychology, that she was finding that the knowledge was in some way incomplete. It had not answered her questions. It was being looked upon as a body of knowledge rather than something which can be brought into daily life. And fortunately, as soon as she finished her PhD, she came across this course on Indian psychology at the Indian Psychology Institute, which was founded by Matthias Cornelissen. So she came across this and went and did that course for 8 months. And that 8-month course became a turning point. What she learned there, she had not learned till her PhD level studies in psychology in a good university. So I think there may be other places also where Indian psychology is now being taught, those courses are being conducted. But I think the pioneers in this have been the Indian Psychology Institute, which I think still continues to offer many courses. So it's worthwhile to somehow take a break, if it's necessary, from your studies or immediately after your formal studies, and go and do a course on Indian psychology.
Yeah, great. So, Professor Larry, a quick question for you. You have been talking, your session was really insightful about the mother's perspective on integral healing. And also you had interviewed a few practitioners who were actually practicing integral healing in their own way. So what is your insight from there? What is it that you would really like to share with the participants? If you would like to say in 2 sentences, what really is integral healing all about?
One of the things that I did with kind of looking at the practitioners in all the different fields together, but also within each one, I really felt that one of the key things was for the practitioner to be aligned with their soul, with their psychic being. And that connection and developing that connection, I think, was the essential component that I saw running through the various therapists and also in the other fields as well. To connect with that inner source of our being, it brings out it carries all the potentials within it. Like our soul has all the potentials of the divine within it and of what we need to manifest in our life. And so we need to turn to that source, and it has those things within it in a way already there. They're already existent. They don't actually need to be constructed in some way, to be built up. But we need to find kind of a passageway, open up that passageway for them to come out, to come through. And then I think whenever we do that, then the work becomes more effective. And I think I've always kind of felt and found that to have that kind of immediate contact with it in the present moment, it's like it is very important, because it's very easy to find it, let's say, in meditation, or when one is kind of, isolated and turned within. But then to be able to connect with that in the midst of work or activity, is more difficult, and it takes a certain different kind of concentration. But if one can once establish that, then immediately the work somehow goes on like with a kind of a magical flow or something. It just, it kind of, something comes out from within, and it's much more effective than if we try to work out the situation with our mind or vital. So I think that's key.
Okay, great, Larry. We have a question from Professor Manoj Pandey. He's an associate professor and head Department of Clinical Psychology, JSS, Mysore. He feels that now Indian psychology is more abstract in nature than Western psychology. That is why it's preventing it to be applied in real life situations. Professor Bishlani, would you like to take it? Because that's a real practical question. Somebody is really interested, but you find it's being more abstract. You're not finding it enough practical applications of it. So maybe it desist serious practitioners from really going deep into it. Perhaps that's if I'm right, Professor Manoj Pandey.
Firstly, I mean, if I may start with a provocative question, why is something abstract necessarily worse than something which is concrete? Do we have any really good reason for it? Because a lot of important things in life are truly abstract. But anyway, having said that, I can see where that question is coming from. It's coming from the fact that most of us have been exposed to Western psychology. And the way Western psychology has developed over the last 100 years is trying to bend over backwards to fit itself within the framework of science. And in order to qualify itself as a science, it came up with one questionnaire after another, which could study behavior, which could give numerical data, which could be analyzed like any other scientific data. So it did manage to sort of at least appear like a science and find some place among the scientific subjects. But it was at a price. It was a price at the price that it paid was that it underwent a voluntary amputation. It got rid of some essential aspects of psychology, which actually make it an abstract subject. So that's why a person, who has studied psychology, which appears very concrete and objective like any other science, feels that Indian psychology is too abstract. But that actually makes it more complete, because if you look into the roots of the word psychology, psyche itself means soul. So psychology is study of the soul. But then the person who stuck to that approach to psychology the last perhaps was Carl Jung. If Western psychology had developed along the lines along which Carl Jung had put it, it would have converged with Indian psychology by now. But instead of that happening, what happened was it started qualifying, making all those efforts to qualify as a science, and therefore it diverted and diverged and became an experimental science, which is concrete in nature. But then, having said that, that also has a value, and what it has discovered in that process is also true. And I would take sort of a cue from what Sri Aurobindo said in the Synthesis of Yoga, that all these periods of specialization in which you concentrate on one narrow corner of the subject are very useful, because without that type of concentrated effort in one small narrow area, that area could not have developed to that extent. So unless Western psychology had concentrated to that extent on the behavioral aspects of psychology for about 100 years, that part of psychology would have not developed to the extent it has. But then Sri Aurobindo says that after such periods of specialization, there's an urge for synthesis. And this new synthesis will be more powerful than the original idea with which we started, which was a type of synthesis. Originally, we start with a synthesis. Then you have era of specialization where some narrow corners may develop well. But then after that, there'll be again an urge for synthesis. And that is what we are finding so visible now in the world, not only in India, while talking about Indian psychology. People like Ken Wilber and all, have been making efforts at that only, as trying to take psychology towards a more integrated approach where this element of the soul and all that can be brought in. We go beyond the ordinary person, transpersonal. So that urge for synthesis, and this new synthesis will be more powerful this is very important, which Aurobindo said, the new synthesis will be more powerful than the original idea with which he started, because now this new synthesis can make use of the gains or advances made during the era of specialization. So a new synthesis in psychology can make use of all the gains that have been made while treating psychology as a behavior, but then we'll have what we need is a rich synthesis, which is now possible. So that's what I said. I mean, it can permeate the entire curriculum of psychology, which is based on psychology as a behavioral science. Indian psychology can permeate throughout it, and that's how rich synthesis can emerge, following as a guideline the way Sri Aurobindo worked out the synthesis of all the major traditional schools of yoga and integral yoga.
So thank you, Professor Ramesh, for taking up, and Professor Larry for the beautiful and very insightful sessions we had today. Thanks to all the participants for your questions, for your patient listening. I hope the learning does not stop here. We continue our explorations in integral psychology, in integral health, in integral yoga, and basically it's all about a deeper understanding of who we are as a human being, a deeper understanding of our mind, and a deeper understanding of our health. So I think, and just a final comment from my side, being a practitioner of integral healer in my own way, I would just say that to all the people who feel that these concepts are very abstract or psychological, I would say that even a concept like love is actually a therapeutic in nature. A concept of peace is not just a peace in the mind or peace somewhere in the air. It actually is a very concrete therapeutic tool, which I have learned to use over the years, and this is the primary form of healing which I use with my patients. So when we talk about love, when we talk about peace, when we talk about joy, these are not merely abstract terms or concepts. These are very powerful vibrations, tools, actually a therapeutic tool in their own right, which have a profound effect not only of healing the mind but also of the body. Even the body transforms. So that means these are not just abstract concepts, but they're real therapeutic tools, which we need to really learn to use them and learn to integrate them in our own lives. And as rightly expressed by Professor Ramesh Bijlani and Professor Larry, the practitioners of integral psychology, of integral or integral therapists, they need to develop themselves from within. There has to be an inner development. You call it spiritual development, or you did not use the word spiritual if you are allergic to that term. But the fact remains, we need to develop ourselves to a greater extent. Then only we'll be able to really practice the so-called abstract or the so-called Indian psychology concepts. So thanks to Jyotsna for organizing the conference. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to share our experiences with the participants. So thank you very much. So over to Jyotsna.
I hope I'm audible now. I'm sorry, there was some technical glitch. I really thank the chairperson, Dr. Yogesh, as well as both the speakers, Dr. Larry and Professor Ramesh, for such a engaging session, which is also very practical, and also sharing your research findings as well as your sessions and the details of the counseling and all, because this is like the kind of answering some of the questions which feel that sometimes the people feel that Indian psychology or integral psychology is very abstract when they have not gone into it, when they have not come across speakers like you. And this has been where we are getting to know how do we do it in our as a researcher or as a therapist and all. So thank you so much. all three of you. And we will end the session now for a lunch break, and everyone we will come back at 2:15 instead of 2:30. We will come back at 2:50 today for another session, after which there is a very significant panel discussion also at 4 o'clock. Please join us for that. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome everyone. Welcome back to this post-lunch session. We are waiting for one of our speakers. Oh, he has joined. So we have our chairperson as well as our both the speakers here. So welcome back, and I hand over the introduction part to Ms. Ria, and then we will hand over the session to the chairperson.
Welcome all. So let's start the next session with Dr. Kiran Kumar's introduction. So Dr. Kiran Kumar Salagame is an alumnus of the University of Mysore. In his PhD thesis at NIMHANS, he worked in the area of altered states of consciousness. He joined as faculty in the Department of Mysore in 1982 and retired as professor in September 2014. Currently, he is serving as Vice President of the International Transpersonal Association, USA. He has attempted integrating Indian psychological thoughts with mainstream psychology through paper presentations in conference, seminars, workshops, and his publications in journals and books. His work is related to different topics like health and well-being, locus of control, meditation and yoga, positive psychology, self and identity, states of consciousness, social cognition, and transpersonal psychology, and others. He has developed a tool to assess the concept of ahankara as antakarana vritti and a tool to assess social cognition in children. He has authored the book Psychology of Meditation, a contextual approach based on his postdoctoral research. I welcome Dr. Kiran Kumar, and I kindly request you to proceed with the session.
Thank you, Dr. Jyotsna, and your team for inviting me to this symposium on Indian psychology and integral yoga psychology. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now I don't spend time too much on any introductory remarks, except saying that I'm very happy for following reasons, that Back in 1991, I was a Fulbright postdoctoral fellow in Saybrook Institute, San Francisco. And I frequently used to visit California Institute of Integral Studies, which was originally established by Dr. Haridas Chaudhary, one of the disciples of Sri Aurobindo. And I used to frequent their library. I didn't get a chance to go and affiliate myself with that institute and work, but after visiting that, I was always feeling bad that they had papers on psychology of Upanishads, they had papers on integral yoga psychology, they were teaching everything, and we people are still sticking on to Skinner and Freud and CBT and all these things. So 1991 to 2022, 2021, 22, it's a long time that we have come and you are organizing this and you spearheaded VIPRA, and I got the opportunity to be the guest editor for one of the special issues of Indian Journal of Clinical Psychology, and the illustrious speakers like Dr. Matthias, Soumitra Basu, Anuradha, Sumit, all of them contributed a special section, which I made sure that they all write, and I coded them, and so it is there, and you are carrying the baton with this symposium. So with that brief introduction and expressing my joy, I wish to introduce the first speaker, Mr. Manoj Pavitran. Manoj Pavitran is an integral yoga practitioner and educator living in Auroville since 1995. He has been following Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga psychology and its transformational practices since 1989. He is a co-founder of the Purnam Center for Integrality in Auroville, where he offers transformative educational courses, purnam.auroville.org. He has also made a film series called Evolution Fast Forward, presenting the vision and work of Sri Aurobindo, which can be found at www.sopanam.org. He has authored a book, Pilgrims of the Infinite, in poetic prose, capturing the essence of inner transformation. Today, he will be presenting and talking to us on the active methods of accessing the subliminal. This is the question many of the participants have raised. So he says in this talk, we will be exploring some active methods of going beyond the surface consciousness to access the subliminal as a means to move towards psychological integration. So I'm sure all the participants post lunch don't doze, because he is giving us some clinical tools. So with this brief introduction, I welcome Mr. Manoj Pavitran. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. Thank you, everyone. Post-lunch, it is easy to access the subliminal, but in a very passive way, we slip off into the world of dreams. And I hope we can gather all our attention and stay awake. And that's also the challenge of active method, to stay awake while diving deep. So first I would like to, before that, how much time do I have?
Oh, as per Jyotsna's, communication, each speaker gets 40 minutes. So I request Jyotsna and the team, don't mean to show yellow card, red card and all. I don't like that as chairperson anytime. If you have a timer, please put the timer on so that Mr. Pavitran will be able to see it, or you must find a way to tell him. Jyotsna, are you hearing me?
So we will do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that is one of the unpleasant things. I don't like to be the chairperson.
Thank you.
Cutting short the speakers is not a pleasant thing, really. Yeah, okay, 40 minutes is there. So, thanks.
So I would like to start with sharing what do we mean by subliminal in the context of Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga. And as you know, we already have in India this notion of the 7 planes of existence. That's a vertical hierarchy of consciousness. Below we have this Annamayam, Pranamayam, Manomayam. And then Vijnanamayam, Anandamayam, then Chit and Sat. In the Vedas, the same are referred to as Om Bhur Bhuva Swa. Then the Satchid, Vijnanamayam for them was Satyam Ritam Brihat, and above was one term, Mayas, which included all 3. And later in Puranas, we have again seen this as 3 worlds, where there is Satyaloka, Tapoloka, Anandaloka, Vijnanaloka, and what is below. So that's a well-known vertical hierarchy of consciousness. And in integral yoga, we also use a horizontal hierarchy, where it is divided into outer, inner, and the inmost. Outer is where we live normally, our wakeful state. The inner is referred to as the subliminal. And the inmost is the psychic being. And now that's a pure structural reference for our understanding. And we live on the surface. And in Western psychology, everything that is beyond the surface, that wakeful state, is generally referred to as the unconscious. And we divide the unconscious into what is below, what is behind or around, and what is above. What is above is superconscious, superconscient, to which we do not have access. What is around or behind, that is what is subliminal, which is just knocking at our doors all the time and influencing our activities. And what is below is subconscient, and what is further down is referred to as the inconscient. So I'm only referring to subliminal as something that is just behind our wakeful state, and around us, we are immersed in it. The difference between the subconscient and subliminal is that the subconscient is incoherent and more habitual, whereas the subliminal is conscious, very powerful, very intelligent, very capable, supra capable compared to our rational intelligence and its wakeful capacities. So in hypnosis, we access the subliminal. We do not really access what is above. We access the subliminal. And this is generally hidden. And in our sleep, we are entering unconsciously into that state. Now, why should we access that? That is the first question. And there are 2 reasons. One is to know. Other is to master and transform. Now, all this requires some methodology of accessing. to know, to master, and transform. And it could be pure research. And Sri Aurobindo identifies 3 distinctly different methods of research. One is pure metaphysical method, where language is the medium, linguistic framework. You start with a proposition or a speculation. And your method in philosophy, for example, you're using language, linguistic structures, semantic structures to dive deep into the speculation, understand its context, and explore and validate that speculation purely using linguistic philosophical methods. The second research is scientific, where we have hypothesis as the starting point. Then that is to be validated by objective experimentation, sense evidence, demonstration. So you can prove or disprove. That's the second. In both first and second, the researcher doesn't undergo any transformation. In the first method, you have a theoretical knowledge. In the second, you not only have a theoretical knowledge, but also a practical way of manipulating the forces of nature or working with things. But the researcher remains exactly the same. Third is the Vedic method of knowing, Vedic or yogic, where starting point is revelation or a ray of intuition that enters you. And that's the calling that you follow. In fact, even in the first 2 methods, whether it is speculation or hypothesis, the researcher generally has some sense within, but then the chiseling out of the speculation or hypothesis is done mostly intellectually, analytically, to get the core of your hypothesis or speculation. In the Vedic or yogic method, it is not the intellectual method. You need to get that intuition right, the revelation right, and you're on the trail of that. Then the method is subjective, first-person research, subjective research in your own consciousness, using psychological experimentation to validate your intuition, and validation through experience in mind, in body, spiritual experience, which transforms the researcher. You may have a metaphysical approach to theoretically understand, it doesn't transform. Even if you study yoga objectively, scientifically, you gain some knowledge how objective processes work, but it doesn't transform. In the yogic or Vedic approach, it leads you to an embodied understanding. Not only understanding, an embodied capacity. Now, I will be referring to only the Vedic or yogic approaches. And within that, there is again passive and active methods of accessing it. The classic method that is well known, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. That is the moment when we refer to a spiritual process. Habitually, we think about someone sitting cross-legged in meditation and ideally going into that trance state which is referred to as samadhi. And again, in this space, you may enter consciously into that space. But the ability to bring back the experience often is very, very limited if the outer and inner are not bridged. So you may enter in samadhi to the inner spaces, encounter experiences, encounter various forces, beings, but you may not be able to bring back that knowledge into wakeful state. Till the bridging is done, you must learn to enter subliminal spaces consciously and stay awake and bring back into the wakeful. In the active method, you are not sitting in trance, but we have what in the Gita referred to as the karma samadhi. You are physically active, yet you are able to go beyond the surface into deeper layers of consciousness, starting with entering into the subliminal and understand its dynamics in a living, active condition. And you can engage with the life, and life is impacting. And as you go deeper into yourself, into the inner space and open to that space, even the way you perceive the outer world undergoes transformation. Your cognitive process changes. And you're seeing not just the physical world as it is, but increasingly as a symbolic dimension of it. Behind the surface, the forces and beings, powers that are acting, and your cognitive range opens to that which is behind. Now, why should we do that? And what is the kind of transformation we are looking at? So in integral yoga, we again look at triple transformation. First is the psychic transformation. Second, the spiritual transformation. Third, the supra-mental transformation. Of the two, the psychic and spiritual transformation have been accomplished in the past. Supramental transformation is something that Sri Aurobindo and Mother uniquely explored. And that is something that belongs to the future. And that's where the evolutionary transformation, what they are referring to, come into the picture. When we are exploring the psyche, the subliminal, we are looking at the first stage of transformation, which is the psychic transformation, which involves diving deep within to find our psychological center and integrate our fragmented inner nature. Now, this is a very fundamental aspect, that there is fragmentation in our inner psychological makeup, and that is the cause of disorder, outer disorders. Now, what enables integration is the very center of our being, which is referred to as a psychic being. And that's what causes the individualization process. There is an individualization that is at the surface level, the ego itself individualizing from collective ego to an individual ego, but it is still a surface personality. A true being is deep within. And first step is stepping out of the outer surface nature to the inner and accessing it in an active condition. Encountering the fractured, fragmented, different parts of our psychological nature and integrating them. And that is really like a preliminary level of work, integration. And we can see that people like Carl Jung, he was one person who could, when he was referring to the encounter with the unconscious, his process was of entering into the subliminal, using imagery and encountering various parts who has their personified representations, having dialogue and integrating and synthesizing. And that whole documentation that he has done, which is a subjective research, very exceptional work. Mostly these days, psychology has become objective scientific research, not so much subjective research. Jung's work, the Red Book, is an excellent documentation of this inner encounters. He painted, he did calligraphy, documented. He did not want to publish it during his lifetime. It was published only in 2009. And many of those encounters looks very religious. Anyway, I'm referring to just a methodology and documentation, a different form of research, which what he did was something very close to the yogic research. So how do you do that research? And since I am coming from an educational context where what I have encountered is this internal fragmentation is what is causing people their inner challenges and stopping them from realizing their full possibility. So there is an individualization that has to happen. As a part of our educational process, we develop methods to help our students. So we are not dealing with therapy. We are not dealing with people suffering from mental disorders. We are dealing with very healthy people, helping them to develop their internal integration. And as a part of the individualization process. And I would like to share 3 different methods that we have developed over a period of time. Largely, all of them are systematized in the last 4 to 5 years. We have been working with many batches of students, practitioners. So one of them is journal writing, simple journal writing. But the difference here is our surface personality is pretty much governed by analytical reasoning intelligence. It is in charge. It controls the surface outer personality. So if you want to enter into the subliminal, first of all, you need to switch off that part of you, the analytical part, and enter into. You may collect data and later you may analyze using rational intelligence, but while you're entering, you don't. You need to turn that off. So what we do is free flow writing. That is, you write without thinking, non-stop, at least for 20 minutes. Longer you write, better it is. And don't worry about meaning of what you write, spelling, grammar, nothing. Become a witness. Sakshi. Now, remember, in the Vedic system, Vedic way of exploring, Agni is the leader. Agni is the seer will. Seer is one who sees and also has the will to direct things. Sakshi, Agni Sakshi. So you need to stand back as a witness, but let your body do the writing. Now that's a skill to be developed. How to really just be a witness and let the body write. And as you let the writing happen spontaneously and write without thinking, connecting to the feelings, to the sensations, and describe the moment as it is unfolding. So as you enter into a free flow writing methods, often the lid opens. Sometimes what happens to the participant is they notice that their handwriting changes. Voice changes. Voice in the sense the one who is speaking through them changes. Intensity changes as some sort of a new force enters into. It's almost like your instrumental nature is suddenly taken over by another personality that enters into you. So you have to go on letting it express through you, write through you, completely. Allow the process to run through. And that's the basic technique. Then there is another aspect to it. Where do you want to go? What do you want to connect in the process? So here is where orientation of, like, how do you tune the antenna to enter into a specific location in your inner space, into the subliminal. So one of the common area that we choose is the childhood memories, the inner child, because in the process of growing up, the relationship with father and mother and the problems that you encountered during childhood and the blocking of those, many of those experiences leads to quite a lot of troubles later on. And in our understanding, many of the students were suffering from this deep-rooted old challenges. So we were helping them to enter into that space, recover those memories, release those emotions, and integrate those parts of being with the conscious personality. So what was Asat becomes Sat. It's like Asatoma Sadgamaya, from being, you transform your unconscious into conscious so that you integrate. So in order to do so, in order to orient the direction of that inner exploration, first part is to concentrate on that direction. So we also use drawing. That is, you recall a childhood memory, a beautiful childhood earliest memory, and take some 5 to 10 minutes to draw it out with as much detail as possible. That helps the mind to concentrate and enter into those memories. Then, after drawing, and you also give a name to that childhood personality, ideally the pet name by which you are known. Draw it out, connect with it, and after that you write a letter, a short letter, whatsoever you would like to ask to that personality. Take 2-3 minutes to write that. Then you shift the role and you become that little one and write back to the adult personality. And that's where we spend at least 20 minutes non-stop writing. And in that process, the child comes out. And it is difficult for those who have very strong outer personality that won't let go of the control, who is a constant critique. And turning off that personality is difficult for many, but with sufficient training, it is possible to turn off that personality and let this part come out and express through you in the form of writing. Through that, a great deal of things emerge. Now, what we really look for is not the content of what is written. We use a framework called insight, inspiration, action. Now, insight is to be distinguished from normal understanding. When you read a book, you understand the book. That is, you know it. It is, you're going through something that you already know. Insight is the moment when dots connect in a new way. There is an aha moment, something new enters. That is the moment of insight. That's a little crack through which a ray of light enters you. And that's what is to be caught. Not the storyline, plot, everything that you get, but that moment of insight. The reason is, remember, in the Vedic method, the legend of Angiras says, no, Agni goes into the cave of the Panis, where the Vritra is beholding the waters, and with Sharama leading the way, the hound of heaven. That's really that smelling truth, the trails of truth. That's the tail end of the intuition. And it is that enables you to enter the cave. And Indra comes with the thunderbolt of lightning intuition that reveals and destroys the Vritra and release the waters. That's their metaphor. That's their narrative. So in modern way, how do we enter the cave? What is the tail end of intuition by which we can enter? This is where insight comes into the picture. Out of all that you have written, what are those aha moments where some dots connected? That's really like tail end of intuition. Whenever there is that little phrase that comes, that stands out, a phrase, word. In the Vedas, mantras plays a key role. Word that arise from your deepest depth. A phrase that rings through you. It is very living, very powerful. You find a new meaning in the word, in a phrase. That becomes your doorway. That's the insight opening. From there, inspiration is that inspired energy that streams through you, reveals more and more. And converting that into action in life. How do you make a small change in your daily life based on that insight and inspiration? Then you're bridging the inner with the outer. And that's a continuous process. So every time you write, you're looking for insights. Not while writing. While writing, you let go of the control. You enter into that space. And after writing is where you look back and see what are the insights, what inspired, and how do I turn it into an action point. Now, the writing, when it is repeatedly done, and you learn to let go of the control, you learn to open into a deeper flow, and the child emerges. And the issues emerges, fragmented personalities emerge. We also use another orientation, that is the inner guide, going towards the psychic being, the true guide, wisdom that is within. In a similar way, and receive that guidance. We also use exactly the same method to work on interpersonal conflicts, because everyone out there, they also live within as a formation. So healing that relationship within helps to heal the relationship that is outside. Now this is verbal method. Then we use the method of painting. We call it Savitri painting. We use Savitri, Sri Aurobindo's mantric poem. Use lines from that poem as a doorway to enter. And we also use music to enter into that space, enter into that mood, and silence the mind, wait for the images to arise, and paint. And painting become a revelatory journey, where the very mantra from Savitri helps you to tune into the deeper inner spaces, and it reveals through imagery, and you develop your own understanding in the process, and integration begins to happen. So that's the second method. Third is more what we call anahata. It's a form of meditative practice, but not entering into trance, but retaining the connection with the senses, establishing the stillness, widen and enter deeper, and to engage in the active life, also while opening upward to receive the conscious force coming from above into the instrument that is prepared. It is an advanced method where you silence your mind. A silent mind. Yoga, Chitta, Vritti, Nirodha. In that growing silence, when you open to a greater force that is acting through you, that opens the windows of insight, that widens your consciousness, settles you in your deeper subliminal ranges. The inner and outer get integrated, and you go deeper and integrate various parts of your being in the process. All this takes months and years of that exploration to dive deep into the spaces, increase your integration, and let the emergence happen. So as you get integrated, as you get in touch with the psychic being increasingly, you experience an increasing peace, stillness, silence, wideness, harmony, quiet gladness, growing clarity, and your mind gets intuitivized. You develop increasingly an intuitive mind where you can drop the rational intelligence and rely increasingly on the intuition that is operating through the mind or your emotions or through even the body. So you're opening to the intuition, letting it flow through you, transform you. So that opens the possibility of a transformation of our nature. Transformation of the mind, transformation of the emotions, transformation of our nervous system, even the physical substance come under the influence of these forces that is emerging from deep within or coming from above. And you grow into an increasing harmonious way of functioning, way of being that is no more acting from a conflict, but a stillness of your being that is increasingly merging into the larger life context. But you're active, able to engage with life in a way of karma, samadhi, with a perception, a cognition that is deeper. And you're a researcher, you prepared your lab, and there is a whole world to explore, dimensions to explore, but you just prepared your lab to walk into the subliminal ranges and open to what is above. And world become increasingly symbolic. And you're walking through a dream and you're living your dream. So I would end there, and if there is time for any sharing, questions, I don't know how it is structured. Is it at the end or now? I'm open to both.
If there is any one or two questions, probably we can take, because this is something, Sakshi Upadhyaya. Sir, can you please explain the inner child personality method again?
Yes, when we wanted to come in touch with that inner child, first is naming. As in management, they say, if you can name it, you can manage it. If you can measure it, you can manage it. So in our psychological exploration, first is in naming the part of your being. So we use the pet name that by which either your mother or father used to call you, because that word is a link to the memories, to the emotions. So that's an important detail, the name by which you address that part of your being. Then again, other layer added to it is recalling one of the beautiful memories from your childhood. Remember, we are not looking at childhood traumas. There's a big difference here. We are looking at what's the most beautiful soul moments of childhood, what you can recall, the earliest memory. That is another connecting link. And in order to concentrate on that and to recall and relive, we use method of drawing, painting that memory vividly as much as possible. You paint that. That helps you to orient and connect with that. So you have a name, you have an image, you paint it, you connect it. Then you write a letter to that part. Dear so-and-so. It is the adult personality writing to the child personality in you. I haven't met you for a long time. How are you? And I want to listen to you. And the role of the adult personality is purely to listen. The very act of listening without bias, without judgment, without criticism, without questioning, just listening, just like mother would listen to a child coming home after the school and telling all kinds of wonderful things child did or the difficulties the child had. You're just listening, witnessing, listening, receiving. That's the capacity to be developed, and dropping the adult personality. After writing, then you write, you shift the position, you become the child, you identify with the child, and child is writing to the adult personality. That's where we use the free flow writing continuously to release whatsoever is arising. Trauma arises, anger arises, memories arises, emotional difficulties arises. That's why the witnessing capacity is to be developed. So many people get very scared when the lid opens and stuff shows up. You immediately close the lid and say, I don't want to face it. So you prepare yourself, learn to be a witness to the drama that is unfolding within you. And you are in charge of it. It's unfolding in your own psyche. And you can witness it. The more courage you have, the more balance you have, the more wide you become. You can allow the stuff, but you are not going after the trauma. You're not going after the pain. We are not trying to actively transform the shadow. If it comes, we witness it. We don't analyze it, we receive it. All that we look for is what is the insight that can be turned into an actionable item in life. That's where the inner and the outer gets bridged and integration takes place. And we offer this as a 4-week course, actually. It is, you practice and develop the capacity, but then one has to practice repeatedly to enter into that space. Yes.
I think we will take up this further exploration after Dr. Michael Manovic will give his talk, because I understand one after another it will lead to how it is different, how this is similar, and all that. So we will get lost in the process. So I thank you, Dr. Manoj Pavitran, for your nice, sublime, serene presentation. And we look forward to probably Dr. Jyotsna will think of organizing some kind of a weekend workshops or some more interactions with people, so that we learn a lot more about things. Because the basic problem is, neither you nor Aurobindo are taught very seriously in our psychology courses. So first we have to learn the basic language of the Aurobindo's thinking. So thank you once again for your nice presentation. So may I now request Dr. Michael Mayovic. Dr. Michael Mayovic, MD, is Medical Director for Primary Care Behavioral Health in the Veterans Administration Boston Healthcare System. He has 25 years of clinical experience in adult psychiatry with a special focus on the integration of mental health care into medical settings. He has collaborated extensively with colleagues to develop the field of integral yoga psychology and published pieces about Sri Aurobindo's work in journals of transpersonal psychology, textbooks of Indian psychology, and the Harvard Review of Psychiatry. Dr. Mayovic has co-authored a forthcoming book on consciousness-based psychology with, I think it is consciousness-based counsel, if I'm correct, right? With Dr. Soumitra Basu, and has a special interest in Sri Aurobindo's references to the dual centers or chakras of the earth. The views he expresses in this talk are his own and do not represent the United States government or Veterans Administration. I'm glad Dr. Mayovic is here. I heard him in 2001 when we had the Integral Psychology Conference at Pondicherry, the first one. And all the participants here should read one of his important papers, which is why we should take Indian psychology seriously. He has really tried to, relate the Vedic psychology with the contemporary psychiatry and psychology. So I look forward to listening to his presentation. I'm sorry I didn't introduce the topic, dual centers, how to include the earth in psychology. I'm glad that he is going to speak on chakras and different countries and continents. In fact, in the morning I was wondering what they will specifically speak on chakra, and when I read it, I thought, okay, here is something I was looking forward to. So welcome, Dr. Mayovic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Is the audio connection good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Dr. Kiran. It's wonderful to see your face again after so many years.
Yes.
And we just exchanged some emails, and so I'm looking forward to more contact.
Yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Manoj. Beautiful presentation that you just gave on the subliminal. So lovely. I learned much. And also thank you to Dr. Jyotsna for thinking of me and including me in this conference. So that was very sweet, and I appreciate the chance to talk. I need to share my screen, so I want to make sure that it's working before I start the talk. So can everyone see a picture of the Earth right now?
Yeah.
Working? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to be talking about a little known aspect of Sri Aurobindo's thought that he left just a glowing hint and never elaborated. So this is about the 7 jewel centers of the Earth Mother, which are essentially just the chakras of planet Earth. So he wrote this in the Record of Yoga, which was his diary, sort of thinking about the journal writing that we just learned. He also had a journal that he used for his sadhana. And we believe that it was written sometime around late 1926. You can find this passage in the Collected Works of Sri Aurobindo, volume 11, page 1340. And it starts with the statement, 7 times 7 are the planes of the Supreme Goddess. And he then explains essentially the whole structure of creation, from the Satchitananda all the way down to the inconscient, 49 different levels of consciousness or existence. And somewhere in the middle of that, as he's coming down, he comes below the mental plane and he starts to talk about the life plane. And he makes a quick statement about the chakras, and I'll sort of start there. So he says that the 7 lotuses are the 7 chakras of the tantric tradition. But these lotuses have been veiled, closed, shut into their own occult energies by the ignorance. Hence the obscurity, falsehood, death, suffering of our existence. So there he briefly recalls the reality of the chakras and talks about how the process of yoga, evolution of consciousness, wakes up those chakras, opens them. In the next paragraph, he then refers to the jewel centers of the Earth Mother, which are 7 luminous jewel hearts of truth in substance, but they have been imprisoned in darkness, fossilized in immobility, veiled, closed, shut into their own occult energies by the hardness, darkness, and inertia of the material inconscience. So in that tantalizing reference, he suggests that there are jewel centers in the earth that are analogous to chakras in the human conscious, in the system of human beings. And then after a couple short paragraphs, he then concludes this mini essay with a statement about evolution. And he says that to liberate all these powers, including the chakras and the jewel centers, is the first step towards the restoration of the Earth Mother to her own divinity and the earth existence, to its native light, truth, life, and bliss of Immaculate Ananda. So right there, he also gives us, takes us all the way back before the Upanishads to the time of the Vedas, in which the Earth Mother was seen as a divinity and as a conscious being. And so after this amazing statement in which he suggests that there are chakras or centers of consciousness in the earth, he never mentioned it again in any of his writings, certainly nothing public, and I don't know if there's something else hidden in a diary somewhere. So he left us this tantalizing statement about the earth, and it's up to us to slowly decipher it. And this will be a collective work. It will take many people from all over the world to really understand this and unpack it. So today I'm giving you a very brief introduction to the jewel centers, mostly just to try to alert you to the fact that there are jewel centers and Sri Aurobindo has said something about them, and to try to give you a few illustrations that they really are real. So this is my own study. I've been interested in this for about 17 years now. And the insights and hypotheses that I'm proposing here, these are my own. Sri Aurobindo never stated all of this, so you can take it with a grain of salt. Other people may have other perceptions or insights, and that's fine. We can have a global discussion about this and learn from each other. So my basic sense is that the jewel centers of the earth correspond to the chakras in functioning. So just as the chakras open to these other superphysical planes of consciousness and canalize those forces into the human system, in the same way, there are chakras in the earth, in the very substance of land, that open to the planes of consciousness, vital, mental, higher mental, and so on, and canalize these planes of consciousness into the planet. Because these jewel centers are real, it means that they actually influence the evolution of consciousness and of life forms, including non-human life forms, in every place on the planet. I'm going to propose that the 7 jewel centers roughly map to the 7 continents. There are some complexities I don't have time to go into here. And remember, this mapping was not recorded by Sri Aurobindo, so this is just a hypothesis that I'm exploring. Here is the basic mapping that is my sense of what's going on. But again, different people may have different perceptions, which is fine. So my sense of the situation is that Asia, the continent of Asia, particularly North Asia, Asia proper, corresponds to the Sahasrara chakra in the earth. So that's the crown chakra that opens to the higher mind, the illumined mind, intuitive mind, those overhead planes of consciousness that Sri Aurobindo talks about in human yoga. And within Asia, the Indian subcontinent has a very special status because in some way it's part of Asia, but it's also not part of Asia in the sense that it is its own tectonic plate. And also Asian Indian culture, as we're going to see, has elements that are Asian and also unique elements. Europe is the Ajna jewel center of the world. So it opens to the mental planes of consciousness, and anyone who has been to Europe and interacted with European culture, this is unmistakable. The Middle East is the Visuddha, or the throat chakra, so the center of dynamic will, power, and a translation of mind forces into organized, powerful external action. Africa represents the higher vital or the emotional being, the outer heart chakra. So the whole continent is radiating that sort of conscious force. The Pacific Islands are a huge area, and they correspond to the vital planes of consciousness. And so there's the mid-Pacific at the level of the Philippines, which is the central or vital proper, and then the Southern Pacific Islands from Malaysia, Java, probably grading all the way down to New Zealand, correspond to the lower vital. And the Americas, all of the Americas, so both North America and South America together, constitute the physical center of the world, the physical chakra, the root chakra. And within the Americas, these planes repeat themselves in the same order from north to south. And that's a complexity that I won't have time to go into here, but it does create a gradation of consciousness within the physical. And so you can see that very, very clearly in American cultures at different levels of the continental organization have certain different qualities and characteristics. So before I go into some examples of this, I wanted to just briefly state the purpose and spirit. The purpose of these cultural examples is for learning. They provide vivid examples of how planes of consciousness are expressed in human culture and human psychology. We approach this with the spirit of human unity, meaning appreciating that every place, every people, every land is divine and has its important role in the whole. So there's no sense here of be trying to stereotype cultures and reduce them to just one thing. We know that human nature, human capacities are the same everywhere, just like there's huge individual variations across human beings. There are huge cultural variations within each continent. And so what I'm really sort of proposing is that the consciousness of the land, because it's radiating a certain force, it creates patterns. So like harmonies of sound or different spectra of color, you can see how this is expressed in human cultures. And finally, at the end, we'll come to the problem of climate change. One very useful thing of communing with jewel centers, studying jewel centers of the world, is you grow increasingly conscious of the fact that the Earth Mother is a conscious being. And that will be important in our global response to climate change. So I'm going to focus just a little bit up front on the Indian subcontinent, because obviously that's where you all are. And this is a conference about Indian psychology, Vedic psychology, in honor of Sri Aurobindo's 150th birthday. So the Indian subcontinent, in my experience, the land of the subcontinent, opens to the infinite, to a transcendent consciousness, to a sense of a supreme reality that transcends the earth. And coming from abroad, when you land in India, this is quite palpable. The change is very quick and immediate and stunning. So a very special kind of consciousness that is being radiated from the land of India, the Indian subcontinent, all the countries. And this has been expressed very obviously in the long history of experiential spirituality. So on the Indian subcontinent, there's been this continuous stream of starting in the Vedic period and the Upanishads and Buddhism and then all the schools of yoga, this quest for a direct personal yogic experience of the infinite, of a transcendent awareness of a supreme reality. And one way that we also see this expressed in culture at large is in what is called Hinduism now, this worldview of polymorphic monotheism, the sense that one divine being is expressed through many gods and goddesses, and in fact, an infinite number of forms. And as we'll see, this is also very beautifully expressed in Indian art forms, are very meditative, very discursive and elaborative, and they have this sense of play between the one and the many, in the sense that there's sort of one underlying reality that is being expressed through a multiplicity of forms. And I give two quick examples of this that you can very rapidly appreciate. One is the structure of Indian classical music. So in Indian classical music, there's this very unique structure of having a drone note that varies only by a few tones going in the background, while the raga elaborates around it. And every performance is original. It's intuitive. It's performed on the spot. And so you have this amazing play between the one, which is the drone note, and the play of the many, which is the raga that develops around the drone note. And when you read Sri Aurobindo's writings, you see the exact same structure. He's a master of the English language, in my opinion, probably the greatest master of the English language. But his style of writing is completely Indian. So he has a sort of one theme or one insight that he elaborates in an infinity of ways. And his writing has this very long, elaborative quality. It's discursive, it's meditative, it's mantric. So he creates repetitions and rhythms of themes and sounds that lift you into a higher plane of consciousness, in many planes of consciousness. So that is a very Indian approach to using the English language, which is very lovely. We're lucky that he did it. So now I want to showing you some pictures from around the world, so that we can quickly see how the consciousness of the land leads to very different forms of temples. I'm going to take a quick tour of the world of churches and temples to show you how the spirit of the architecture and the way devotion is done really is expressing the consciousness of the land. So we're starting in southern India, where this conference is organized from. And so this is the Meenakshi Temple of Madurai. Some of you have probably been there. And there are some elements of this temple that I wanted to point out that are unique, typically Indian. And this is obviously the southern style of architecture, but a very classic style of compound wall with an area inside many gopura towers. So in all areas of the world other than India, temples have a centralizing design. They focus your attention on one central spot from which you receive a blessing or a message, or there's a holy symbol or a holy ritual. The Indian temples grounds has a different structure. So the compound wall represents, if you will, the cosmos, the universe, and everything inside it represents the play of creation. So every temple is dedicated to one god or goddess. So this is dedicated to Meenakshi. But within it, there are other gods and goddesses that are being worshipped, other deities that are being invoked. And there are multiple centers of activity. So this picture, you can see there are people all over the compound. And in every part of the compound, there's something going on. There will be a puja, a ritual, while a different thing is going on in a different place. And when you visit an Indian temple, there's this great sense of freedom. People wander around in their own, as the spirit moves them to different parts of the compound at different times, and they may get absorbed in their own sort of private worship, or they may join sort of a ritual that a Brahmin priest is doing. So there are multiple foci of activity happening simultaneously, with great freedom given to individuals to sort of go around within this cosmos that is expressing itself. And I put a few other pictures to highlight that. I put the children on the left because one of the great things in many Indian temples is you'll find areas where children are wandering around and playing and laughing, and it's so beautiful. And you don't see that at temples and churches in other parts of the world. They don't allow that inside the compound. But the Indian temple it includes everything. So all of humanity, all of creation, everything is happening inside. So I put the picture there of Ganesh, you'll see some of those rituals going on, even animals are included in the process. And then I wanted to make just a few comments on the architecture. So if you look at those, this is the 1,000-pillared hallway, and you'll see these kinds of hallways in Indian temples. And they express architecturally what Indian music does in sound. So there is a oneness, a drone, if you will, and that drone in this rendering is the column. You take one thing that repeats itself, and yet it is elaborated in an infinity of ways. So every column is different. It has its own particular sculptural designs on it, and all together they create a sense of visual resonance or rhythm. It's almost looking at it is like listening to the Om sound. And so what the entire structure, human and architectural, of an Indian temple does is it expands your awareness. It opens you to a sense of an infinite consciousness, a transcendent oneness that is expressing itself through many, many, many different forms. Very beautiful, very Indian. Now we're going to go to other parts of the world and see how each land expresses a different quality of consciousness. So this is China in Beijing. This is Temple of Heaven, sacred site for the Chinese emperors. And if you look at that, so we're now in North Asia, which is the Sahasrara, the crown chakra, that opens to the higher mind and above the reasoning mind. And you feel that subtlety. There's enormous delicacy and subtlety in the architectural design, how beautifully it's done. It has a very light presence to it. But unlike an Indian temple, it has a central organization. So in this ceremony here, all the people have their proper place, and the entire structure of the path and the temple leads you up the path to a central focus spot. It is not, 10,000 or 100,000 people wandering around, all of them spontaneously doing different things at different times and places. This is a Japanese Zen temple, so Buddhist, from Kyoto, and absolutely gorgeous. The Japanese, are masters of aesthetics, world known for the delicacy of their arts. And you can certainly feel that here, the subtlety, the harmony, the delicacy, the amazing way in which the human structures are integrated into the natural setting. And the Japanese have a particular love of asymmetry. So you can see that there are asymmetrical elements in the rock garden and nature that are integrated with symmetrical elements in the rectangular shapes. So this amazing sense of synthesis, integration, a balancing of opposites, very meditative, very quiet, very contemplative. And it expresses that Sahasrara opening, but it is not the sense one gets in an Indian temple of sort of an infinite being that is resonating through all finite forms. So a different quality that is being expressed through the earth, through the people, through the temple. Now let's turn to Europe. This is the Parthenon, so a temple to Athena, pre-Christian, in Athens, and it is in many ways the original European building, the template from which so much later public architecture was taken. And if you just looking at this slide, you may start to feel a sort of a luminosity and a concentration of force in your forehead. And that is because the land of Europe stimulates the mental chakra, the forehead chakra. And there are elements in the architecture that express this sort of mental force, notably the geometry and the symmetry. So European architecture, has a deep love of symmetry and also geometry. So here you see the columns, the rectangles, the triangles, everything organized in a perfect mental pattern. And in the old days, there was a statue to Athena in the center. And so when you went in, there was a central focus point for attention. Now we're going to move a little north in Europe, and 1,500 years later, this is a Catholic cathedral. There are hundreds of these around Europe, and it's a different culture. This is a Christian culture, not a pre-Christian culture that made this, but you feel the same elements of Europe in it. You can feel it stimulating the forehead, the mental chakra, and it has a great symmetry in everything that is done. And there is a geometry here. It's a more complex geometry, these beautiful lines and arcs that are organized into a perfect pattern. And the experience of being inside a cathedral in Europe, the whole thing focuses your awareness at the altar at the end. There's a central focal point from which, a sermon is given, and there's holy symbol there. And when people pray here, they each have their proper place to sit, and they go through a ritual of reading at certain times and being quiet in others. So the whole thing creates a very mental focus that opens you to the mental plane of consciousness. Now we're going to descend into the Visuddha, or the throat chakra. So this is the Middle East. This is Mecca in Saudi Arabia, one of the holiest spots in Islam, the birthplace of the Prophet Muhammad. And if you take a moment just to look at that picture and feel it in your body or in your subtle awareness, you can feel the sort of power or expansion happening in your throat area. That is because the Middle East powerfully stimulates that chakra. And there are certainly elements of the architecture and human behavior that express this force. So the architecture here is of much stronger and bolder and dynamic quality. It's more of an externalizing statement than the Asian temples or the European things that we reviewed. And the human behavior is an amazing expression of discipline, organizing people into kind of a unified, effective action. One of the ways this is done is through the daily ritual of Adan, which you all can hear in the streets of India. This is done. The muezzin will climb to the top of one of the minarets and use the power of the human voice to call the faithful to prayer. And then 5 times per day, all the faithful will stop, turn to Mecca, bow, and pray to Allah. That takes an amazing amount of discipline. It is a tremendous synchronization of human behavior into organized action to execute that every day of the week, always. And the other really interesting thing is if you listen to languages from the Middle East, they all use their throat. So it's very clear in Arabic, but also Hebrew and Lebanese. They're very throaty languages, and that is because of that chakra is being stimulated. This is the center of Mecca, the holiest spot of the holies. And look at that organization. Everyone perfectly lined up in circles, bowing and praying. An amazing display of discipline, of organization, of power and action, which is completely different from obviously an Indian temple, the almost polar opposite in spirit. So very beautiful, but very different. And the point is that is because the consciousness of the land in the Middle East is radiating this force that is influencing all of human psychology and culture. So now I'm going to touch just briefly on Africa. I don't have a lot of time. It's also an area I know much less about. But this is a Orthodox Christian temple from about 1,000 years ago. And one of the things that I just love about Africa is the red earth. The color of the land itself sort of stimulates your heart chakra. You feel it opening up. And the way that this little church is done is so devotional. It's so intimate. It's nestled into sort of like a heart-like little enclosure in the rock. It's built on a very small human scale. It's not too elaborate. So it has this very simple sort of devotional quality to it that appeals to the heart. And here's a modern, Christian church from Ethiopia, so built 1,000 years later. And yet we find the same basic elements. It's small, it's intimate, it's humble. It's not a big fanfare, but it's done with great devotion. And you can feel that in the people, the very humble people, very poor people, but you feel the sincerity of their devotion and how they're worshiping. So now we're going to switch and study pyramids a little bit, because it's fascinating how pyramids are different in Egypt and the Americas. So the Egyptian pyramids are they're from the Middle East, northern Africa bordering on Israel, and they really express power and will. They have this strong statement of simple geometrical structure that sort of rises above the earth. And they, in a sense, defy earth and time. They were built to express the divinity and power of the pharaoh, who was an immortal being. On the other hand, American pyramids have a completely different sensibility. And what they're really expressing is love of the physical world, which in ancient times meant the natural world. And so this is Tenochtitlan, the center of the Aztec Empire. This is just outside of Mexico City. And if you look at the main pyramid on the left there, it's an earthy mound-like shape. And it is literally echoing the shape of the mountain behind it. It's repeating it. And if you look at the smaller pyramids and the plaza in the middle, they have a wide sort of feeling of opening into the lap of the land. And they are expressing the plain in front of it, so that the site itself is expressing, the mountains and plains behind them, growing out of it, living in sympathy with nature, being a harmonious expression of the natural world. The same aesthetic is very clear. You can go to South America. This is Machu Picchu, the most sacred city in the Inca Empire. So a different culture, different time, different civilization. The Aztecs and Incas had no connection with each other. And yet you see the same basic sensibility, a deep love of the earth. So it almost feels like the tall mountain there is the bust or the head of a goddess. And the city is draped around her shoulders or neck like a piece of jewelry. The whole thing is hugging the earth, loving the earth. There's a sense in all Native and Indigenous American cultures, all of them held the earth to be sacred, felt that the earth is a conscious being, is an earth mother, that needs to be worshipped. And so many spiritual teachings in Native American tradition are about the wisdom of the earth. So one could then ask the question, well, but what about the United States? Because, modern United States seems to be just the opposite, a very sort of technologically oriented society that is living against the earth and sort of very rapidly using up natural resources and destroying the earth. But actually, that is absolutely true on the surface. But if you dig deeper into the culture of the United States, you'll see that, in fact, the spirituality of the United States is completely connected with the natural world. So on the left there, that is a picture, top left, of Walden Pond, 8 miles from my house. So I live in Massachusetts. And Walden Pond is extremely famous in American culture, because that is the place where, outside of Concord, Henry David Thoreau, he lived there for 2 years practicing yoga. He was reading the Bhagavad Gita, and he wrote the book on Walden Pond. And it was while there that he was also jailed and later wrote Civil Disobedience, that was used by Mahatma Gandhi later for the whole philosophy of passive resistance. And so all of that, happened in Walden Pond. He and his friend Emerson were reading the Bhagavad Gita, and they developed what's considered the first, school of philosophy in the United States called Transcendentalism, which held that God expresses itself, himself or herself, through nature. And that's so interesting, because that is exactly what every Native American culture said. And yet, by that point in history, there was very little contact between the white people and the natives because of our, long history of marginalization that I won't go into here. So they arrived at the same conclusion, even though they really had very little contact with Native Americans at that point. And that theme of spirituality being expressed through the natural world continues in modern American culture. So one of the amazing things, if you visit the United States, is that if you go around, you'll notice that the churches are very unimpressive. You know, we're one of the richest countries in the world with, you know, one of the highest technological abilities to build things. We've built, you know, whole cities full of skyscrapers and space shuttles and gone to the moon and do all this stuff. But it's like we're unable to build a very inspiring church. You know, they're small and they're sort of not very well designed. They are not like the cathedrals of Europe. There's nothing in this Christian majority nation that makes you feel like they translated that devotion into beautiful churches. And so then you wonder, well, why? And my sense is because really, in the United States, the divine does not live in churches. In the United States, the divine lives in the land. That is where the divine force is expressed. It's through the physical consciousness, through the physical world. And you can see this in a couple of ways in American culture. I put the picture of the road because American culture has a recurrent theme of road trips. You see books about it, you see it in movies. And so anytime Americans have trouble in life and want to find meaning or solve a problem, they go on a road trip. Why? Well, because as you're out driving on the land, it's a very meditative experience and kind of, with the sound of the wheels and the openness, it's a meditation. And your mind relaxes and your awareness sort of settles down into the vast land that's all around you. And then the intuitions open up, the answers to life problems start coming when your consciousness is connected with the earth. And of course, the United States has the greatest collection of national parks of any country in the world. Millions of people come from all over planet Earth to enjoy the national parks of the United States because they really are worth it. And so I've put just two of them here to, remind people of that. One is the Grand Canyon on the left, and the other is the great redwood forests of California. And when you stand in either of these places, you feel the sacredness of the earth. You feel the consciousness of the earth. You feel that Earth Mother is alive. There's no doubt about it. Every single person who goes to the Grand Canyon is blown away by the experience. Because in those canyons, it's like nature built 100 million pyramids naturally. And you see it. You see all the forms of the pyramids resonating and expanding. Absolutely extraordinary. And when you go to the redwood forests and you see these trees that are the size of skyscrapers and you feel the aspiration of the earth rising up, there's no question that the earth is a conscious being. So, and then in American culture, so much poetry, so many writers have been inspired by nature. So the whole theme of connecting with the natural world absolutely continues. It is the essence of American spirituality. So now I wanted to switch I gave you some examples to try to convey that the land of each continent is radiating a conscious force that affects human psychology and culture. And so now I want to tie this back to mental health. So how does this relate to psychotherapy? So one way we can just look at the evolution of psychotherapy. We all know what cognitive behavior therapy is. So many of us have to do some training in it and get a certificate and do some CBT with clients. But when you think about it, the CBT was not developed in the West. The greatest cognitive behavior therapist is the Buddha. No doubt about it. The Eightfold Path is an absolute masterpiece of CBT principles, but it's a very large spiritual existential approach to how cognition, behavior, emotion, ethics, and livelihood are all knit together. And he developed this amazing way of overcoming suffering in all spheres of life. And so that is the kind of spiritual quality of the consciousness of land in India, expressing how a whole approach to psychology or psychotherapy in the big sense, existential, is expressed. And now, if you look at when did psychology, really turn into this modern concept of psychotherapy as something that distinct that you pull out of the whole pattern of living and do separately? That happened in Europe. Europe's the mental center where ideas are developed. And so the main mental concepts originated from psychoanalysis. And if you've read psychoanalysis, it is a very intellectual, very mental sort of approach to therapy with all sorts of complex ideas. And then therapy, as it moved into the United States from Europe and really started developing in the United States, took on a much stronger focus on the physical consciousness. And so you see that in the behavioral elements of therapy became increasingly important. And then medications, which are, such a big part of mental health treatment. That's very much a physical treatment. That was all, promoted in the United States. And so now, after 30 years of research, scientific evidence has been developed for mindfulness. They finally agreed that the Buddha was right and that his methods work. And so that the standard of care now is mindful CBT plus or minus meds, which is being mass produced, to deliver mental health to large populations of people. So you can see how an inspiration from the Indian subcontinent 2,500 years ago moves across jewel centers, picking up particular forces in each jewel center and, coming to the final thing that we see now. So let me just close with commenting on a few practical applications to life and work. There are, very interesting, every culture, because of living on a jewel center, has some kind of cultural adaptations to living with the force of that land. So in India, you have a beautiful example because the consciousness of the land in India opens people up, really pulls awareness out of the physical into the infinite and transcendent. It is easy to lose contact with the physical consciousness. And Sri Aurobindo wrote a lot about this issue, and a part of his work was to try to fix it. How Indian psychology and yoga had become disconnected from the physical world. So he focused it back on the physical world and transformation. And in Indian culture, you see two beautiful examples of this, so that people still eat with hands and walk barefoot in temples, despite being a very modern society with a lot of technological development and so on. Why? Well, because those cultural rituals bring you back into sensory contact with the physical world. So they're very important for staying balanced if you live in the subcontinent. And on the other side, in the Americas, our problem is the opposite. We don't need any help staying in the physical consciousness. Our problem is getting out of it. We have a hard time rising above the physical consciousness. So in America, you see that this pattern has developed of people going to weekend workshops, learning to meditate and practice Indian psychology and open to the transcendent, because they need more practice in doing that. It doesn't come naturally from the land. So how can you apply some of this in your own work? The most basic way is you can easily incorporate grounding meditations into any kind of work that you're doing in psychotherapy. Anytime you do any kind of meditation to help clients, you can invite them to bring their consciousness down into the ground, put it in the earth below their feet, open to the consciousness of the earth, thank the earth, and speak with the earth. Ask to receive the wisdom of the earth, the blessings of the earth, because the earth is completely capable of speaking with us and guiding us and teaching us and healing us. And so if we open to her, if we give her a chance, she will do it. There's also a beautiful way that we can engage with arts and music from other jewel centers. So I just gave you a brief example here about how if you sort of connect with jewel centers around the world, you can use that to open your own chakras. And so there's a whole beautiful future cultural exchange that is going to be developing as all the different jewel centers exchange forces with each other, and we all learn from each other and balance each other and help each other grow. So the final comment I want to make is the climate crisis, which is the big global thing that is facing us in the coming decades. Yes, we need to do practical things to reduce our carbon footprint, but we also need to change the way we view the earth. We got here because we have been viewing the earth as an object to exploit. And the solution is not to see her as an object to use sustainably, but to stop seeing her as an object at all. We need to see the earth as a subject, as a conscious being. And so one beautiful way of doing this is right here. These beautiful pictures of the earth, they're all over the place now, pictures of the earth taken from space. And when you look at that, you feel immediately that the earth is radiating this psychic presence. And you feel intuitively, you know in your soul that we're one planet, one people, one consciousness, one being. We are growing together in an evolutionary process. So I'll stop there and take any quick questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Mayowe. That was an excellent presentation. So, I'm so glad that you touched upon the chakras at the cosmic level, at the earth level, in a global level.
Yes.
Because I don't know, when Dr. Jyotsna asked me to chair this session, my first reaction was, Dr. Jyotsna, I am not very deep into Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga psychology. Therefore, I don't think I am the right person to chair this session. She said, no, sir, we have thought of so many people. This will be more clinically oriented and you have to chair this session. So I said, okay, if you think I know something, then I will come and chair this session. That's all. I accept. And then I requested her to send the abstracts, but I had no time to go through them. So I was thinking while going the morning walk, most of the people are writing about chakras. Today in the West, many people are writing about it. They have the experience also, but it looks as though it is all very personal, individuals. Referring to personality characteristics and what each chakra symbolizes at a personal level and all. But the Indian understanding of chakra is both at the microcosm and at the macrocosm level. So if somebody's Mooladhara chakra is awakened, then that means that person has certain awareness connected with the whole of cosmos, not just personal. That kind of broader understanding is available in the Indian tradition. So, though I have not, I'm not an expert. I have read about chakras. From my own reading, I was always thinking chakras are planes of consciousness, and naturally people, societies, places may be operating at different planes of consciousness. And I was thinking of our own Indian, topography. For example, the southern part of India, Mysore, where I'm living, Karnataka is called land of sandalwood.
Yeah.
If you go to some other place called Chirapundi, it has a lot of rains. So like that, different natural phenomena are facilitated in different parts of India. Similarly, if you go take the whole earth, different things are facilitated.
Yeah.
Accordingly, people's awareness also could be at different levels.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking of all these things. And afternoon, after the session, I read your, abstract and said, oh, here is Michael Mayowe speaking about dual crest in a similar way. And now I want to point out as chairperson, want to make comments and then allow it for discussion.
Yeah.
So I was reading, okay, let me see what Aurobindo directly tells about chakra.
Yeah.
So I took Dalal's Greater Psychology book, and I was looking for it on page 74. He says, the subliminal is, according to our psychology, connected with a small outer personality by certain centers of consciousness, bracket, chakras, of which we become aware by yoga. Only a little of the inner being escapes through these centers into the outer life, but that little is the best part of ourselves and responsible for our art, poetry, philosophy, ideals, religious aspirations,
Sorry
efforts,
to
and
interrupt you,
knowledge.
sir. Your voice is breaking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That may be because of my internet.
Yeah. Internet.
Yeah. So you see that Betty Hillman, a philosopher, she has written a small book on Indian culture and civilization. So she says the whole of Indian consciousness, the whole of society and culture is imbued with transcendental orientation.
Yeah.
And she gives a number of examples to illustrate, from all the poetry or our.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah. And then
even Sri Aurobindo agreed. He said the same thing.
Yeah, same thing. And then Pitrim Saraki, the sociologist, he studied world cultures and different societies. And he brought out his theory of, social change, where in different epochs, different societies and cultures have one of the three major mentalities: sensuous, ideational, and idealist.
Right.
And he gives a description, and he says he must have written that somewhere around 1937 or between 40 and all. The West is in the last phases of the sensate era, he says. So now the spiritual regeneration that's happening in Europe and particularly in North America and all that, and there is a change in the whole pattern of thinking, consciousness.
Yeah.
And if you come back to India, India is moving to a certain degree of sensate instead of the ideational and the idealist.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, when I went to San Francisco, I saw all around, stores where they have stacked all the bottles. Every corner you have all liquor bottles and everything, the bakery and all. So the immediate thing came to me was, in each corner we have small temples. Or for a tree, they will, put some vermilion and they will make it a temple itself.
Yeah.
And now all that is going, and we have liquor bottle shops all around, instead of. So this your idea of planes of consciousness is excellent. I am thinking in each country, these planes of consciousness could be operating at different places, different regions.
Yes, right. So I'm actually in the process of writing a book on this, and you're right. Within each continent, all the planes of consciousness are expressed in different places, and in fact, even within each country, they're expressed. In fact, if you're sensitive, even within one city, you can feel the different planes in different parts of the city. If it's a conscious city, if it's a well-developed city with a history of culture, you will feel it. So it's an amazing study. I know that we're short on time, so I just wanted to briefly, I agree this talk is very rapid. It's a huge subject to cover in only 40 minutes. It needs much more. And people asked, can it be used in healing? Absolutely. This can be used in healing. And I think the most important thing is the point of human unity, that we have to work together to develop this, because each continent, each jewel center has something to offer, but it also has something it needs to receive. And so what we need to do at a global level is to develop a sharing, a communication, mutual growth, so that each of the jewel centers can give and take from the others in growth and healing.
I was reminded of, I went to Elmira College in, near New York and gave a lecture when I was a Fulbright occasional lecturer there. So I spoke on the contemporary relevance of ancient Indian thought in the West. That was my topic. So the next day I went to a college and the anthropology professor there, he was talking and he said, Kiran, all that you spoke yesterday will hold good in California, not in New York.
Right, no.
So
And there is a jewel center reason for that. Because the western part of the United States is the outflowing, creative, expressive part, and the eastern is the concentrated, intensely disciplined. So, different culture, depending on where you are in the United States because of the land. In the United States, in all of the Americas, things are very strongly driven by land. And also, at a very simple level, why am I so interested in jewel centers? Well, because I'm American, it's all about the land. The only thing I can pay attention to is the earth. That's it, Oh, look at the land, look at the rocks. What's happening here? Very American.
Yes. One last
beautiful thing is that I think that these jewel centers also would appear and be expressed differently from each plane. So each continent, each people in each place can sort of interpret in their own way, express it from that viewpoint.
Correct.
So
very
rich.
I will add 2 points and then open it to discussion. One is Indian consciousness as a whole, psyche as a whole is nearer to the psychic being.
Yes.
Than any other culture. That's the basic point. So therefore, our clinical patients, our psychotherapy strategies have to take factor in this account of we are getting nearer to that. That is something therefore, somebody's question, how all this is relevant to Indians is very much necessary because generally our center of gravity of our consciousness itself is different from the center of gravity of consciousness of other countries. That is one point. Second point, idea of mother earth. Somebody here, said Matrubhumi. In Sanskrit, mother, Matrubhumi. Matrubhumi is mother earth. Okay. And I am not a BJP or RSS man. I want to make it clear. But the prayer of RSS for Indians, I am saying, Namaste Sada Vatsale Matrubhumi. Matru, oh Mother Earth, who is always, full of compassion and love, I salute you. That is how it starts. So, I am not an RSS man, but I know the meaning of the prayer of RSS. So, what I am saying is, the whole of the prayer full of praise to the Mother Earth, and we want to, therefore, our psyche, our consciousness is in a different plane. As he put it, in the whole of Asia is near to soul and transcendence. We have all this, and therefore, this, when we see our patients, many of the problems of our patients are mostly coming to terms with the lower chakras, because our culture imposes so much of virtues, imposes so much of many of these things. We have a problem in integrating our sexuality, our power of dress, and all these things. So we have a lot of conflict, and therefore we should develop a model based on integral yoga psychology and with those map of mind, which so that in collaboration with persons like Dr. Mayovik and all the others, so that we have cross-fertilization of ideas. So with these few remarks as chairperson, I now open the floor for question and answer, and I think it is already 4 o'clock. I want to know, Dr. Jyotsna, what do you want to say? We have 27 chat box questions are there. Some of them may be just thanks, some of them may be questions. So where is Dr. Jyotsna? Dr. Jyotsna, please. Yes, Jyotsna has to decide now whether we should take up all the questions in the panel discussion or now.
Sir, can we take one question for each of the speakers, because the next session has to start and all the panelists have already joined. So requesting, and other questions can be taken up in the panel. Manoj has to leave for another program, I guess. So,
So where is the question? I am not able to see that here. Can you address that question to Dr. Michael Mayovi? You are the co-chairperson.
okay. See questions.
Because in the chat box there were some 27 messages. I don't know which is a question, which is a thanking message, which is what.
Sir, can I speak?
Yes.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there were around 4 questions for Dr. Manoj Pavitran. I'll just read out all of them.
Dr. Mayovi may have some other engagement. So please.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah.
He's fine.
I'm not working today.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So these questions are addressed to Dr. Manoj Pavitran. I'll just read out all of them, one after the other.
Sure.
This is the first question is from Usha Tanwar, and she asks, sir, if trauma emerges during the process, I believe she's talking about the inner child work process. That was the discussion that was happening at that time.
This question is already answered.
Okay. The second question is it similar to free association of psychoanalysis to some extent?
Yes.
The next question is, sir, it was wonderful to listen to you. How long does it take for a person to start feeling a connection with the inner child?
Okay.
And the last question is, how do we know the internal integration has happened?
Okay. Yes.
Free association. I do not know that particular method, how it is done, so I cannot precisely say anything about it. But here in this case, it is, we don't try to associate, except in the very beginning, you're orienting the exploration to a specific direction. After that, it is a free flow. Whatsoever emerges, that is the approach that we take. Now, how long it takes depends upon the individual and their inner nature, and to what degree they are able to detach and let go of the control and enter into that space. Now, how to know whether the integration is happening? Yeah, growing sense of inner peace, inner harmony, inner silence, inner stillness, clarity, quietude. These are the indicators that you are getting centered.
Thank you. Questions to Dr. Mayovi? Dr. Jyotsna?
So give us 1 minute. We are just searching for the questions, because there were a lot of appreciative messages. Like now, people found it very fascinating, both the talks, and also a lot of people writing about how fascinating it is to look into the spiritual mapping and the chakras and on the earth. So we're just sharing the question also.
This question would architecture. So, sir, there's one question by Sakshi addressed to Dr. Michael. It is, would architecture, like in temples, churches, mosque, monastery, be used in building mental health centers, help in healing better? The ambience or the concept, what is your take on it?
Yes, it can be used, definitely. All of the architecture is an art form, so all of the art forms, music, writing, any art form can be used for a healing purpose. And so now we have music therapy for mental health, and there's, painting therapy. And so, yes, architecture too can be done. And there are clinics, places that have been designed with a healing intention.
I will just add a point here. Yeah, in India, in Andhra Pradesh, near Kadapa, there is a person, he is called Maharshi, something like that. He has what's called pyramid yoga. And in his centers, he makes small pyramids where people can sit and meditate, because according to him, the energies flow and concentrate, and the healing energies will flow through the person. So that is called pyramid yoga. And wherever he has built his center, you can go there. There will be places to sit and meditate. They serve as healing places.
I would like to bring in one clarification. It is with respect to a question in the chat box regarding are we not regressing in our endeavor towards psychoanalysis, Gestalt, and then to the earliest structuralist schools of psychology? And are we not destined eventually to merge into philosophy, which we departed within 1879? So when I refer to the journal writing, and in today's discussion, only the inner child part came out, but journal writing is not limited to that. Inner guide is our central reference to connect with, and that becomes the organizing principle, integration center. And this is also just one of the ways of entering into that space to connect to the inner center. And I was referring to painting as a way to enter, and then other, like Anahata, another method that I was sharing with you. All these are used in multiple ways to open and integrate upward, inward, all that. There's a whole area. So today, since we do not have much time, it so happened that child part got into focus. But that is not really the center of it. It's a small part. Also, I just would like to add regarding chakras. I'm just releasing a film that is the history of India seen through the framework of chakras. It will be released on 15th of August. Soon it will be available. So I'm really happy to see your work on looking at the whole earth and the chakras.
So where will we be able to see your film? How can we do that?
It will be on YouTube available on 15th. There will be notification to everyone. I'm sure you will get it.
Good.
It will be freely available.
That would be
a very universal framework to look at individual, organization, nations, whole earth.
Good. So there was one comment here. Someone said in USA, they're replicating Madurai temporal structure. Will it have same geo-spiritual effect? And so this is an interesting question. So two things. I've been to Indian temples here in the US, and they feel a bit, they will have some of the Indian consciousness in it, but then because it's built on American land, you're going to start to feel that radiating into the temple. So it'll be an interesting mixed manifestation, which is lovely. But in the big picture, remember that in the United States, the temple is the land. No temple built in the United States will ever compare to the force of nature. So you can go to the temple here, but it's a small thing. The big thing is if you really want to connect with God in the United States, you should go take a walk in nature. That is where that is how the force is going to come to you. It will not happen very well. A little bit in the church, but not the big one. If you want the big revelation, you need to go connect with the land herself, because she is the leader in the United States. She's the conscious force. She's the Shakti. You follow her, You know, she knows, she's the path, she's the way. You just walk along her and she'll teach you. It's truly extraordinary. The land of the United States is so conscious. There's not 1 inch of her that is not conscious. And the lessons and wisdom that she has are absolutely extraordinary. And really, the whole problem of modern United States is an immigration problem. You have people who come from other parts of the world, originally Europe, but then others and other jewel centers. And as they come to the United States, they have to learn to sort of live with the chakra of the United States. And there's only one way to do that. You have to evolve towards the way the natives always said. So they viewed the land as sacred, conscious, and they always held the Earth Mother as divine, and all the spiritual teachings are about communing with the earth. Because in the Americas, you have to. There's no other way. That is where the divine is being expressed, which is different. In other jewel centers, things work differently. Each jewel center has its own way of working. So temples, yes. Nature, big yes, in the United States.
Okay, Dr. Jyotsna, I think we can end this session because there is a panel discussion to be done, and probably the participants are now highly stimulated to ask many more questions to the panelists, and panelists are ready here. So I thank Dr. Manoj Pravitran and Dr. Michael Mayovic for their excellent, great presentations. I thank Dr. Jyotsna. I congratulate her for carrying the baton forward with this kind of symposium. Wishing you all the best. Thank you all. Namaste.
Thank you, Kiran sir, and thank you, Manojji, and thank you, Dr. Mal. Please see if you can join for the panel for some time.
Yes, I will try. No problem. No problem. I can join.
This was such a wonderful session, really enriching. We will give all the participants just 2 minutes of break.
Yes.
Because after that, we will continue till 6 o'clock. So 2 minutes of break, and then we will start the panel.
And for the panel, do I stay on the same link or do I have to change?
Yes, no, you
Okay.
don't.
Same
I
link.
have to change. Same link. Okay.
Back, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Welcome back for this last program of the two-day symposium. And I'm really grateful to all the panelists who have joined again. We have chairperson as Dr. Michael Mascolo, and I will request Rupali to introduce him. Then we will hand over the session to the chairperson.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, everyone, to the last session of panel discussion, which will be chaired by Dr. Michael Mascolo. Dr. Michael Mascolo is a professor of psychology at Merrimack College. He is the academic director of the Compass program, a program that helps raise the skills of underperforming college students to support them through college and life. Dr. Mascolo is co-author and co-editor of 7 books, including the Handbook of Integrative Developmental Science, Psychotherapy as a Developmental Process, and What Develops in Emotional Development. He's interested in elaborating an integrative model of human development in socio-cultural context. So welcome, Dr. Mascolo, and request him to kindly take over the session.
Thank you so very much. Greetings all. It is a great honor to be here. I am delighted and I am deeply honored that Jyotsna asked me to be a participant in this session and in this conference. I have been lurking in the background from the United States, watching as many of the talks as I could, and boy, I find them to be really quite rich and evocative and even inspirational in their holism and in the breadth and depth of what you've been saying. So I am so very, very grateful. What I'd like to do is to first, I'd like to make a few comments, and then I'm on the basis of those comments, I want to ask each of the presenters a question that I hope that they will answer. And then what we'll do is open it up to questions, both questions that have already been submitted, and perhaps also to additional questions from the floor, which at that point you might be able to simply put in the chat boxes. And if there's time at the end, we'll talk a bit about future directions, but I have a feeling we'll be talking about future directions throughout. So we're about to begin, but please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Please correct me, and I will do the very best that I can to pronounce it correctly. Remember, I'm only an American. There's not much I can do about that. And one last thing, we have, if everyone is here, there will be 13 presenters, and so every question that is asked to a presenter, if all presenters were to be answering with 3 minutes, that's a half an hour. So I'm going to ask people to try to limit yourselves to 2 minutes, 2-minute responses, which is of course inadequate for any question, but we would appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and hopefully all this will work. Okay, here we are. I hope that you can all see. Please let me know if there's a problem. So here is our symposium. So let's begin with, if you will, what I might call some of the themes that have come up, at least for me, throughout the conference. And the very first one, if you would, is objecting to Western objectivism, the very idea of Western psychology as an objectivistic process. And these were mentioned by Professor Singh and Varma to a great degree. Western psychology tends to start with the individual. And in so doing, we see that there's an input to the individual, an environment, a stimulus, and then an output from the individual. And to be sure, the individual has mental states. But what we have here is an observer, a scientist who is observing from a third-party perspective, the individual. And what that person is doing, that scientist, is making inferences about those mental states. So we've got this third-person objective observer. You have a big line between the scientist and that which he or she is observing, almost as if this person that they're observing is an object or an alien that we don't know anything about. And what we get from here is an attempt from a person point of view to create objective universal laws. And there was a good deal of objection to this sort of thing. Professor Singh talked about about psychology being culture blind, an idea that that I think is quite apt. Let's move to what might be called Indian interiority, which might be the exact opposite. And so many of the talks today talked about, started from the deep opposing, in my view, or at least contrasting conception of Indian psychology being a source of deep interiority. Professor Jatsna's in a lovely paper that I had once read, there's two R's there, that I had once read, talked about the Indian self in the following terms here. And you've got from these layers and layers and layers, and the outer layer is the body. And then the inner layers, you have the manas and chitta and the ego and the intellect. And in the deepest and deepest and deepest of layers is Atman, the deep supreme self, the source of consciousness. And what we have in Indian psychology and Indian philosophy is deep interiority, deep interiority. Now, what I saw in the talks, if you will, was first several speakers speaking about this deep interiority. Professors Cornelissen, Basu, Mr. Lucas, and Pavithran, the deep interiority of Indian selves. And then what we also saw, based on that, was a moving from the deep interiority toward relationships, how that deep interiority penetrates and is penetrated by relationships. And here we've got Professor Gupta's discussion of adolescence and psychological problems such as depression and anxiety, which are, if you will, occurring between the deep interiority and the relational world. In addition, what we have here, again, moving beyond or outside of the deep interiority, Professors Chaudhry and Kaul talking about the deep openness, the connectiveness, the role of values, the role of relational values in creating, if you will, a self that is founded in deep interiority. Professor Bijlani as well. Then several talks spoke of culture and society. I'm thinking primarily here, again, Professors Singh and Varma, talking about the role of culture, at least in understanding psychology, and Professor Sidlitz in the organization of healthcare within the society as a way of augmenting, enhancing psychological health. Then we have the idea of Earth and evolution and ecology, the idea that the interiority or the self is something that is continuing to develop over time within a larger world in which the consciousness is invested. And then finally, the layer, if you will, of cosmos, which I think Professor Cornelissen alluded to at least. So what we see here is a very rich, interpenetrating set of layers in Indian psychology and Indian philosophy. So what I want to ask is, what does Indian psychology have to offer the world? And from a Western perspective, when I look at Indian psychology, it offers for me a great deal. The first is the primacy of experience rather than the primacy of some sort of mechanistic outward behavior. The second is deep reflection, deep capacity for reflection rather than third party observation, rather a first person reflection. Something that I would want to call moral and spiritual saturation, where the idea of the self, the idea of the person, that we can't separate the moral and spiritual from the physical, from the some selfhood. In Western psychology, we want to talk about a rather sharp split between facts and values, but that is not the case as I can see it in much of the Indian philosophical tradition. Deep relationality, deep openness, connectedness, diversity within Hinduism, within the people who are in the nation, but nonetheless replete with tradition. And what I would like to call a value-laden philosophy, the values of Indian culture as almost a form of therapy. That in the West, whereas we see therapy as this kind of sterile thing that is done to people, quite often I think that the values that people live by, or at least extol, can be seen as a form of, as a route to psychological health. So these are the things I really appreciate about what I've learned over the past 2 days. Here's the question I want to ask, or here's the issue I want to ask our panelists before we move into more individual questions. Panelists, do ourselves emerge from the inside out, which would be suggested at least by the richness of the Indian traditions? Do they occur from the outside in, which might be suggested by Western views of how at least we understand human psychology or human beings, human experience, by looking at their behaviors and inferring what's on the inside? Or do they come from between? That is to say, neither from the inside out nor from the outside in, but from the relation between experience of my experience and your experience within a culture. The Indian tradition has a deep interiority, the Western tradition, perhaps something else. Might there be some rapprochement in the concept of between? And so do ourselves come from the outside in, the inside out, or between? We have on the one hand this notion of science as objective. We have to look at the objective exterior. And what I hear so very often from the richness of Indian scholarship is that important to move to the subjective, the internal rather than the external. I'm wondering if that there is any sense to which there's a rapprochement between these two ideas in the concept of between, in the concept of intersubjectivity, not simply subjectivity and certainly not objectivity, but that we come to make ourselves intelligible. We come to develop ourselves through our relations between. I'm wondering about the extent to which that notion is implicit or explicit in the thinking of our panelists. So the question becomes, do ourselves come from the inside out, the outside in, or from between? And how can your insight help change the world? How can those Indian insights, what do those Indian insights have to offer to the world? That is my question. I will stop sharing my screen. I am not entirely sure how to herd the cats that are about to emerge. I think I'm going to ask the question and then ask the speakers to simply come in as you will, speak for 2 minutes, and I will time you without telling you that I'm timing you, and then we'll go from there on. Who would like to speak first, please? Yes, sir. Who would like to speak first from the panelists?
Yeah, am I a panelist or not?
Well, we'll go for panelists and moderators as well, if that's what you'd like. But
Yeah.
remember, go for it.
Okay. If somebody wants to say something,
Which one? Which one?
Dr. Kumar, the floor is yours.
okay. I think if we consider biopsychosocial self, it is intersubjective. If we speak in terms of Atman, then it is subjective.
Okay, that was well under 2 minutes. Someone else, please. Professor Basu.
Yes, I will tell you what is the Aurobindonian position. That is what we call the personality in contemporary psychology is considered by Sri Aurobindo as the outer being or the surface being. And he considers that the surface being is formed by an interaction between the supreme self and nature, or what we call the supreme Purusha and the nature. And one of the most beautiful things in Indian psychology would be that to see Prakriti or view Prakriti from the poise of the Purusha, from the poise of the inmost self to view nature. And then it is on Indian spirituality also guarantees that if you want transformation, then nature, it is not only that the Purusha wills, but the nature also can cooperate to change. So this is a hope of a very, what you call a futuristic perspective in psychology, which can be brought into.
Thank you, Professor Bose.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I can add something. The point is well made that in the Indian tradition, you start from the deep inside and then go to the outside nature. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. We hear you well.
Okay. I would like to add that we human beings are connected at two levels. We are connected inside at our deepest level, at the level of the soul and on all kind of in-between levels between our inner nature and our outer nature. And we are connected through our constructed outer nature. And the better that inner connection goes, the better that outer connection can go as well. Now that outer connection, there the West has thought a lot about how that works. But all that is easier to correct if you have a good grounding in that inner level, as Sumitra indicated. So the two approaches, I think, can very well collaborate. Because both have discovered some areas well. And with their different focuses, I think a lot can come out when there would be a better collaboration between the Indian knowledge systems and the European American ones. Yeah, I think the systems are really complementary, so they will work well when they learn how to share in a better way than they do now.
Lovely. In the background, the systems are complementary. To what extent do they contradict, and how do we fix the contradiction to make them move together? I'm just throwing that out from that lovely comment that you just made, that optimism. Professor Gupta.
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I actually get reminded of a quotation, from Sri Aurobindo, from the Human Cycle. He says, as we go into our subjectivity, there are multiple layers of subjectivity that we encounter, and many of them are false, and there is one that is true. So even entering human subjectivity, if we say the objective and the subjective world itself is shifting grounds in a sense, till such time as through quietness, through stilling, through purification, we arrive at that stable self, that quiet self which has a touch of the eternal, which can be the sakshi, which has the drashta bhav, and that can become stable within us. So it's not just a simple question of just objectivity and subjectivity, because all of us are subjective beings, but what is the level of subjectivity or depth of subjectivity that we are talking about here, I think is important.
Very good addition. Yeah.
Lovely. Depth of subjectivity. Someone else, Sunit?
Yeah, hi, Michael. I don't know if you remember me.
Oh, for goodness sakes, how could I forget you?
I just speak very, very briefly. Descartes' famous line, ergo, I think, therefore I am. I would just like to reverse it. I am, therefore I think. From the Indian psychology. It's inside out. That is my answer to that question. It is always inside out.
So you're in a sense making a definitive statement that the inside is prior to the outside.
Primacy. The existentialists call it the existence precedes essence.
Okay.
That's my position.
Thank you. And again, any cross talk would be lovely as we move forward. Dr. Sidlitz.
Yeah, I think that this is kind of at the crux of the aim of our existence is the integration of these two. And I think even existentially, from the very beginning of existence, one way of looking at it is that this one subjective being externalized itself, manifested in inconscient matter, and then put this kind of seed of itself in matter and slowly is evolving out as a kind of a subjective being within that external nature, which is in a way that objective world. And in the course of this evolution, the whole aim of it is that full integration of the two, of the full emergence of the soul, and in that emergence, transforming and integrating the outer nature. Now, in our own life, in normal human life, typically we have these two elements within us. We have our soul, but it's usually hidden deep within, and we're not aware of it. We're living on the outside. We're living in the external nature, in the external mind. So from there, we need typically to find that inner soul, that deepest inner subjective being, rather than some construct of our ego in the nature in mind. So we need to find that, but and integrate the two. Okay, so that's what I would say.
Lovely. I hear an emerging theme, with one or two exceptions, of the need to coordinate the inner, the outer, the subjective, the non-subjective layers of subjectivity that is externalized, and then that which is external becoming internalized, a kind of a reciprocity. Others, please.
Maybe I could add something to it, because this is such an important topic. It's Vladimir talking. The idea of this splitting on the West and East is actually addressed by Sri Aurobindo, that there was pre-Vedic, pre-Chaldean tradition where there was a vision of charging the matter, the material manifestation, with the spirit, a constant transformation by the inner of the outer, and creating more and more subtle instruments and body receptive of the spirit. Because spiritual inner reality is what brings knowledge into, which explains, which gives a sense of the being outside. Even if this sense of the being outside is not there, then there is no knowledge. There is a mechanical kind of creation which is existing perfectly. As Sri Aurobindo says, when everything is explained, nothing is known. So what is known? Known is something which makes sense, which we can understand, comprehend. So comprehension does not come from the fitting outside all the mechanical means and live mechanically perfectly. It is not the happiness we are looking for or the fulfillment we are looking for. We need that integration. So at the beginning there was integration, but it was so difficult and it could not be fulfilled that the split had to happen. And India went towards the spirit, neglecting nature, and the Western Chaldean tradition and finally Semitic tradition went towards the power and towards the efficacy in managing the world outside. And so these two split, and they forgot the spirit on one side, or kind of neglected, let us say. And in Indian tradition, it became Advaita more and more, neglecting nature, because there was no way to keep both. It was too difficult and the humanity was not ready. But now this reintegration is to take place again. So we have to come back. We have to bring back to these two hands of the outer perception and the inner meaning of this living outside. So, and it is also always evolutionary. It is always changing and growing and manifesting the inner capacity of the being. So this is the idea of integration in the Vedic tradition. Yeah, thank you.
I can't resist but to respond to that. What a bold and frightening even juxtaposition that the spiritual Indian on the other hand, and then the natural, the nature and the power. You said there's something that really resonates that to me, that the West looks to nature and to cultivate power over nature, and what we've done without the spiritual is we live these empty, valueless lives. That I mean, it's a glib generalization, I realize, but I think that you're absolutely right that the at least in the West, we need this sort of spirituality that makes our lives lack. We need this integration you speak of. Thank you for saying that. Other panelists who have not yet spoken who wish to. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly state when we talk about objective and subjective. In fact, the moment you said ourselves, I wanted to add that word many in between. And that kind of becomes the more celebrated statement, our many selves. And that's what we explore in psychology. So it's objective as well as subjective. And the objective self is essentially our representation in the world, which is subjected to conditioning. And that becomes our way to operate in the world. And subjective self is more, which is trying to be connected to the consciousness. And the more, like Dr. Monica was talking about, the depth in subjectivity. So the more we go in that depth of subjectivity and connect more and more to the consciousness, the more the channel between subjectivity and objectivity gets clearer. And in fact, that is the process of yoga. That is the process of sadhana we talk about. So the more the path between subjective and objective self gets clear through our own work, that is how the subjectivity gets expressed through objective self. So the experience becomes the expression and both come together. And that is what integral psychology is about. That is how we talk about this as a process-oriented approach, and it gives a sense of movement. So in the movement is when the two come together and make it a whole. Like that is what my understanding is. I wanted to share.
Thank you. Thank you. What I'm reminded of here, what comes to my mind is how in yoga and meditation and in the cultivation of moksha or what have you, the role of, in my opinion, language from the outside, if you will, in directing the inner in order to create those states almost seems to be what you were talking about. The external as represented through language is what I took anyway, helps me to cultivate the internal and then vice versa. Would that be a fair representation of what you were saying?
Partially, yes. I think we can.
Partially, yes.
Yes.
Yes, yours must be more sophisticated. I don't know your name. It says Rajan, R-A-J-E-N. Sir? You're muted. Could you unmute yourself, please, sir? We're still having difficulty hearing you. Now we can hear you. Are you speaking?
Not yet.
Sir, I'm worried that we can't hear you.
I think Rajan is not one of the speakers, so he may not be able to.
Oh, he may not be able to speak.
So the admin has to do something. Probably.
We'll have to, sir, if you'd be so kind as we'll have to wait till later to get you in, till we can make that happen as we move forward. Let's see, Professor Oman.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I was one of the moderators, and thank you for including us. I find myself agreeing with most of the previous speakers that it is somehow both working together, and I find myself thinking that probably there are different ways of narrating how they work together based on the various different traditions, various different darshanas. And one that was coming to my mind that doesn't seem to have yet been mentioned is the Sri Ramakrishna's vocabulary. He talks about a realized person as having a ripe ego that is ready to fall off from that's not, the person is not attached to the ego, but the ripe ego is necessary to function in the world. So from that perspective, perhaps the outward in is the conditioning that the ripe ego experiences, whereas the inward out is the consciousness, the Atman, that is aware of this and that guides things, but that is no longer attached to the ripe ego. So perhaps one more way of narrating the same transformation and connection. Thank you.
That strikes me as a wonderful integration of everything that had been said up to this point. Having received that, why don't we move forward, unless another speaker wants to speak, to some questions that were posed for individual speakers. And I will, I'm going to be reading from some of them. In the meantime, people, anyone who is in the audience, please, if you have questions for the speakers, would you kindly put them in the chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can. And so I encourage you all to ask questions, and we'll open it up beyond the ones that I've received in a few seconds.
Please reconnect Rajan somehow to the system. Monica
Yatsna,
or
someone
can do that? Or?
I'm going to ask Jatsna and others to as we move forward, if we can add more people to the capacity to speak. Rajan, can you speak, Rajan? It sounds like that may still not be possible.
He's unmuted.
He's unmuted.
Yes, he's unmuted, but we still can't hear him.
Yeah.
Rajan, can you hear me? He may not be able to hear. Oh, I think he can. Can you hear us?
Yeah, probably from his end, he might have joined without audio.
Yes. Yats, can I ask someone in the back, if you will, to correspond with Rajan and see if you could figure out the problem? You know, maybe over chat, so we can get him in there. I really would like to include everybody who wants to be able to be included.
I think Dr. Rajan has joined without audio. So even when we are unmuting, like now, that option is there, like, but still his mic is not showing. So maybe if he can rejoin,
join from audio,
and join with the audio.
Okay, Dr. Rajan, if you hear that, could you either rejoin the group or ask your question or make your comment in the chat? I would appreciate that. I hope you can hear me. Let us move forward. Okay. Again, forgive me if I get something wrong here, and because I'm working with questions that have been submitted, but which. First question here is for Dr. Cornelissian. Is this from Shilpi Mohan? Is there a process or a method that is taught about conducting the inquiry inside, while at the same time keeping the light aligned outside? I guess that's a question that's similar to what we've been talking about. I don't know where that came from in your talk, but does that make sense to you, the question?
Yeah, I'm not exactly knowing, but so I'll give some answer, and then if she wants to detail it out further, then that would be good. the thing is, you try to go inside without going into a trance. So you live from a deeper center within, but you stay open to the outer nature. And because you do that, you can look at your own outer nature and at other people and at the interaction in a kind of objective manner, because that ego doesn't come in between. So you see even your ego reactions in the outer nature, while you're actually established in something that is not egoic anymore. And there are many in-between stages. So in the beginning, you will live in your ego and in the outer nature, while you are aware that you also have a center that's deeper within and not perturbed. And then gradually you can shift your center of your identity further inward till you really live there, know your own eternity, know your impersonality, your vastness. And yet, you also are aware of how your outer nature actually reacts on the outer situation. And from that position, you are in a better position to repair and reconstruct and transform your outer nature. But this is a long process. I mean, it's not easy to do.
Could you pronounce your last name for me, Cornelis?
Everybody knows me with my first name, Mates.
Mates.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Mates. I could tell you for sure that your demeanor and your kind smile is the external light that certainly brings our internality out. So thank you for that. Next question is for Matthias and I believe for Professor Paverton. How are subliminal influences different from samskaras? How is the subliminal different from what is known as samskaras, if I'm pronouncing that correctly?
The subliminal is simply a much wider term. It involves also sanskaras, but sanskaras are personal imprints. And this subliminal contains those, but also many, many other things, universal things that are not personal. It's just a much wider term than sanskara.
Professor Paverton, did you want to respond to that as well, if you are there? Okay.
He's not there. He had to leave for another program.
Okay, very good. Very good. Professor Basu, are you here? Yes, you are. I don't understand the question entirely, but I'm sure you will. The mother, perhaps you spoke of a mother, I'm not sure. The mother spoke of chakras below Muladhara. Are these chakras the cause of pathologies as well?
Chakra by itself is not a cause of pathology, but the old traditional way of opening the chakras required expert guides. Because when the lower chakra is open, the Muladhara chakra is rooted to the earth. So it is rooted to it is very close to the inconscious. It is rooted to the earth. And when the lower chakras are activated, a lot of physical and sexual energy are activated. Now you need to have very expert guides so that you can get over them. You can cross over to the higher chakras. Now what happened that at a certain point of time, these guides were not available. And when these guides were not available, what happened is that you see that in Sri Aurobindo's system, the chakras are the connections between the inner being and the outer being. The chakras are the connections between the inner being and the outer being. And whatever happens, all the things that are there in the cosmic consciousness, the great things, the creative things, they come from the cosmic consciousness into the inner being and they percolate into the outer being through the chakras, which these channels which are mostly closed or half open. And a little bit the trickles is responsible for our great creative activities, which we are very proud of. But then showing the caution, you see that between this transfer between the inner being and the outer being, or from the outer being to the inner being, you see that the yogi wants to travel from the opening the chakras So he wants to have more access to the inner being and the cosmic consciousness. If the expert guide is not available, what can happen is, what Sri Aurobindo also described, that between the inner being and the outer being, there is an intermediate zone. And when one falls into that zone, then one can succumb to a host of psychopathologies that can happen, from hallucinations to delusions. So at every level, there are psychopathologies which are concomitant with that, or in consonance with that level of consciousness. So you see that when one activates these Muladhara and other chakras and doesn't have the guide, proper guide, and when one lapses into the intermediate zone, then that can be a source of pathology. So chakra per se is not it's not pathological. It is the activation that is going on without the expert guidance that can lead you to fall into the intermediate zone, and then you can have a host of problems. That's why Sri Aurobindo recommended a different way of opening the chakras, that the force of transformation from above, that has to come down, and what he recommended, and that would open the chakras, what is needed for each individual, not the older way where one has to go follow a very rigid discipline, but a more flexible way from above, which one opens the chakras which is needed, which might be different chakras in different people, not the same chakra for each person. So it is a much, is a much safer way, but that requires a different mechanism also. So you have to go to the soul entity, to the psychic being, or what you call the psychic being is a projection of the Jivatma in the evolution. The Jivatma, which we call the Atma, is supporting the manifestation from behind. It is an unborn self, and it is projecting something into our evolution, and that psychic being has to be activated. Otherwise, the force of transformation, we cannot allow that to come down. So that's a different thing, but very, very, very new approach. And that approach has been made so that we don't fall or lapse into psychopathology or perversion or deviations, because the chakras have been opened without that proper guidance, which was available at one time in the past.
Thank you very much.
A very new orientation of chakras. Yes, Dr. Matthias would add something.
Can
Yes,
I add a little
yes,
thing? Shamitra, I think you have answered part of the question about where the pathology comes from. But the other question was whether there are actually centers of consciousness below the Muladhara.
Which chakras are?
Whether there are centers of consciousness below the Muladhara. And the whole range from Muladhara to Sahasrara is a kind of simplified, they are the main chakras. But there are also centers of consciousness, for example, at the height of the knees, which are really the most unconscious part of your physical structure. And so all these different centers of consciousness have their own role to play. And if you become more aware of the subtle physical, then you can distinguish these different centers of consciousness and their different way of functioning. And again, that can be a tremendous help for transformation and for overcoming illness and so on and so on. So that if psychology would open up to the idea that there is something like a subtle physical, and that you actually have centers of consciousness in that inner plane, then I think a lot of additional knowledge will become available for psychology in many, many different fields.
Thank you, Mathis. This next question is for Dr. Singh and Dr. Varma. Is Dr. Singh here? Do we know?
Middle of the night.
He hasn't joined, but Dr. Varma is here.
Okay. I may. Here's the question, and it seems to me that the question may come from Dr. Varma's comparison of the spirituality of the culture of India with the more kind of objectivist approaches in the United States and in Europe. To the best of my knowledge, I'm assuming the speaker is talking about Indian psychologists. To the best of my knowledge, we lack specific models, coherently built up models such as cognitive behavior therapy. I would request that the speaker put a light in it. So I think that the question is, again, does the scope of spirituality, is it limited? Does it limit the precision of Western models like cognitive behavior therapy?
I don't exactly remember at which point I mentioned this, but I get the gist of it and I can respond. One point which I emphasized very strongly was that the approaches to help people in distress are culturally constructed. And so in North America or Western Europe, it's that culture and the belief system and the value of that system which play a very major role in the efficacy of psychotherapy. In cultures which don't adhere to that belief system, value system, it's not likely to work to a great extent, if at all. And the thing that Professor Mascaro pointed out, for many years I have been saying that Buddhism is advanced CBT, very, very advanced CBT. So if you look at it, to study Buddhism, I have been a student of Buddhism for a number of years and I brought it into my life. It helped me tremendously. So it's much more of how you define these things. So you have formally defined something as psychotherapy, clinical psychology, psychiatry. And so that's the only way to deal with mental distress, psychological difficulty around the world. That's not how it works. Different cultures have been encountering different kinds of psychological problems among their population, and they have been healers. A significant part of that is the spiritual component, though that may not be explicitly brought out. We may not talk about it, yet it is a central component in the practices. And here I am reminded of this line, I think it was Brant Cartwright at California Institute of Integral Studies. I don't know whether it was his original line, but he said that consciousness is contagious. So it is the consciousness of the helping person which has a profound effect on the consciousness of the person in distress. That cuts across culturally. That's a universal property. So if some elaboration is required, I will do that, but I'll limit it to that as of now.
Yes, what I take from what you're saying, if I can summarize it, is that any mode of intervention or psychotherapy is culturally saturated, and that if you don't use the cultural meanings through which people define themselves, that psychotherapy technique is not going to be effective. That's what I hear you saying. Is that correct? Enough?
Yes, but a little more.
Please.
A little more is that there is a deeper, or if you may, a spiritual aspect to it. By spiritual, I mean who are we? What is at the core of my existence? Am I the body? Am I the mind? Or am I something more than that? Not different, but something more than that. In the Indian and other spiritual traditions, the basic theme is that I am the soul. And therefore, for example, the term for health in Sanskrit is swast. Now, swast, if you translate it, it means one who is rooted in the self. And who or what is the self? That core central identity, the soul, the psychic being in Europe, Hindu and Muslim path. So if we are in touch with that, or if the therapist can facilitate the process, if we get in touch with that, then healing will take place. And in the West, I mean, I'm struck by the coincidence or an inspiration, but Carl Rogers talked about an organismic valuing process within every individual, which we need to get in touch with. As we get alienated from that, something which tells us that this is valuable, this is right, this is good, then maladjustment, neurosis, and psychosis. In his theory, he talked about this. That basic principle. I can elaborate, but I'll keep it. I'll keep it. So it's not just culture; it's our core identity.
Thank you.
Who am I?
Excellent. That's very clarifying to me. Thank you. This next question, I think it was meant to be posed to Doctors Singh and Varma, but I'm not sure. It certainly can be posed to others. So anyone who'd like to answer this, please do. When one is going through difficult psychological experiences, which may lead to breakthroughs, one needs a lot of support. Unless there is a sangha or community, it can become very difficult. What can the mental health community do to provide support to people who are not supported by community?
Well, this came up in the chat box yesterday. I'll very briefly comment. I did yesterday also, but I'll let others speak. That there are such support groups exist in India, and mental health professionals need to appreciate the efficacy and the power of this in the recovery, in the well-being, in establishing well-being of a person. Encourage them to take that support rather than look down upon it as something unscientific and some kind of a superstition, etc. These support groups exist in our culture extensively.
Okay, thank you. Others would like to address the same question? How do you create, how do you support people who lack a community when it's precisely the community that they may need to foster psychological health? Would anyone else like to address that?
I would just like to say something, because
Please
otherwise it looks as if the Indian tradition is less has less communal support for people, and that's absolutely not the case. But it's a very difficult question to answer because it depends on the specific situation and the community. I know, for example, a wonderful thing which was started by one of the people yesterday, of collecting in any neighborhood the grandparents, the older people, to support their children. So you may have kind of spare grandparents and you have spare children. And if you bring them together, they can really help each other and give a lot of support. And like that, depending on the specific community, there are so many possibilities. But it's a very difficult question to answer in one go.
That so deeply resonates to me, Matthias, because in the States, we have mothers who raise children alone and are expected to, and all the pressure is upon them. And people who live outside of communities and who go to a psychologist because that psychologist is their support, and we don't have that type of we're individual, and we're expected to live up to individual standards. I know that when I travel to India, I feel transformed. I feel different. I feel included in some sort of a community. I can't really articulate it very well, just by virtue of my being there and the way in which people relate to me. It's just very different than being in the United States.
I also wanted to add.
Who's speaking? I'm sorry.
This is Jyotsna.
Yes.
I'm not a panelist, but I still couldn't hold myself to add. There's a very, very interesting book called Another Way to Live by one of the psychiatrists who had done studies on ashrams in India and found how they support various kinds of, you can say, development in consciousness. And in that spectrum, they were evolved people, but also people who were having some kind of mental health issues and all. It's a very fascinating qualitative study, and it's available as a book form. Apart from that, there are a couple of other articles also. Maybe I can send and share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a very, very brief sharing. In my wider readings, I have come across that in many older societies, the upbringing of children was largely managed by grandparents. And this is a fairly recent phenomena in human history, that parents are to bear full responsibility of the, because two reasons. Because the mother and father have multiple responsibilities. One, two, they don't have the experience, whereas the grandparents have the experience. They have learned it the hard way or whatever you may call it. Many traditions for that, well documented. I don't know about Europe and America, but in Africa and India, yes.
Professor Basu?
And I just add that for a long time, for many years, it's just changing now that a group of schizophrenics in India would just integrate themselves into the community of wandering sadhus. You see, the wandering sadhus group always had 5-10% people who were actually schizophrenics who fitted in their group. You just roam about and people will give you food. In India, when a sadhu goes around, everybody in the road gives something or the other to eat. So nobody is left unfed if you are a sadhu. If you are traveling, even today, if you are traveling with the ochre, with the robe of a sadhu, then somebody or the other in the train, in the bus, in the road will come and will offer you something. So always in the group of wandering sadhus, a number of schizophrenics would fit into that. So people whom we used to call simple schizophrenics previously, that classification, you see that kind of classification when we used to call simple schizophrenia. So that kind of group, so they would just happily fit into that community. And you see that in India, you see that is why the only anti-schizophrenic medication in the world up to the 1950s was the Sarpaganda or the Raulfia Sarpentinum, which was used in India, which was given in the temples by the sadhus. So you see, it was the community of the sadhus which actually helped. Because of this community of the sadhus, that this treatment, you see, that there are temples in South India where the schizophrenics used to be brought, like the Thiruvidai Madudur. You see, understandably, because the sadhus were distributing some of the Ayurvedic seers were sadhus and sannyasis, and the sadhus were bringing them, these patients with them, because they were in their wandering groups, and they were seeking to get this herb, which was actually the only pharmacological drug in the correct sense up to the 1950s. So that was you see, that was also some sort of community support in a different way, but still it was a support. And then because you see, because in India, you see the difference between India and the West was, in India is Shiva's, Lord Shiva, who is the Lord of the world, is actually going begging with his begging bowl, and his consorts are all the vagabonds and the what do you call, or the ghosts and all, meaning all the people who are in the borderline. So they are all his all his consorts. That means all these people were accommodated in the temples. So they were also considered to be Shiva's children. Whereas in the West, in certain parts of the West, the people who were deprived, they were thrown out of the community. So that's why Jesus had to go out to them and to reach out to the people who were handicapped and to heal them. So that's why that humanitarian work became equal to spiritual work there in the West. But in India, it was always in a different mode. It was always carried out because they were all Shiva's children, so they were all accepted. So the Philips were accepted. They were not barred from any temples and all. So it's a very interesting concept. And there's another temples, they used to be, the sadhus were the Ayurvedic seers were mostly sadhus who were giving them this Sarpaganda, this Raulfia Sarpentinum.
Thank you. Dr. Sidlitz? We can't hear you, sir. You're muted. You're still muted. I don't know if I can. Yes, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you. Just kind of a simplistic thing and maybe not ideal, but one of the things I've kind of seen sometimes for support for people who are otherwise kind of lonely are animals. And so this can be really kind of a nice support for people if they don't have, you know, other people there. But animals can be very comforting, and they can listen to your problems and not talk back and all these things. So it can also be something.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree, Larry. That's so true. And we have an epidemic of that in the United States because we have so many lonely people. But for what it's worth, we should also acknowledge that there is some intermediate value to the famous European welfare state. So the United States, has a moderately strong welfare state. India has a weak welfare state. And there's a lot of data that shows that the strong European welfare state of Western Europe and Singapore does produce better health outcomes, both physically and mentally. And it's not a panacea, I'm not saying that, but just to acknowledge that, that can matter too. That can contribute to part of the equation, in addition to everything else.
Dr. Oman, you had your hand up before.
Yes, I was having one thing that the question was bringing to mind was that there are some people who may have maybe been raised in a spiritual community but have lost touch with it. And so I think this isn't this may be relevant. I'm not sure how, but people can take it for what it's worth. In the West, in the United States, there especially, there has been considerable amount of dissatisfaction with the current psychotherapy models, that they don't include a spiritual dimension. And with the current medical models, they mostly are ignorant of the spiritual dimension. And so one way that has been attempted to bring it back in, while not changing the overall fragment, is the overall framework, is to simply respectfully query people about whether spirituality or religion is something that they use in coping with challenges and coping with stress. So that then if people say no, then the discussion can go elsewhere. But if people say yes, then the clinician can say can ask various questions like, are there ways that I can help? And so I can put into the chat some references along those lines. It had to be very kind of delicately framed in the US clinical context so as not to be pushy, but there have been studies describing how to handle these conversations, how long they take, so that they can be fit into the very limited time available. And I think that might be one resource for reconnecting people with sanghas, so to speak, Western sanghas that they may have grown up in. I'll put something along those lines into the chat that might be useful. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to go into the questions in the chat, but before we do so, I believe Professor Gupta has something she wants to say.
Yes, actually, it is in continuation with the previous comment. Drawing especially from the medical model, what we see is, especially with the language, the power of the language, I think, is something that we need to look at. There is a lot of depersonalization of the persons with mental illness, in especially the hospital context. And even the reference, sometimes the way they are used in India, there is an intersectionality here of gender, class, caste. The reference would be like tu, tum, rather than aap, as though the person doesn't exist. There is also a tendency of talking in front of the person, about the person to other people, as to that person does not quite exist. So this depersonalization of a person who is experiencing an altered consciousness, I would say, is something that is not really understood. That's something that needs to be listened to. That's something that needs to be affirmed. That needs something. That's the way. To create that agency would be a way to healing. So this is something I think that needs to be done, and I think there also needs to be a strong advocacy along with it for protection at workplace as well. So these things would need to be done if there is actually any critical change that can take place.
Thank you. The centrality of dignity and compassion for personhood in psychotherapy. Thank you.
I just wanted to add to Dr. Mewik and Dr. Gupta's comment. I agree with the social welfare part as well as the language and how the systems work. But also wanted to add that for decades of research, it has been shown that the outcomes with schizophrenia in India has been much better than the outcomes in many other countries. So this is also we have to keep a note of. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to move to some of the questions in the chat, which there are some lovely ones here. And this is something that anybody can take, please. What is moksha? All of these questions. What is moksha and how do we achieve that state? Only people who are laughing can answer.
Now nobody dares to open his mouth.
I'm there after you.
Go for it. Who's going to speak?
Dr. Matthias or I think.
Please do, Dr. Matthias.
Well, moksha is a state where you free your consciousness from its content, basically. And so one way to get there is to very radically throw out everything. You throw out your thoughts, then your sensations, then your feelings. And strange enough, if you empty your consciousness, it doesn't become smaller. It becomes wider. Our consciousness is actually limited by its content. And so the more content you remove, the wider the consciousness becomes. And so there are many, many roads to get there. One is, as I said, to radically discipline yourself and empty your consciousness. But there are other ones, like the cosmic consciousness comes quite often spontaneously to people who are opening themselves to nature. And you can also get there by an enormous outflow of love for something that you experience as divine. So there are many ways to get to moksha.
An enormous outpouring of love for something that you experience as divine. That's lovely. Thank you.
Yeah.
There is some research that suggests that people in depression should not use yoga or meditate because it takes them deeper into the sad emotions and can worsen the condition. Can anyone comment on this?
Strongly disagree.
Tell us more. Can you tell us more?
This is in transpersonal psychology. There is a term for this, that you get people in depression, and if they also go to that kind of spiritual practice where you concentrate more and more on suffering, or you identify with suffering, then there is a chance that you can be affected with a kind of, there's a word that is a technical word is used for this called pseudo-dukkha. Pseudo-dukkha. This word has been coined for this kind of state that happens. So in transpersonal psychology, there is a section which deals with this kind of thing. Of course, people who are deep in depression and all, and if they are, particularly if they are allied to that kind of spirituality where suffering, you are identified with too much suffering, or you are dealing with too much suffering, like certain Buddhist disciplines, then might be that it can exaggerate your depression. So this is a risk at that time, but it is not for everybody. Some people who are very sensitive. You see, it depends upon your consciousness also. If you're very sensitive at the level of your psychic being, then there can be you can receive a touch of grace, and then things can change dramatically. So that can also happen.
Thank you. I think that's very cogent. Dr. Oman, please.
Yes, I'll be conveying my understanding of from Eknath Eashran, a spiritual teacher whose practices I've studied, and he did suggest that that depression may not be a good thing, may be a contraindication to engaging in the concentrative forms of meditation that he taught. And he also taught another practice, which was frequent mantra repetition. You could call it japam, not as a sitting practice, but as something that could be done throughout the course of the day. And in much in the way that Mahatma Gandhi used the practice, probably many others. Someone's coming to mind, but I can't. Swami Ramdas also taught very frequent repetition of a mantra or a holy name, and that would be something that a person who is in depression could use that would not have, in Eknath Eashran's view, the same contraindications of. I think that converges with what other people have been saying, and it would certainly be in the broader scope of yogic practices, but it's avoiding the attempt to practice dhyana, concentrative meditation.
Excellent, thank you. What is the scientific basis of the chakras?
Scientific basis of chakras, in Sri Aurobindo system, chakras are something which are coming from the subtle consciousness. They don't, you can't just forcibly relate them to, like people do that with certain neuronal structures and organglionic structures or endocrine system like that. So that is metaphysical. It's not science in that sense. So it is something which is coming. You see that chakras, how chakras are made. Chakras are made because you see it's a very different concept. Of course, yeah, very complicated, very complex thing. You see that in Sri Aurobindo system that everything that evolves, from where did they come? They do not come from zero. So everything is evolving from the inconscious, but the superconscious has come down and got involved in the inconscious. And that is how, and from there again, everything is coming out one by one. And when everything is evolving, there are two forces that are acting. At each level, there is a force that is pushing from below. And simultaneously, you see, when the superconscious was coming down, they were making non-evolutionary worlds. And these non-evolutionary worlds are there at every level. At each level of consciousness, there are non-evolutionary worlds which are not evolving, or typal worlds. So when evolutionary manifestation of a certain plane of consciousness is taking place, there are two forces. One, there is a force coming from below, and there is a influence coming, a projection coming, a force coming from the non-evolutionary world at the corresponding plane. When they're meeting, there is a junction where they're meeting, that is called the hypothetical. You can say that junctional zone is the is representing the chakra system. You see where the energy will be consolidated, the energy that is coming from the push that is coming from below, and the influence that is coming from the lateral side. So they are coming and they are forming a system where the connection between the evolutionary and non-evolutionary worlds are being made. So that afterwards, the connection of our inner being and outer being can be made. You see, the chakras are there, which are opening us to the inner being, and through the inner being to the cosmic consciousness. So you see, it's something which is happening at a very subtle level of consciousness, at a very inner level of consciousness, a very subtle level of consciousness. And you cannot forcibly just bring them and just tag them to any scientific system, so-called scientific system, which we see. Otherwise, what we see that because the vertebral column is one of the first things that is to manifest. The child is being born, so people relate that with the vertebral column or with neuronal plexuses and all that. But in Sri Aurobindo system, all these things don't fit into that. It is something which is purely subtle, occurring at a subtle and inner level of a consciousness, or a deeper level of consciousness.
Does everyone agree with that statement? Does everyone agree with the statement that chakras are so subtle and
I'm
not the same
talking
type
about
of
Sri
thing.
Aurobindo's views because he has asked, he has commented on this.
Who? Yes.
I can add just something small to it. I totally agree that the chakras are basically inside. People have made links because, for example, the thinking chakra is behind the forehead and our brain is also there, and expression is in the throat. That fits. But the heart is a bit difficult for us to link scientifically to feelings. But if you tell anyone to open your heart, everybody knows that it means that you should be more generous. So it is subtle, I agree, but it is a kind of subtlety that most people actually know. In the English language, there's nothing that really corresponds to chakras, but everybody knows that if a child needs to think, you say use your head, and if you want someone
How is
to be
that
more
different, sir?
generous, they
How
open
is that
their heart.
different? How is that different than simply saying that these are metaphorical terms that have
but
their
why-
basis in bodily experience?
Yeah, but why do you have a bodily experience of generosity in your heart? From where does that come? The Indian tradition has just worked it out a little further. If you want to assert yourself, if you want to do business, if you want to survive, you need gut feeling. That corresponds to the Manipura chakra, which is into self-assertiveness and ambition. And many business people who have to take decisions for which they have no logical arguments, like guessing what will happen next, they use their gut feelings. And that's a very common expression, and everybody knows that. And the Indian tradition just has refined that knowledge to an amazing extent. But the basic sense is very common in humanity, I would say.
Yes, Professor.
May I add also one small thing to this?
Please.
If you look at our body, physicality, yes, so physical body, you will see that we have three parts: head on the top, torso in the middle, and from the Muladhara chakra down, legs, which are supporting. Three major components. It's quite interesting. So within the head, you have three centers, three chakras. One is the expression chakra in the throat. Another is the will chakra, power, vital, mental, as we call the Ajna chakra, and Sahasrara on the top. This is the head, the mental operations. This is mental mind, or mental, vital mental, and physical mental here in the head. Then we have torso, three chakras: the heart, the navel, Manipura, and Svadhisthana, yes, which is operating within all the nadis connecting. This is the torso. And there are the legs, starting with the upper Muladhara and two chakras below, as Mother mentions. One is on the level of the knees, which Matthias already mentioned, and another below the feet, physical. And these two are not known because we never come down to that level, to the chakras. But if you look at our composition, physical composition, you will see a very clear mind behind this architecture. It's quite interesting. Even our face, if you look at our face, you will see eyes on the top, nose in between, mouth below. Mouth represents the physicality, nose the vitality, breath, and the eyes and ears, and the upper part, the heaven. Heaven and earth and space in between. You can see this arrangement. Head, the sky, the torso is space in between the legs, the earth. This architecture is there. So there must be some centers, some vital centers, some subtle centers which are supporting this physical architecture.
One might suggest that you just gave a very lovely answer to the question of how one's experience of the body can give rise to metaphorical representations of chakras rather than vice versa. But I think we need to move on, he said, in order to maintain his statement, not to get it challenged. Let's go to the Jyotsna, how much time do we have? Are we supposed to be stopping on the hour or after that?
Although we are running short of time, but maybe we can shorten the valedictory and extend this session.
Okay.
Rajan Gupta has come back, so in a different way. So maybe he can now make his contribution.
Yes, wonderful. Yes, let's do that, please.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And of course, since I wanted to respond to your first question long time ago, and then now we are talking about moksha and chakra, I think, let me see how I can put it all together. Your first question was about self, whether self is from inside out to outside in, or it is something in between. My humble submission is that we need to reformulate that question. Because to me, the way I have, I am neither a card-holding psychologist nor a card-holding Aurobindo scholar. However, I consider Sri Aurobindo as my spiritual mentor, because while reading Life Divine, I had a mystical experience, which I have cherished for last 50 years. So on that basis, I would like to propose that actually, this preoccupation with self can mostly become egotistical. And questions about self, whether it is inside out or outside in, actually keep us trapped in the egotistical framework. So, to me, based on my mystical experience while reading Sri Aurobindo, I would think that the notion of self in Vedic perspective is really ultimately to, they often say from self with a small s to self with a capital S. But I think it's actually about self-transcendence. And to that extent, this question of inside out or outside in or in between, all three options need to be superseded ultimately. That to me is my first submission. Secondly, I think you forced Matthias to answer the question on moksha when we only laughed. It reminded me of Wittgenstein, who said, anything that is meaningful perhaps can only be answered by silence. And that is the position of Vedic philosophy, and that moksha cannot be talked about. Now coming to how moksha can be achieved and what are chakras, I got a feeling, I could be wrong and I hope I am wrong, that all the speakers who tried to answer these questions did not seem to talk from their experience. And that is where, Professor Moscolo, your continuing doubt, whether it is a model which we have picked up from Vedic literature or Sri Aurobindo, or are we talking from our experience? And to me, that question whether can it be substantiated by science, I think my answer would be first, which was partly answered by some people, that methodologically, we have to go beyond the current paradigm of science, which is largely positivist and even interpretive is also insufficient. Some work has been done on the transpersonal psychology, which is attempting to reach there. But ultimately, we have to come to the first person methodology. And these questions can be only answered by those people who have done enough of first person sadhana and have experienced anything like that. I don't know whether there's anybody around who has achieved moksha, but I suppose people can experience physically certain energy centers and things like that. I have not experienced it. So I believe that we as a community of Vedic or Aurobindan psychology, I think we should prefer to not answer these questions as definitively as those have been answered. We need to be, my submission, we need to be more humble. And Professor Maskola's continuing doubts and questions on these matters are very relevant. And I think it's only suggesting that each one of us needs to really answer such questions only on the basis of our personal experience. And I would love to listen to the personal experiences. Aditi was talking very beautifully about personal experiences yesterday. That was the most personal narrative that I heard in whatever sessions I could attend. So I think this preoccupation with the self in psychology itself needs to be put in its proper place. It is insufficient. I actually say, that when we look at human beings, if we, I may use a rather, let's say, it may sound funny, but I mean it seriously. So you see, either we are creatures with a manufacturing defect, and so we suffer, we become conscious of suffering. So we are struggling, what do we do about it? And we keep on coming up with new answers, Western, Indian, etc. That is one way of looking at ourselves. The other way of looking at ourselves is that we are creatures which have some kind of an unknown part in ourselves, which we need to discover, and which is what Sri Aurobindo's position is, that we have to evolve. And I think all the answers about Aurobindo's psychology have to be answered only on the basis of our personal experience, rather than proposing his ideas as the truth, a given truth. That is my humble submission, Professor Maskell. I would love to have reactions of people who are present here, because I might have offended some of them. I apologize for that in advance. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Maskell.
Thank you for your bold and honest and humble reply. I think I want to take a class from you. Very wise. People, please respond to Rajan, please. I think Professor Seidlitz wants to respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was thinking that a lot is involved in this term scientific, and what is scientific. I mean, the chakras, as people have been describing, are in the subtle being. And so we can't, put it under a microscope, and we can't dissect it in those kind of positivist terms. On the other hand, I think there is a very long spiritual tradition in India that's based on experience and on this kind of first person experience that you've been talking about, of people who have, a clear and present experience of opening of these chakras, and they have and talked about this. So I haven't gone through all this literature, but I think in the past several thousand years that we can find a fair amount of support from a large number of people that have discussed and experienced these types of things. And normally Western psychologists say, well, that's not science, but it's still a kind of a disciplined inquiry into a matter based on experience. So in that sense, it's kind of empirical. So I just wanted to contribute that.
Others, please. Yes, sir.
Small kind of to this. Experiences within and experiences without can be of different kind, and there are too many experiences within which people claim to be something more solid and more meaningful to them, but they are all passing and they are all developing. We are all growing in consciousness, the same within, the same without. It is always an adjustment, evolution of consciousness. So one cannot totally rely on the inner experience. And we see it in the West, too many people claiming their inner experience to be something of utmost importance. The same in India, too many people kind of framing their experience as something very valuable for others because it is subjective. But subjectivity has the depth, and there are so many varieties of experiences. We need the framework, the knowledge. We need metaphysical psychology. We don't need just psychology. Experiences are not enough. There must be a knowledge which is given to us by some greater beings, so to say, who had confirmed certain experiences and framed it in the mental language, metaphysical language, which can help us to orient our experiences in the right direction. And this is something we have to look into also. Thank you.
The other thing is that, yes. The other thing is that people in India, it is a tradition that many very genuine people who have very genuine experiences, they usually don't talk about it, not because of humility. They don't talk about it because they have a feeling that if they openly talk about it, then there are occult forces which actually affect them and they can go backward. So it's about a technical reason they don't want to talk about their experiences. So this is one thing. Second thing is very difficult to also understand that who is having experiences or who is having not, because it is outer being has what you call the outer way in which you are. There is no index to your inner being. You see that it is not that you are wearing a saffron robe or you are wearing a or you are showing that you are officially you are in the spiritual path means that you are somebody who has progressed. So it can happen to anybody who we can think to be a vagabond or something who is out of context, or who can be a big businessman. He can have more experiences than others. So it is totally unpredictable. So that's why this subjective domain is very difficult. To construct a psychology in the subjective domain is very difficult. And that is why what Vladimir said, that to rely on what the knowledge that has been given to us by our great avatars, our great beings, that is also important, very important.
If I had the sequence correct, I think it was Sunit and then Sunit Varma and then Doug Goman. Go ahead, Sunit.
I'm not sure if I agree. I agree with Professor Rajan definitely. But this first thing is that whatever Sri Aurobindo wrote about, it was, whether it was based on the yogic knowledge and then further development of those ideas, it was based on his first-hand experience. Number two, the Indian, so-called Indian philosophy is called Darshana, and Darshana means a direct first-hand experience. And then you document it later, saying that words are a poor substitute of emotion itself. When we describe it, a lot is lost. So the focus must be on the experience. So whatever is talked about, for example, in the Vedas, we have to attempt to experience, then we accept it. That's the entire basis, as far as I know, of Sri Aurobindo's accounts of that. But at the same time, I'm kind of countering what Professor Rajan Gupta said. My own writings over the last 20 years have largely focused on experiential aspects. And I was always discouraged, especially by mentors like Professor Matthias Cornelissen, not to talk about my experience. When I would give talks, I would begin with my own story. He said, people are not interested in your story. I said, I beg to differ. So that is how I connect with immortals. And I strongly feel that we have to balance the two things. So there is a theory, that's fine. But if my experience affirms it, then only I can talk about it with conviction and share it. And I give you instances of three things. which perhaps I experienced, perhaps I didn't. One was the experience of bliss, Satchidananda, at some point in my life. Second was unconditional love. I've written about this in my writing. Third, compassion, or as the Buddha called it, karuna. And for example, the most recent experience I had was of compassion, of karuna, which I believe the Buddha talked about. When I hear the pain of the other people, when I see somebody in pain, tears start flowing from my eyes. I haven't shared it with too many people. So I know it is for real. And I may even write about it. I avoid it, but most people, including people in the Sri Aurobindo community, have discouraged me from doing that. I disagree with that. I have gone ahead with it. I have done it. But Sri Aurobindo, whatever he has written, was affirmed by his own experience, not a model that he was looking for. That's all.
Dr. Oman, if you could make your comments as briefly as you possibly can.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to say that I very much appreciate Dr. Rajan Gupta's points. I think many of us are academics, and it's probably very good for academics to be reminded and bear in mind that humility and that there needs to be an experiential basis to what we say. And I'm recalling that when that 30 years ago on the Berkeley campus, I heard Swami Chinmayananda near the very end of his life come and speak. And near the very end of his talk, he made an invitation that I think was directed mostly to students. He said his organization was offering a $1,000 prize for the best essay received on the impersonal Brahman. And he left it at that. And I did not submit an essay, but I could appreciate that perhaps that was a very useful thing for engaging the many younger people in the audience, and maybe some of the older too. So, end of story.
Well, in the name of humility and in the name of Matthias's pronouncement that we are flawed beings, I am flawed in the sense that there are many other questions that I really, really wish we could get to, but by virtue of my lack of efficiency, did not happen. So we need to conclude, and I want to thank you all for this enormously rich discussion, and for the collegiality and warmth and erudition that you all show. I thank you so very much. It's been an honor to be here. Jyotsna?
Thank you, Professor Mascano, and thank you all the panelists for such a wonderful and enriching session. This is like the ultimate, what we were expecting, that so many people from first person experience, actually not everyone shared, but I know that every one of the speakers and chairs had their own experiences, and from there they are talking about whatever, even the theoretical part they're speaking. So thank you so much. And just before we just go to the valedictory part, I just wanted to also mention, there was one comment about mental health issues and the spiritual and meditative practices. So Professor Oman has already shared some literature, and also much literature is there that there's no a generalized contraindication. It depends on the type of meditation, the type of practice, the type of problems someone is having. And it is also true that sometimes with some practices, the awareness increases, the tolerance level takes some time to catch up. So the people become more aware about their distress and difficulties, and it takes some time for them to develop some bit of detachment or distancing from that. With this, I will go to the valedictory. We, as part of the valedictory, we basically tell about what we did. So because we have most of our panelists here, I don't have to do that, but I can just mention that we had a wonderful, very enthusiastic response. We had 674 registrations and people from 12 countries, apart from India, from like Nepal, Bangladesh, to Brazil, Mexico, to Singapore, and US, UK, Germany, etc. And we also had a lot more people joining. Like now, you may think that like the lesser number are joining on Zoom because of the work and all, but more people immediately yesterday night, more than 450 people watched the YouTube video. So our participants are like now taking this time to, based on their convenience, to attend your programs and your sessions and writing to us for more literature. So, and we had such wonderful speakers and chairpersons coming, those who have expertise in integral yoga psychology, Indian psychology, yoga and consciousness research. Similarly, our participants, many of them were the faculty themselves from different departments across India, PhD scholars, and many of them are mental health practitioners also, as well as like a budding trainee in Ayurveda, in yoga, in mental health areas. So I really, with deep gratitude, thank everyone for making the symposium possible. It was just a dream and it has become a reality. We will try our best, although the YouTube videos are available, but we will try our best to also make individual videos of each of the talks and see how best we can make it available for larger group. Thank you so much. And now I will invite Rupali to give a formal but very short vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would make a small vote of thanks to all the participants and our speakers. I would start with taking an opportunity to thank our director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, and registrar, Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, for their support and encouragement for organizing this 2-day symposium on integral yoga psychology. I would also like to thank the head of the department, Clinical Psychology, Dr. Seema Mehrotra, for her constant support and guidance, and all the faculty and staff members of the Department of Psychology. I also share my immense gratitude towards all the resource persons, speakers, chairpersons, and moderators for their provocative, inspiring sessions and discussions throughout the program, and all the participants for showing their enthusiasm and interest in this program by asking constant questions and sincere encouragement for all our speakers. This has also encouraged us in our efforts. I would like to extend my gratitude to the project section and the entire administrative system and our beloved staff from library, biomedical engineering, and IT cell for their efforts and ongoing assistance, and also our canteen staff for keeping us well fed throughout the session. I would also like to, on behalf of everyone present here, would like to thank Dr. Jyotsna Agrawal for her initiative of organizing this beautiful conference on integral yoga, which is an hour of the need of the hour, and also Ms. Ria Ganer, who has worked throughout the symposium for organizing the program. At the end, I would like to take a moment to share my gratitude for the divine, for Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, whose grace I believe has presided over all of these sessions, and which allowed us to share our common aspiration for working towards the forward march of human consciousness. With this, I would like to thank all of you present here, and hoping to see everyone together in the coming years. Thank you.
And also thanks to both these young Ria and Rupali, our team members. They are both working in the area of yoga and Indian psychology. So please bless them and give them wishes.
Best wishes.
Maybe we can end with the silence, a moment of silence.
Yeah.
thanks to the divine within and the divine outside, we end this symposium and hope that we will again come back for another program which will enrich all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.